Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think the microphone's working. It is working. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the London conference. It's really fantastic to see so many of you here today in person, and thank you and welcome to those of you who are watching wherever you are, anywhere in the world, in fact, on our live stream via YouTube this morning. Can I just first of all say that it's an absolute pleasure to be here as Chief Exec of Centre for London. I am the new Chief Exec of Centre for London. I've been in the role since the 1st of June, and this is my first London conference as Chief Executive. It is a particular pleasure to be here, given what we've all gone through these last 2 years. The last London conference was not in person and was done remotely, so we haven't had a London conference in person since 2019. And an enormous amount has happened in the city since then, giving us an enormous amount to talk about today. For those of you I've never met before in person, although I've probably met many of you on Zoom, I really am this tall, although I have just stood up at the lectern and there's actually a box that I've stood on to make me even taller. I don't really know why that's there, but there is a box here too. So yes, I am actually this tall. So anybody who comes up to me during the day and say, "You're taller than I thought you were on Zoom," we've dealt with that now for the day. This is the 10th London conference, and it is also the Centre for London's 10th birthday this year. And the Centre for London is the city's think tank. And if you think back to the reasons why Centre for London was created a decade ago, the reasons behind that feel even more important now than they did then. Since the last in-person conference back in 2019, much has happened. We've had a general election and a mayoral election, but the pandemic has also hit London hard, and the city is still feeling the after effects of COVID. COVID exposed some of the deep challenges facing the city and has worsened inequality across London. It's also thrown in the air many of the assumptions about how we live, work and travel, on which the very success of the city is built. It's made many of us reassess what is important in our lives, and today we'll be discussing many of these challenges facing the city as we look to the future. And today we will be publishing our ambitious vision for the future of the city called Greater London, and my colleagues Claire and Rob will be talking to you later about this in more detail. I would just like to mention some of the organisations without whose support today we would not have been able to put on this conference. So thank you to our major sponsors, City of London Corporation and Uber, to our supporting sponsors, L&Q, the London Borough of Hounslow, London Councils, the GLA, Port of London Authority, Trust for London, and the University of London, and our exhibitor sponsor, Arup. And I also just want to say a great thank you to all of the amazing team at Centre for London who've actually made today happen. It has not been easy trying to organise a conference in person like this when so many things in the world feel like a moving target. And as the last couple of days have shown, we were right to be cautious about our planning for today. But the fact that we're actually here, I think, is a real achievement to all of their hard work. Just by way of final remarks before we kick the day off, I've lived in London for 21 years. I moved here thinking I'd just come for a little bit and see what it was like, following many of my friends who'd made a similar path. And my story, I guess, is probably repeated in this room amongst many other people. And then 21 years later, I'm still here, and I don't really have any intention of leaving. And I love the city, and being the chief exec of Centre for London is the most amazing privilege. I'm fascinated by the city. I'm fascinated by its restlessness. I'm fascinated by just the fact that it's so ever-changing and dynamic and exciting and confident. And I'm really proud to call it my home. But I also know that it's not perfect. There's a lot more that we need to do to make it work better for all of the people that live and work in the city. And that's why we're here at Centre for London, and that's also why we're here today to grapple with some of those big challenges and come up with some of the new thinking to help the city's decision makers, to help make it a safer, fairer and more prosperous city to make it a greener city that meets the challenges of climate change, and also to help us make the case for why London's success matters to the whole country, and that London's own substantial levelling up challenges can't be ignored. In London, everyone is different, and that means anyone can fit in. They're not actually my words. They're the words of another great outsider to the city, Paddington Bear. But I think that they do resonate because anyone can fit in, even people from Yorkshire like me. I hope you have a really great day. I'll be here popping up during the proceedings. I'm on a panel later, and I'll be around to talk to many of you during the breaks. But I'm going to hand over now to your MC for the day and one of my trustees at Centre for London, Sammy Wushu. Sam.
Thanks, Nick, for that fantastic introduction and even better speech. Didn't expect Paddington Bear to feature so early on in the proceedings, but here we are. My name is Sam. I'm one of the trustees here at the centre, and I'll be your, I don't like MC and I don't like chair either, but I'll be the in-between person that brings acts on and off. As Nick said, it's our first, as you know, long-time listener, first-time chair of this, but this is our first hybrid event, and so I want to make sure the people online feel as welcome as the people here. So we're going to be engaging via Slido, so if you're here, please scan the QR code, and if you're not, for those online, please download the app and input the code 830324. Do please put your questions forward, and our panelists will try to answer them as we go through. That's 830324. We'll also be engaging via Twitter. The hashtag's in front of me on the lectern, LonComf21. Don't ask me how to spell that, but it's just down there, so please feel free to use that. A couple of quick health and safety points. From my understanding, there are no planned fire alarms, so if you do hear one, let's please make our way out. There are no planned fire alarms, right? I'm not just saying that. Good. Those of us in the room, I'm going to read this so I'm not getting it wrong. Please exit if you hear the fire alarm. These are located on all four corners of the Congress House. That's good. And all persons must proceed directly to the assembly point on the southeast corner of Bedford Square. Hope you've got your compasses with you. I don't know where southeast is from here, but I'm sure the people who know will tell us where to go. So again, welcome. I'm hoping that this is a time of fun and relaxation. Please do make new connections, rekindle old ones. I don't want to say we're going to go back into lockdown, but yeah, okay. Refreshments are going to be available throughout the day. There's going to be sort of teas and coffees. I'll announce when lunch, etc. is. But without further ado, I want to bring on our first session of the day. Nick was talking about the research that we're doing here at the centre, listening to Londoners, understanding their challenges. Rob and Claire, our colleagues, are going to come on and discuss what really matters to London and launch the new report that we've published, and that'll kick off the day. So without further ado, Claire and Rob.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sam. It's so good to see you here in person. We're here today to launch the second and final report of our London Futures review. And as many of you here will know, London Futures has been our really ambitious multi-year review of where our city's at and where it's going to 2050 and beyond. Final report is out today. It's in your packs. Please do have a look. We're calling it Greater London. We started this work in 2019, and I guess it's fair to say that the world's changed quite a bit since. We think this makes the work we're doing even more important. But just to go back very briefly, in 2019, before the pandemic, the consensus was maybe that overall things were going okay for London. It'd been a pretty good few decades, but we also knew there were massive challenges, and some of those were growing in scale and seriousness. So it seemed like we were at something of a crossroads, too few winners, too many losers. And many people felt we needed a really long, hard look at where our city was at and where we should go next. There was growing criticism of London too from voices outside the capital, and we see some of that today, I think, playing out in the levelling up narrative. We'll be talking much more about that later in the day. So a wide range of organisations came together to rethink London's future. Many of you are here today. Thank you so much for your support. And we did make a really good start with the project, but then quite quickly along came COVID. We all know London's been hit hard. Thousands of deaths, hundreds of thousands ill, millions of lives turned upside down. And we had a particularly bad pandemic by some measures, and I think it's really important to say here that that is because of the very serious inequalities in our city. And of course, beyond the health effects, the economic effects were massive. We'll recover from some of this stuff relatively fast. We know the economic indicators are ticking back up now, but we also know there are still some really serious problems. A lot of us here really worried about what's going to happen to London's public transport system. I'm sure we'll talk more about that. And there are still really big scars for individuals, for organisations, and for our communities. So I guess that takes us to a question, which is where do we go from here? And in particular, have we reached what some people are calling peak London? I'm going to hand over to Rob, who's going to answer that question for us.
Thanks very much, Claire. Yeah, so we've spent 2 years thinking about, oh, hello, drop the clicker. That's what you're not supposed to do. Sorry about that. Yeah, we spent 2 years thinking about the state of London. Sorry, it went forward. Where it could go tomorrow, and where we think we, all of us, should steer it to. And bear in mind, it's been a period when new questions have been asked about the future of cities themselves. So last September, we published our stock take on London at a Crossroads. There's copies in the foyer, and suggested some ways to think about the future. Since then, we've spoken to experts, policymakers, Londoners in general. Many of you are here in the room, some watching, to hear about your priorities for the future. And we've also lent on the great work being done elsewhere by, amongst others, the London Recovery Board, for example. We're really grateful to all of the input we got, all of the feedback. It's really helped us. You provided us with new evidence and fresh thinking that we had to digest. So what did we come up with? What are our key takeaways? To start, turns out thinking about the future is pretty difficult. We all do it imperfectly as individuals, as organisations, and definitely as a city. But it's clear London faces many overlapping and interlinked challenges, and many of these are shared with other places, but some of them are unique to this great city. Yet it remains a place of extraordinary capability and attraction. There aren't many who disagree with wanting a greener, more prosperous and fairer city, though everyone here and watching and out there has different priorities within that and a different emphasis. We polled Londoners to ask them about their priorities for their future. It turns out for us Londoners, our most important concerns for the future are here: safety, health, and housing. We also asked about their priorities for other people, for other Londoners, and for the city as a whole. And when you do this, affordability of housing, homelessness, and jobs, the economy, come to the fore. There's loads more in our report. There's a copy in your delegate packs. Do take one if you haven't got one. But the upshot of our work is this. We are optimistic about London's future. We find that London has far from reached its peak. In fact, quite the opposite. Because at its core, and it's what we're doing here now, London is an extraordinary engine of human relationships. And these feed its dynamism, its innovation, and its social fabric. And we should work to enhance this incredible power the city has to connect us. New connections make this city what it is. But connections and thinking about connections is not enough. The city needs to work for more people. Perhaps we should draw inspiration from the first Londoners who came together in part for mutual protection. Now we need greater protections for everyone, especially for the most disadvantaged and the vulnerable. Better protections help us be the best version of our collective selves. We boiled down our vision of a more connected, better protected city to 10 priorities. This is a whistle-stop tour. First, we take it as read we need to rapidly decarbonise. Now, the hard yards of fresh policy to make this actually happen in a good time frame need to be trod. If we do it right, London could set the standard for a post-carbon, circular and pro-nature city. Our connections make us, so we should aim to be the best connected city on the planet, physically and digitally. These connections help us, help newcomers arrive, but we can do better. We should be the most welcoming city we can muster for visitors, for the hardworking, for the talented, and for those most in need. Next, learning. London has long been an extraordinary seat of teaching and learning, but we can and should do more to use learning to unlock our talents and passions as individuals, as organisations, and even as a city. Connecting brilliantly means our high streets, our parks, and our public spaces need to work well. They need to work for children, they need to work for friendships, they need to work for businesses, and they need to work for communities. Moving on more to the protection side of things here. Pretty simply, we want a London where everyone can afford the essentials. We also think all Londoners should have decent, secure homes large enough for their needs. Homes matter for health, we know that. We should drive hard on that, but we should also drive hard on the other factors we know cause poor health in neighbourhoods, in streets, and at work. I mentioned safety already. Safety matters hugely. For many Londoners, it matters more than anything else. If we steer it the right way, this city of ours, London could be the safest city anywhere. Finally, we collectively, including those in Whitehall and Westminster, need to pay more attention to how we govern our city. We need to improve how it's run over time so we can prepare better for future threats and support and encourage the most innovative and dynamic markets, businesses, and organisations in the world. These 10 priorities aren't just motherhood and apple pie bromides. We've put forward concrete ideas, take a look inside the report, for turning these priorities into policy, from radical ideas on policing and safety to new targets for decarbonising our transport system. So I'll just sum up. In 1965, London's boundaries were enlarged and Greater London was created. Now, in 2021, we're calling for a truly Greater London, a more dynamic city, a green city, a safer city, and a fairer city. And at its core, a new emphasis on connections and protections. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. So Rob's just described a vision for a Greater London that I really hope that you feel you could get behind. We think a Greater London could make a much greater contribution in so many ways. And our report sets out a whole range of public policy recommendations for different groups and organisations to take forward. Many of you are in this room, or maybe you're watching us from online. If that's you, please do have a really good look. We hope you find them interesting and useful. But we think the government's levelling up agenda could be a real threat to this vision for a Greater London. We are all for levelling up, but we are not for levelling down, and we think this is a real risk with where we're going. If you listen to the media discussion of London, you'd think everyone was a rich financier or a politician, but we just know this isn't true. Of course, there are rich and powerful people here in our city, but we also know that child poverty in London is the highest in the country and that it's rising, and we really should be horrified by this, but we hear very little about it in the press. Levelling London down really does risk eroding those key protections that Rob's been talking about and undermining the key connections as well that make our city so effective. And ultimately, of course, it makes the city poorer, so it raises less tax, and that would really not be any help to anybody. We think this is a huge issue, so it won't surprise you to know that we've already started to put together a group of people who are working with us on this. To those of you already in that group, thank you, and if you'd like to join us, please do come and talk to us. During today's sessions, we're going to be talking about this, of course. We're also going to be talking about all the positives of putting this exciting vision into action, about addressing poverty and disadvantage, about making London a better neighbour, what it means to be a global city now in 2021, and making London the safest city for women and girls. We'll hear from community members. Shortly, we're going to hear from the mayor, and we'd love to hear from you as well. So as Sam said, whether you're in the room with us today or online, please do participate, come and talk to us, both today and going forward. For now, all that remains is to thank our sponsors for this phase 2 of London Futures. We're so grateful for all of your support. Thank you to our funders, City Bridge Trust, Impact on Urban Health, MasterCard, Trust for London, major sponsors City of London Corporation, Greater London Authority and the London Borough of Lambeth, and supporting sponsors Bosch, Port of London Authority, the University of London and Wei Yang and Partners. Thank you very much. Really looking forward to speaking to you today, and now back to Sam for the rest of our discussion about creating a Greater London. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks both for an incredibly fascinating discussion. As they said, do please look at the reports, and I'm sure it's going to be available online for those that aren't here. Thanks for laying out some of the challenges that London faces, particularly the challenges within London in terms of levelling up across the city. Now, we're going to hear from all kinds of leaders today in terms of leaders of the city, but actually the heartbeat of the city is individuals and local heroes and communities who get together to really support the challenge, those who are most challenged in amongst us. So first we're going to hear from Sarah Clare, who's Chief Executive Officer of Voices of Hope. Now, Sarah, amongst other things, helps provide meals to those families who needed them most, particularly in the pandemic. And I think they're going to do even better and greater work as we move forward. So, Sarah, please.
Thank you, Sam, and good morning. Voices of Hope was founded in 2019 in Kingston by running community choirs, bringing together those particularly marginalised around a love of singing. But in March 2020, we had to close all 11 community projects in one day. And as we've all seen, COVID brought to the fore the compound needs in communities. And so like many charities, we radically pivoted and diversified. And partnering with Kingsgate Church and Kingston Council, we cooked and distributed over 30,000 Meals on Wheels to those in need. This was a huge borough-wide effort involving businesses, statutory and charitable organisations and funders. We had donations of a literal ton of salmon, crates full of Nando's chickens and thousands of takeaway containers. And 2 months into our Meals on Wheels, with rather a lot of chickens stacked up in our vast fleet of 18 donated freezers, we were hearing really sad stories about families on low incomes, both struggling to access healthy food and to have constructive lockdown activities for their children. So we came up with the idea of Brightbox, building resilience in today's environment. It's a meal kit with all the ingredients provided to cook a healthy meal for the whole family on a budget, and is given to children of families identified by schools or youth groups as at risk of food insecurity or special educational needs. It has an illustrated, dyslexia-friendly recipe guide with the aim of engaging children, and of course their parents, through fun family activity. And the project has been an instant success and has been a real community response between the voluntary and business sectors, local authority and schools. And at Voices of Hope, we are passionate about not only meeting a point of need such as food insecurity, but also about seeing long-term impact and inspiring hope in communities for transformation. So each family is in the Bright Box project for a whole year, and we spent time developing a program of varied recipes to really see the impact we're after. The feedback we receive is exceptional. 100% of families will cook the recipes again, 100% of children engaging in cooking and learning new skills, 93% of families saying it's helpful to their weekly food budget. A parent quote says, "Thank you for the boxes. The recipes are easy to follow. My kids are very picky eaters, and they've actually enjoyed making and trying each dish. We have started to cook together as a family and now love trying new foods." And you know, for us, it's not just about food. We love how Brightbox brings together families in the home, which we all know is the starting block for community transformation. Brightbox has continued to grow, and with a 21% increase nationally of families on free school meals over the last year, not to mention those just over the threshold, we know there is a significant need, especially given the complex correlations between low income, malnutrition, obesity, and mental health. And starting with 17 boxes in May 2020, we quickly grew to 100, then 150, then up to 300 in Kingston and Richmond boroughs. More recently, we started in Southwark and Elmbridge, and between these 4 boroughs, we're sending boxes to over 450 families every week, with over 20 schools involved, reaching approximately 1,700 adults and children. One of our head teachers quoted, "The feedback from the children and the families has been overwhelming. I don't think I have been part of an initiative that has been so well received. The children can't wait to find out what they will be making." So we are both encouraged and challenged at Voices of Hope. The need to help children in food poverty is clear, but so also is the need to develop resilience in families by resourcing and equipping them to cook healthy meals on a budget, something that we would love to see in every family in the UK benefit from. Compassion for the needs in our community, not being indifferent, is essential, as is responding together with flexibility, innovation, and strategy. And one of the things I think we can all be proud of over this last year is the way London communities have responded and the strong partnerships that have formed between sectors. And I'm standing here today with, I believe, a great story to tell because of that actual incredible collaborative response that has enabled such an impact into our communities. So I'd like to just take this opportunity to thank Kingsgate Church, our lead partners, together with our funders, some of whom are represented in this room today, our local businesses, council, organisations, schools, and the wonderful small army of volunteers that pack a lot of peas, who have partnered and helped us as a charity over a very challenging 18 months. There is incredible strength to be found within the resources of a community. And when partnerships form to harness this, like you can see represented on the screen here, the results can be truly transformational. And we have seen this through Brightbox over the last year and several other Voices of Hope projects, such as our active breathing course, aiding recovery from long COVID and long-term respiratory conditions. And we're continuing to expand the reach and impact of our projects. And if you are interested in partnering with us, for example, to run Brightbox in your area or help us expand it across the UK, please do get in touch with us or speak to one of our team here today. We'd love to explore this with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the first of our local champion series, bringing fun, family, and food together to those that need it most in the pandemic. We've got 2 more in this series. Next, we're going to welcome Albert Clegg of Bud Studio and his incredible collaboration to bring Haringey High Streets to life. Albert.
Thank you, Sam. Okie dokie. Hello, my name is Albert and I'm the founder of Bud Studio. Bud Studio is an artist-run studio creating bespoke artwork for a range of clients. We believe in collaboration, transparency, and honesty, always with an eye on the betterment of our community. I'm also a practicing artist under the name of Agua. I take my inspiration from street culture, creating artwork focused on accessibility. The aim of my work is to create connections and bring people together. This is achieved through creating community-focused public artwork. I'm here today to talk to you about the Tottenham Shutter Gallery, which we started in the middle of the first lockdown. Our studio has been based in Tottenham for 5 years, and we're extremely proud of this project and how it helped support our community throughout the pandemic. The Tottenham Shutter Gallery was initiated by Philippine Nugent of Haringey Council and Art Night. The idea for the gallery was inspired by Bud's studio project we delivered for Deliveroo, where we created 75 shutter artworks in 8 cities across the UK, working with 10 artists to deliver this. Local businesses and creatives were hit hard by the economic void created by COVID. These groups are pillars of Tottenham's community. We supported these groups by facilitating collaboration, enabling them to offer support to each other during the pandemic. Zoe, Bud Studio's other director, and myself put together a plan to match local artists with local businesses. The project was formulated to ensure that artists got paid well for their input. The businesses benefited from a free, bespoke artwork that helped them re-engage customers and entice new ones. In order to open up the opportunity to as many artists as possible, Bud Studio took on a large amount of the installs. This meant that all local artists were eligible, ensuring the opportunity wasn't skewed towards a specific skill set. Artists were invited to the installs to learn new techniques and learn about large-scale installations. In total, 32 artworks have now been designed and delivered, 24 of which have been installed by Bud Studio. The artworks range from West Green Road by Seven Sisters to Park Lane in Northumberland Park. The artworks can be found on fishmongers, estate agents, pubs, restaurants, chicken shops, solicitors, and more. We have received great feedback from businesses reporting increased footfall and countless positive interactions around the artworks. The Shutter Gallery has also paid out over £13,000 to artists commissioned for the work, which during the pandemic was a fantastic achievement. One of the biggest positive fallouts for Bud Studio is how it's brought together Tottenham's creative communities. Haringey is a very creative borough. However, its studio is spread out into creative clusters over a large area. Collaborative projects such as this are a great way to connect these communities. The Tottenham Shutter Gallery has now come to an end. However, we already have plans to emulate the project in Turnpike Lane. We are also working on redeveloping a stretch of Tottenham Marshes underpass, developing artist commissions in Wood Green, and much, much more. Off the back of the Shutter Gallery, Bud Studios also self-initiated a project called Art for Haringey, with the aim of creating large-scale, community-led artworks delivered by local artists. We raised over £17,000 for this project with a generous donation from the mayor, so thanks, Adoo-Kissi, if you're here anyway. Our commercial work was also hit hard by the pandemic, and however, thankfully, business has picked up and we're now trading at pre-pandemic levels. And we've been lucky enough to deliver many purposeful, bespoke commercial artworks since then. During the pandemic, we also moved to a new studio. Our space has been segmented into individual studio spaces, which we sublet to local artists. We are very proud to offer some of the cheapest studio spaces in Haringey, and I apologize in advance that our business cards don't have the correct address on them. I just want to say a massive thank you for being invited to speak to you all today and for you all for listening. Myself and Zoe will be around all day, so please come grab us if you've got any questions. And you can keep up to date with us on our Instagram at Bud Studio or on our website, budstudio.co.uk. I've obviously been speaking a little bit quickly because I'm a couple slides ahead, but thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Albert, for our second installation of the Local Champions series, bringing artwork to communities in the pandemic. Our final in this installation is from Nana Badu of Badu Sports. He works in East London to bring toys and exercise and food for local communities and children during the pandemic. Nana, please.
Good morning, everyone. This is going to be a challenge because I've only got like a limited time. They said 5 minutes. I'm going to keep it that way. I'm Nana Badu. I am the founder of Badu Sports and Badu Community. We are an organization that uses sports as a vehicle to educate, empower, but most importantly, uplift our communities to understand the power they have themselves to come out of these challenges that they face. So we work in a lot of local schools. We then run our own sessions, which gives us our own ownership to make sure that we can understand our families in what they need rather than the agenda that's been set out for them as well. It's so important when we're working with our families, it's based on what they need and not what the outcomes are set out for them. I'll wait for the next slide. So I'm going to try and keep the time in here. So the pandemic. We kind of set up probably about 3 weeks before the government decided to announce a closure. We knew that there's so many families in our schools who are on free school meals. We also knew that there was a lot of families who are not on no recourse to public funds. So therefore, they'll be missing out and there'll be some sort of barrier towards them not accessing food, either immigration status or so on. We believe that it was important that you don't stop people from eating just because they didn't have a status in the country. I just think it's ridiculous at this time as well. So we just set out and we got our young people were the first one to come through to make sure that we can set up and start delivering. They were actually out there going to help. Here East, the organization where we are in Olympic Park, was so supportive in making sure this can happen from that basis. But also, I think when our young people were getting stopped by the police quite a lot for delivering boxes, we then decided to get the police to come and help deliver the boxes as well. It's like, let's not like waste time. There's things to be done. Got online stuff. So our partners at Nike got them involved with their coaches, doing some activities in the morning and afternoon and evenings, our young people, whilst also delivering sporting equipment to them. So it wasn't toys, it's more essential sporting equipment that they can still participate and keep the inactive more active as well. Because we started something, so why are we going to stop in that basis? So you see a lot of the home workouts from yoga at certain times, particularly early mornings for some of the mothers who needed that breathing time, because like you all know, like doing home learning and not having any time. So by the time you finish doing lunch or breakfast, you're back to like, you know, I know I'm bringing back trauma for a lot of you guys, but like it's that. So let's make sure there's times that are put in place to support those particular parents who have to do that as well. And we had some dancing and stuff, so it's a whole family workout programs as well. Everyone that you kind of see on there delivering are also like participants. We believe very much so the answer is within the community. Like there is no need trying to find new experts and so on. These are people who come to you and tell you the problem, so you just dare the solution as well. So we put them in charge of it and make sure they can, and they'll come along more and deliver something in a way that will actually make the change based around their own community and their lived experiences as well. I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to say here, but I think if there's any more pictures coming out. I want to probably just thank a few more of our partners as well. So we're looking at Here East, we're looking at Samsar restaurant. It's a 5-star Michelin star restaurant, which I actually seeked out because, right, if we're feeding our families and we're culturally getting them involved as well, like what is the very best that they should receive as well? Just because you're poor doesn't mean you should just get the bare minimal and things that we wouldn't eat ourselves. So anywhere that I would literally eat with my family is where they ate as well. We had vlogs from our young people and our students as well, who were studying, who were also in crisis mentally and emotionally about the exam results. So they did their own vlogs and explained to people how they were getting on, and it supports each other. So mental health was a big issue for our community, and we don't really speak about it, so we needed to. We had our parents also doing their own blogs as well, talking about their own challenges and talking about how they're coping and how tough things are, and making sure they know that they wasn't alone in this pandemic as well, that others were in it with them. I think the next slide that's coming along as well is going to be our coaches and our staff. I think during the pandemic, a lot of things were highlighted around our NHS and so on, and it's amazing what they did and so on. But there were people that were going into schools to look after those children that their parents were out there. That will not happen without. And I think that sometimes we don't recognize the individuals who are not as supported or as trusted within our communities, which are the sports coaches who were there. So I really wanted to highlight them as well, because without them going into schools every day, for particularly those kids who were the most vulnerable, I don't know how that would have carried on as well. So I wanted to highlight them as well. As you can see, our teams and so on, everyone got kit, by the way. So in our organization, as you can see, it's so important that when you walk in, you're not labeled differently in terms of you can have this, you can't have this, you can have, no, we're all one, you belong here. We place a big emphasis in our organization about belonging. It's so important for that mental health and that anxiety to be alleviated when you're walking into any program. So you would see there, a lot of our families were then speaking to their coaches. I talked about the coaches blog, so Rebecca over there kind of highlighting how she was doing with the pandemic, what she had to do in her school and work with the children and the other coaches as well in our thing. My time is finished, so I'm not sure if I carry on or just like let it slide. Last thing, we had the mayor come down because we decided to get more sports ground open. We just didn't understand why we couldn't just like social distance and still play sports. So luckily the mayor's office was really supportive, and he actually came down to come and have a look at where we were able to do a pilot to explain how it can be done. So grateful for him actually for making this happen, because everyone else was saying no. We're like, we need these places to be open, because we knew what would happen next if you're trying to not if you're trying to find somewhere to play. So free therapy sessions, helpline. I think I almost want to just not go too much about what we were doing, but also highlight that we wasn't the only grassroots organization doing this. There were many more who had the answers in their own local communities to deliver this. So in highlighting what we're doing as well, I just want to shine a light on all those who did that as well, and really thank them for that as well. I think I'm done now. Right, thank you.
Thanks, Badoo. Fantastic conclusion to our local champion series. I mean, throughout the stories, I heard, stories of belonging and empowerment in local communities, and I don't think that, that can be overemphasized. Now, both Albert and Badoo somehow managed to introduce the mayor. So actually, without further ado, Mayor Sadiq Khan to give us our keynote speech for the afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. What Nana didn't say is I also showed off my tasty footballing skills, and I was scouted. Really. Look, thank you, Sam, not only for that introduction, but for everything you continue to do for London, whether it's in your role as a trustee or as an advisor to City Hall as part of our Young Professionals panel. I also want to start by thanking the Centre for London for the opportunity to speak today. I've spoken at this event every year since becoming mayor, but this occasion feels a bit different for me personally, not just because this is the first hybrid conference, but because my former mayoral director of policy, one Dr. Bowes, is now the chief executive for the Centre for London. Nick and I worked together closely for more than 11 years, and I remember Nick often commenting there are many very serious crimes that he'd serve less time for. Well, I'm happy he's sufficiently rehabilitated and reformed to be let loose on society. And we've already seen the difference Nick is making. I hope you've all pinched, like I have, the love hearts on your table. Look, the last time I was here was actually last week when the meeting was disrupted by anti-vaxxers and those who believed in COVID conspiracies. I did a double take because John Dickey looked a bit like Piers Corbyn for a moment. It is Mr. Dickey and not Mr. Corbyn we welcome to today's conference. Look, most of my time with you this morning is going to be a Q&A with Caroline Wheeler from the Sunday Times, which I am looking forward to. Before we do, I want to talk about a major challenge facing London, an issue that's coming to a head in a matter of days. And that's the future of the transport network of our capital city. Few areas of public concern are more fundamental to our progress as a city and as a country than our transport system. Over the centuries, transport has profoundly changed the way we live, shaping our society, because decent transport doesn't just help people get around, it helps people get on. It creates new jobs, it boosts economic growth, and supports businesses, regeneration, and house building. That's why the unprecedented financial crisis facing transport for London could have such far-reaching consequences. It's worth remembering how we got to the situation in the first place. TfL is a world-class transport authority, the envy of many cities and countries around the world. On many occasions throughout our history, London has been at the forefront of transport innovation and progress. From the world's first underground railway in the 19th century and the electrification of tube lines in the early 20th century to the pioneering use of ticketing technology in this century and the implementation of the world's first ultra-low emission zone. Before the pandemic hit, we had reduced the deficit I inherited by 71%, increased the cash balance by 13%, and cut running costs year on year, all whilst freezing fares and introducing the Hopper bus fare. But during the height of the pandemic, we saw TfL passenger numbers plummet by up to 95% as Londoners did the right thing, followed the government's advice and stayed at home. At the same time, we had to continue operating a full service for key workers. This had a devastating impact on TfL's finances. Passenger numbers have been increasing again, but they're nowhere near where they were before the pandemic. TfL has already cut costs and made massive efficiency savings, but we're simply spending more than we're bringing in at the moment. Given the extent of the financial crisis that's been created, we simply can't solve this problem alone in London. The reality is we need government support, the sort of support other major cities around the world have received from their governments. You know, I agree with the government and mayors across the country when they say other regions should have London-style transport services. But the irony is that a failure to provide enough operational and capital funding for TfL means it won't be long before London itself will no longer have London-style transport services. Instead, we'll be forced to move into managed decline, leading to rundown services reminiscent of the 1970s and 1980s. This is no exaggeration. If the government continues to starve TfL of funding, bus services would have to be reduced by almost a fifth, and tube services would need to be cut by nearly 10%. In practice, this could mean over 100 bus routes being withdrawn and the full closure of a whole tube line. And that's not all. There would also be an increase in road and tunnel closures due to a lack of money to maintain London's key transport infrastructure. This combination of deteriorating public transport services and an increase in road and tunnel closures would cause widespread disruption and gridlock across the capital. Not only would this have a devastating effect on passengers, but it would put the national economic recovery at risk, because there can be no national economic recovery without a London recovery, and there can be no London recovery without a properly funded public transport network in the capital. Look, I'm a big advocate for greater transport investment in regions of our country that have been neglected for far too long. But the way to level up our country is not to drag London down and to undermine our capital city. Clipping London's wings is not the answer if you want to help other cities and regions to soar. London currently contributes net almost £40 billion to the Treasury each year. And TfL investment supports 43,000 jobs around the country, with 55 pence in every pound spent on the underground by TfL going outside London. That's why an anti-London agenda to shore up votes in other parts of the country is so short-sighted. Rather than forcing London's transport network into managed decline, the government should work with us to utilize the power of transport to transform lives for the better at this crucial time for our country. I know everyone in this room cares about London. You wouldn't be here otherwise. So I make this plea to you all today, to business leaders, to policymakers, to local government leaders, and to anyone who wants to see our city move forward, not backwards. Don't watch this potential disaster for London unfold from the sidelines. In the days we have left before the current short-term funding deal comes to an end, please join me in making the case to government that TfL needs to be funded properly, because it's crucial to unlocking future economic growth in London and across the country in the aftermath of the pandemic. It's crucial to ensuring we can continue to reduce inequality within London, which is some of the most deprived communities in the country. And it's crucial to our ability to continue leading the way in tackling air pollution and the climate emergency. And I also have another plea today, but this one is to those outside our city who too often scapegoat London as the source of Britain's problems, when the truth is we're a crucial part of the solution. We shouldn't fall into the trap of fighting a zero-sum game over money. It deflects from the actual problems we should be focusing on, from ensuring sufficient investment in all of our areas, to getting much more meaningful devolution so that we can weaken the stranglehold of Whitehall, ensuring adequate national support for our capital city is in the national interest. So let's stop using London as a political football at this crucial moment in our recovery, and instead rally together to stand up for the funding and powers all cities, all regions, and all mayors need. Let me just finish with this. When our public transport system works well, most people don't think about it. When it starts to deteriorate, it has a huge impact on our daily lives and curtails opportunities for millions of people. It was the author, Errol Ozan, who said, "You can't understand a city without using its public transportation system." This is because the choices we make on transport say something about who we are and what we want to be as a nation. There really is so much at stake, and time is fast running out. On the 11th of December, the existing temporary funding deal between TfL and the government comes to an end. So it's time to remove short-term political thinking and to come together to call on the government to provide the long-term funding TfL urgently needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadiq, for that rousing keynote and setting out the challenges of London. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you and the GLA to work on these issues. Caroline, you're already here. Fantastic. There's going to be a quick conversation between Caroline and Sadiq, and afterwards we're going to have some coffee. So we're almost there. Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much, and hello, Sadiq. I just wanted to congratulate you on getting all your notes in order there and managing to deliver that without all incident.
See, they may teach you Latin and Greek in some schools, but they don't teach you common sense.
I mean, there was a key message that was missing there, I did think, which was, have you been to Peppa Pig World, and what have you learned from the experience of that visit?
I'm more of a Legoland man myself, I've got to say. But what's remarkable is joking aside, how the takeaway of our country's leading businesses, and by the way, our country's leading businesses are some of the world's leading businessmen and women, was Peppa Pig. And at a time of seriousness and a time when we should be working with businesses for a national recovery, both Boris Johnson and his team thought that was a good idea, which I think says it all.
Indeed. You've painted quite a stark picture here this morning about some of the challenges that are facing London, particularly in terms of transport funding, talking about potentially the problems that you have with both capital funding, but also the emergency grant running out in just 11 days' time. We can see that there's some really big issues there, but really tell us, given we know with politicians, these things always come down to the last minute, to the wire, how concerned are you really? And also, how confident are you that something will come up and they'll come to the table?
Well, I've got to be honest, I'm angry. Look, TfL's budget is circa £9 billion a year. We procure lots of contracts with businesses across our country. We help create jobs because of the expertise of colleagues around the country in Scarborough, Falkirk, Ballymena, West Yorkshire, and so forth. We've now got just a number of days left, I think 11 days left. We haven't even begun negotiations. We haven't begun negotiations, right? I don't think a negotiation is sending a letter at 11:45 on December the 10th. What the government should be doing is working with us. We're on the same side here. We want a national recovery, and we want London to play its role. And I make this point. If London is starved of resources, as some colleagues around the country appear to be calling for, do you think it's more likely or less likely we'll contribute about £40 billion to the Treasury each year? And if we contribute less, do you think it's more likely or less likely you'll get more money from the government? And the same goes to the government. If the government wants to make Brexit a success, if they want us to have a decent recovery post-pandemic, do they want London to play our full role in doing so? And I think, you know, playing party politics with the future of our city and the future of TfL is not the way I think our government or our city should be run. My commissioner has been ready and waiting with his team to work with the DfT, to work with the Treasury. What issues do you have? What concerns do you have? Let's work to try and resolve this. And we're ready and waiting to talk. And let's hope the government sees sense.
How frustrating do you get personally? I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the levelling up agenda, but actually very much it's talked about in terms of those red wall seats. It's not talked about in terms of other parts of the country where there are real disparities. And I think London is probably the biggest examples of that, where we have huge pockets of deprivation. So how frustrating is it that London gets excluded from those conversations?
Well, firstly, if levelling up means making those parts of our country that have really been let down over the last 20, 30 years. Think of the coastal towns. Think of some of the regions you visit on a regular basis outside London. Those areas need investment and a proper long-term plan to support them to work out what their role is, going forward. Really important. But some of the poorest communities in the country are in London, right? This isn't a city paved with gold. There are parts of Tower Hamlets, parts of Hackney, parts of Lambeth, parts of Southwark, even parts of this borough or in Camden, where the levels of poverty are the worst of any place in Europe. And I think when the government, and by the way, when politicians of my colour as well, fall into this trap of London versus the rest, you firstly don't understand our city, but also I can't think of anything more patriotic than talking about our capital city. And not just addressing the challenges, but giving us the powers and resources to contribute even more than £40 billion. Look, listen, if the slice that we contribute towards our pie is this big, £40 billion, if you devolve powers and resources to us, and by the way, the same to Andy Burnham, Steve Rotherham, Andy Street, Marvin Rees, we would increase the entire pie because we'd be contributing far more. So, it's not a zero-sum game. And I'd actually recommend two things I've never done before. One is to read Conservative Home, and two, a piece by George Osborne in yesterday's Conservative Home. Because whatever you think about, George Osborne, he got this agenda, but he also understood it's not a zero-sum game. And the advice he gave the government was don't try and micromanage TfL. Give us the powers and resources so we can have a transport system fit for the 21st century and address some of the challenges we face.
You spoke again in your speech there about the impact that the pandemic has had on London, particularly in terms of the finances of TfL. But just thinking about what's happening today with this new variant that's been discovered, we're seeing the return of face masks again as of today. Do you think the government's got the right track on this? Are we doing enough to protect ourselves from this new threat?
Well, if you asked me this question 10 minutes ago, I'd have answered more confidently. I've just seen Professor Kevin Fenton come in, he's arguably one of the world's leading experts on public health, and he's been tutoring me for the last 2 years. I'm worried about letting him down, Kevin. So if you're watching and I'll let you down, just criticise me privately. But look, my view is this. I think the government's got it right in this weekend. I think Boris Johnson was right on Saturday to have the press conference. I wish he'd combed his hair. I think that inspires more confidence when your Prime Minister knows how to comb his hair. But he was right in relation to the public health messaging. Better safe than sorry. Omicron is here. We won't know until a couple of weeks whether it's better or worse than Delta. One err on the side of caution. Look, I've been calling for some time for us to have the enforcement powers backed up with the police and BTP, with the ability to issue fines to make people wear face masks if they want to use public transport, wear a face mask in shops. I'm glad the government's made this announcement. I think the evidence is clear. It does reduce transmission rates, but also gives greater confidence for people to use public transport and go into our shops. This quarter, the Golden Quarter, is important. And so I want us to have a great Christmas, personally, as families, but also to support our businesses across our city as well. Health of individuals is interlinked with the health of our economy. And that's why err on the side of caution now, wearing a face mask is important, but also, for goodness sake, please get the jab. If you're able to get the booster jab, you're above the age of 18, book your appointment now, get the flu jab as well. If you know anybody who's not received the jab, try and talk to them. And God, what am I doing today? I'm also going to recommend watching what Sajid Javid did today. If my team is here, apologies for being apolitical here. But Sajid yesterday was interviewed by John Craig, a friend of ours from Sky. And Sajid said to him, you had the booster jab, and John said no. And Sajid took him into the vaccine centre to receive his booster jab. Have those conversations with your friends, your family, your work colleagues, have you had the booster jab? If not, why? And try and persuade people. The more of us that receive the booster jab, the less likelihood of Christmas being ruined, the less likelihood of us going backwards, and it makes it almost impossible for there to be a need for another lockdown.
Just thinking about coming here today, I don't know what everybody else's experience was, but I think probably about a third of people that I saw were still not wearing masks on the London Underground. What can you do to help push those numbers up so that we all have that chance of having a better Christmas this year?
Well, your experience is borne out by the stats we have. So before July the 19th, when there was a national requirement in place, backed up by enforcement and the police, the compliance rates on public transport was roughly speaking 85%. We'd issued almost 2,000 fines and engaged with more than 250,000 people. Between July the 19th and now, we can't issue fines. We can't use BTP in the Met Police Service. And we have just a few hundred enforcement officers trying to, manage 21,000 bus stops, hundreds of stations and so forth. So compliance has been going down. I'm really confident, actually, compliance will go up and you'll see over the course of the next few days, better compliance. Today's about education enforcement to commuters. Over the next few days, there'll be more enforcement, I'm afraid, more fines being issued. But Londoners have shown over the last 18, 19 months, we do the right thing. And I think you'll see more compliance on public transport, more compliance on shops. You'll see even more Londoners receiving the booster. It's almost 2 million so far have received the booster jab. Most of us also got the flu jab. We're at 14.3 million doses of vaccine being administered. And thankfully, fingers are crossed, the number of cases in London is less what it is across the country, and those in hospitals and those in ICUs, and thankfully those losing their lives, is far less than it was this time last year, and so I'm hopeful.
Just thinking about some other things that are going on, particularly within your party. We saw some exciting news yesterday, which was a shadow cabinet reshuffle. Was it right that Keir Starmer did that without Angela Rayner's knowledge, and what do you make of some of the new appointments?
Well, I'm not sure what Angela knew and what Keir said to her, but Keir's the leader. Keir's the leader. And I think what's important is for Keir to have a shadow cabinet that can do two things. One is to be an effective opposition and hold this government to account. But two is to set out our vision, a Labour vision for the country to earn back the trust and confidence that was lost in 2010, that wasn't won back in 2015, 2017 or 2019. And Keir needs to appoint the right people in the right jobs. And actually, I'm really excited by some of the people he's appointed. I think the shadow cabinet is the best it's been for some time. Our job now is to try and earn back the trust confidence we'd lost. We've got to be speaking to those who switched to the Tories, those who switched to the Greens or the Lib Dems, those that stayed at home, to explain to them how we've changed, to get their permission to be heard. And when we reach the summit, which is going to be general election 2023, maybe 2024, that enough of those have been persuaded to vote Labour again, so we can have Keir in number 10.
Thinking about your own future, we're just wondering, with 2.5 years left of your own term, what do you want to achieve, and will you be standing again?
Well, the key thing is for us to deliver and have a good recovery post this pandemic. It was only 6 months ago, with respect, that we got the win in May. By the way, as I keep reminding Boris, the biggest vote a sitting mayor's ever got, which really annoys him. The only person, and I told Boris this with great glee as well, the only person who's got more votes than me this May was me, 2016. That really annoys him. But I'm enjoying delivering for our city. The key thing is to have a good recovery in our city. It's important for us to bounce back, but also use, and I hate to use the word opportunity when it comes to a pandemic, but to use the opportunity of the pandemic to make sure the recovery is greener, fairer, and more sustainable. One of the things that Kevin, I'm sure, will talk about is this pandemic has both exposed and exacerbated the structural inequalities in our city. My job over the next 2.5 years is to address those inequalities, not just to make sure we address air quality and climate change, twin challenges we got to do, but to support more young people to get the skills for the jobs we're creating, to continue to reduce violent crime, a really big issue, to continue to build record numbers of council homes, genuinely affordable homes, but also to make sure that we continue to have a transport system that's the best in the world.
And I noticed you didn't answer that as a politician. The final question I ask you is, can we expect you to run for a third term?
If I have the support of Londoners, why not?
Thank you very much. Sadiq Khan, it's lovely to see you this morning.
Just go on.
Thank you so much, Sadiq and Caroline. As I said earlier, we're about to step into coffee. Please be back for 11 if you possibly can, and we can carry on with the session. Thank you. Good morning, delegates. I think it's time for us to just get back on track if possible. Hope you're well lubricated, coffeeed up, pastries and biscuits and everything else. So yeah, on with it. The mayor and others in the earlier session were talking about the structural and entrenched inequalities within London. So COVID obviously impacted us in big ways, but it obviously impacted some communities more than others. Inequalities such as income, education, employment, and health. Some things will recover, so we can see some of the economic recovery, as Claire said earlier, but some structural inequalities were indeed exacerbated and expected to stay with us. So to discuss and unpick these further, there's a panel, and if I may invite the chair, Sarah, who will then introduce the rest of the panelists. Thank you. I feel like the scene in The Sound of Music when the Von Trapp family. Thank you. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Shouldn't tempt me. I used to do dance, so I'd start a little tap number. Hello, everyone, and hello to the virtual audience who are watching as well. Today, I'm joined by Professor Kevin Fenton, Regional Director of the London Office of Health Improvement and Disparities, Health and Social Care. Debbie Weeks-Bernard, Deputy Mayor of Social Integration, Social Mobility, Community Engagement at the Greater London Authority. Kieran Boyle, Chief Executive of Guy's and St Thomas's Foundation. And Manny Hoffey, Chief Executive of the Trust for London. I understand you've all got in your packs, and no doubt many of you already know these esteemed people, so I'm not going to spend much time introducing them, but getting straight into the topic at hand. As per the intro, the last 2 years have had a huge impact on London. In the borough where I work, I'm the Recovery and Renewal Programme Director at the London Borough of Hounslow. The social and economic impacts have been significant, in part because of our proximity to Heathrow and the dependency of the economy on that particular institution, but also some long-standing inequalities within the borough, both economic and social. I'm going to open up to questions, and I've got a few for the panel, and then we'll go into questions from the floor and from the online audience. I don't know if you've used Slido before, but we'll be using that to take questions. So I have multiple pieces of kit here. So please go to app.slide.do and enter the code. Those of you who are online, all the information should be on the site for you. Those of you in the room, it should all be in the pack along with a QR code that you can scan, and then you can enter questions. They'll appear magically on here, and I'll pose them to the panel. So, without further ado, into the questions. So which Londoners have been most negatively affected by the pandemic, and how, if it has all, has the pandemic changed how people experience poverty in the city? And if I could start with Debbie, if I could pose that to you.
Thank you so much. It's always scary being the first one to go, but what that does mean is that I can probably say things that others aren't going to say yet and get my points in quicker. Definitely, when we think about who has been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, we have certainly seen that those who come from minority ethnic backgrounds, so in particular those who come from Black and Asian backgrounds, older people and disabled people were those who are most likely to be impacted in relation to their health outcomes. So were impacted in relation to infection rates, impacted in relation to unfortunately dying from the virus, but also hospitalization rates were also very high amongst those groups. And we've also seen that there are groups of individuals who, by virtue of their income status, were also negatively impacted by the virus. And I suppose one of the biggest issues, which I know has been mentioned before, but is always worth repeating, is that we know that COVID really exacerbated already existing inequalities for certain groups. So there were already existing drivers of certain health inequalities, which impacted upon those people who we saw being more likely to succumb to the virus. And some of those drivers related to poverty, so lack of good quality housing, lack of good quality work, poor levels of poor income levels. And we've certainly seen that those who were already experiencing financial hardship prior to the pandemic, their experience of poverty and financial difficulty really, really opened up during the pandemic. And I think one of the things that's really particular about London, which is probably slightly different to other parts of the country, is that correlation that exists between being in poverty and coming from a minority ethnic background. There's a very close relationship between the two. So when you look at those people who have the lowest incomes in London and those who are the most likely to be low paid, and hence the ones who, for all sorts of reasons related to their jobs, are unable to work from home or unable to self-isolate if they did get COVID, those tended to be minority ethnic background. Those from minority ethnic backgrounds, they're most likely to work in low pay. In our city, there's around, I think around 45% of those who are low paid in London are migrants, and around 1 in 6 are Black or Asian, but also we've got a huge number of women and younger people who are trapped in low pay in our city. And so certainly from my perspective, there were already existing issues which would have made certain groups more susceptible to a pandemic like COVID, which only worsened for those groups during the pandemic.
Thank you, Debbie. And I recognise everything that you've just said there. In Hounslow, that's certainly the case. Our Black, Asian and minority ethnic populations, the young and women. Also, we have the over 50s as a particular group locally who've been disproportionately affected. I wondered, Manny, if you wanted to add anything to what Debbie had said there.
I mean, I'll just add one other group, which is single parents, which we often forget. Obviously, they suffer disproportionately from poverty, and they would have had a very tough time coping, particularly when schools were off. But I just wanted to talk about the experience of poverty bit. That was a part of your question, really. And I kind of want to start on the positives. It won't take me long to get on the negatives, but I'll start on some positives. And we've already heard today about how communities came together to really make a difference. And there's something about a crisis like this where you're all involved, which makes some people sit back and say, well, actually, I'm doing okay. How can I use some of that slack I've got in my life to help other people? And I think that's a positive. There was a great appreciation of what key worker really means throughout this pandemic. And we saw lots of people who are traditionally not valued well economically, be at least superficially valued in the rhetoric around who was helping and who was supporting others. And actually, we saw some real positives around government policy, actually. The £20 uplift in universal credit helped prevent at least 800,000 people falling into poverty across the UK. And half of those were disabled people living in disabled families. So real good government policy there. On homelessness, street homelessness, good government policy. On evictions, good government policy. But all of that kind of exposes the cruelty of everything, really. In a sense, particularly around the key workers, well, that's not translating necessarily into supermarkets paying the London living wage, despite profits improving. And with government policy, you're seeing a lot of it being withdrawn and going back to now being a bit more about who deserves to be supported and who doesn't deserve to be supported in the new economy. So, it's been positive, but there's been a lot of cruelty that's coming out of it too.
Thank you. And the furlough scheme that you mentioned has been really key for our borough. We had well over 50,000 on furlough at the peak, and when it ended in September, the take-up rate in Hounslow was still double the national average. We're yet to know exactly what the outcome of the end of that scheme is going to be locally. We're waiting for the figures to come through, but sort of anecdotal evidences of some communities and some families really, really struggling. And of course, associated with the end of the universal credit uplift. So we're sort of on the ground supporting those individual residents, but we'll have to wait, I think, just another month or so to see that coming through in the data. Moving on then slightly to focus slightly more on health inequalities, if we may. Centre for London's Greater London report published today sets out how through better homes, neighbourhoods and employment, we can narrow health inequalities. But what public policy interventions do you think have the biggest impact on improving Londoners' health and narrowing inequalities? Kevin, if I could ask you to come in first.
Great, thank you. And good morning, everybody. I want to begin just by saying thank you to everyone for all your work in helping us to get through this pandemic and to get to this point. The fact that we're all here together in person is a testament to the journey that we've been on over the past couple of years. And as we approach this new variant, I just want to reassure you all that we have all the knowledge and the tools that we need to deal with this. And all of the lessons that we've learned about working together will be key. When I think of the policies in the city which are necessary, I'm always reminded that health and healthcare is a relatively small determinant of what drives good health and well-being. So in answer to your question in terms of the policies that drive health, yes, we want to have a really good NHS with high quality services integrated at the point of delivery. But what's way more important is, do we have good housing policies that help us to address unstable housing and homelessness? Do we have warm and safe homes that enable us to both improve health and tackle sustainability and climate change? Do we have environments which are safe, green spaces and blue spaces that enable people to interact with each other safely and to promote their well-being? And most of all, are we giving everybody the best start in life so that they can have a good economic future? Because we know economy, your local economy, your personal economy is a big determinant of your health chances. So when I think of what policies are needed, I go to those wider structural things that we need to address. And coming out of the pandemic, it's even more important because, as you've heard, the inequalities have widened and for many people worsened. So these policies are even more important now.
Debbie, I can see you sort of nodding in full agreement there. Is there anything you'd like to add to what Kevin said?
Well, no, not really, because Kevin, as always, has put his finger right on the button. I would probably sort of add just by saying what is welcome about this report, but also what's welcome about a lot of the work that Kevin did with us at the GLA and the Mayor of London's office. And a lot of the work that we're trying to do through London's recovery is actually getting to the drivers of an issue. So we're obviously seeing the outcomes of those health inequalities through the pandemic. But if we know what the drivers of those inequalities are, then we should use that evidence to directly tackle our policy focus, our funding focus, all of the energy on trying to tackle those long-standing, absolutely historical inequalities. And the best way to do that is to work collaboratively. So we at the GLA have certainly been working very, very closely with Kevin and his team. We've been working very closely with the NHS. We're working with London's councils, with London's funders, with all of those who can make those key decisions about the best way to tackle an issue, because obviously those drivers are very far-ranging, and it would be very difficult for any one of those individual institutions that I've mentioned to tackle them on their own. And if we're going to try to get to bring down or to decrease those inequalities, we do have to work together. And we also, I think, have to recognise, and I've had conversations with Kevin about this in the past, we do have to recognise that because these inequalities are so historical and so long-standing, it's not going to be a quick fix to solve them. It's going to take time to do this work. And anyone that comes in and says, I can fix health inequalities today is clearly deluded. And we have to, I think, have a plan, have our eye on the long game, but also to listen to those Londoners who we know have really been adversely affected.
I think that's such an important point. There's a way of working here, which I think we've learned and seen through the pandemic, that's that's critical. I mean, my answer on the kind of what policies are needed, I mean, the first thing is actually just as Kevin and Debbie have been saying, which is these social inequalities are health inequalities. And we just need to be really clear about that. We're not going to make any progress on these health inequalities unless we are suitably clear about quite what that means. And it means a lot of changes to how we think about the structure of society around us. They're not inevitable as well. We should be really worried that it's taken a pandemic for us to realize quite how extreme these inequalities are. But as Debbie, as you said, they existed pre the pandemic as well, and they're to everybody's disbenefit. But it really feels, to the point that you were making, Manny, that it is a critical moment. It's a moment where there's an opportunity for experimentation. I agree with you that health inequalities can't be solved overnight, but equally we can fall into inertia. We can say that they're so big that we're not going to answer any of them. It's too big a problem, and we can't be defeatist about it. So it's a critical moment for that experimentation. And the way of working, I think, is one of, as we've said, of being collaborative, of thinking about a much wider set of people need to be involved in health. It's, as you're saying, Kevin, it's not just healthcare services. It's not just statutory authorities as well. It's communities, it's businesses, it's public institutions, it's museums, housing associations, and everybody needs to see their role in this. The reason I say it's a critical moment is I think it's entirely possible that we could get through the pandemic, and let's hope we get through it as quickly as possible, and for things to spring back to how they were before. Because, I mean, to be very candid, I think the public and we all were pretty relaxed about health inequalities. Unless we weren't, then we wouldn't have had the health inequalities that we had before the pandemic as well. So it's a critical moment where we can't be relaxed that because we're focusing on them now, we're going about it in the right sort of way, that we'll necessarily get to resolving them.
Fantastic points there, thank you. And again, just drawing on my own local experience in Hounslow, I'm relatively new to the authority, but as I forget who said it now, seeing how communities, individual residents came together with statutory partners, the private sector as well, to support Hounslow's people through the pandemic, and really galvanising on that, we held a Borough Recovery Conference, which exactly trying to do that, pull in all those different partners, think how do we recover and renew, but not go back to the status quo ante. And we're sort of trying to embed a community solutions approach, building on our community hub locally. And Manny, I wonder if there's anything you can draw in from your experience and how we bring communities with us and how we support communities to support themselves in response to what colleagues have said.
I mean, for organisations like us, it's about providing funding, essentially, and supporting them. So what tends to happen, I think, when you look back at these sorts of events in history is that communities come together for the time when there's a crisis. Some of that will go because people get on with their lives, and some of it stays. And the important thing then for institutions like all of us really is to support those that want to stay and become long-term fixtures within their community to be as sustainable as possible. Sometimes they're loose-knit, they rely on WhatsApp networks and goodwill, and they don't require funding and support, but sometimes they require you to recognise that paid staff, money for resources, money for projects, money for capital equipment is what's needed, and our job is to respond to that.
Very big question coming up now. How could we make it so that Londoners in or at risk of poverty are better protected from the impact of future economic crises? I don't know if anyone wants to jump in on that one. Everyone's avoiding my eye. Manny?
I mean, I think there are lessons for our social security system. So there's been a fantastic campaign led by organisations like Joseph Rowntree Foundation to retain the £20 uplift. It was cross-party, got lots of Conservatives pushing their own government to change. And it didn't result in a success, but it resulted in some change in that the taper rate, the amount of money people get to keep once they get back into employment was raised, and that's a positive. But there's more we can do to learn from the mechanisms that were put in place in the pandemic and how they can be incorporated into a future system of social security. For example, income insurance, income payment protection, that kind of stuff, which is what furlough is. How can that be built into a future sort of program? That's really, really important. So, what can we learn from that?
I completely agree, and I am keen for us to learn from the pandemic and truly change behaviors moving forward. So one of our key lessons is not just the economic dimensions of poverty, but the other dimensions. So we know that food poverty is a challenge for the city, increasing numbers of Londoners using food banks and who are food insecure. We know that fuel poverty is increasingly a challenge across the city as well. You can add to that the social dimensions of poverty, people who are isolated and lonely, and the impact that has on our mental health. So understanding not just the economic determinants and the economic lens of poverty, but those wider impacts will be key. And as Debbie has said, what the pandemic has taught us is that to solve these wicked problems, no single agency can do it. But together, if we are focused on what we want to achieve for those who have the least among us, then we can use our resources differently. Then we can be more innovative. Then we can have a stronger voice of advocacy for what we need in the city. And that's what I think the post-pandemic poverty agenda should look like. So having great data so that we understand where that poverty is and how we address it, understanding the tools that we have disposable to us, but then working with communities to move beyond it. I think those are, for me, some of the lessons from the pandemic.
Debbie.
I would just add to both of those points. I guess adding to the point that you raised about the moment, we are in a moment where we are having a sort of a political conversation about levelling up. And I think when it comes to some of the experiences that we have, or some of the challenges that we have here in London, there is certainly an incredibly strong case to be made for us to have resource from government to enable us to tackle some of those issues that far too many people are experiencing in our city. So to have a sort of a better sort of conversation about levelling up, which recognises that yes, London has got great wealth, but it's got huge poverty. We've got the highest rate of child poverty in our city that you would find anywhere else in the country. And also we have an incredibly high cost of living. And so for people who are living and working and trying to get by here, we do need to have a better conversation about levelling up. But also, access to good quality work, work that pays well. Manny, I know Trust for London and the Living Wage Foundation are doing incredible work around trying to turn London into a living wage city, which is what it needs to be. And we shouldn't have the case that you have individuals in our city who are earning below the London living wage, because we know that that's what you need to be able to get by. And I completely back Manny's point about the welfare system. All of those initiatives that the government put in during the pandemic were really welcome, and they did an incredible job for trying to protect jobs and trying to really pull people out of poverty, but they were temporary. And so the issue with that removal of the £20 uplift is devastating, I think, for Londoners, and it will push over 100,000 into poverty. But also, when we think about some of those initiatives, there were people who were left out of it. So we know that disabled people on legacy benefits could not avail themselves of that £20 uplift. And it's something that we've talked about an awful lot at the GLA. Those who have no recourse to public funds, so migrants, did not have access to that £20 uplift. So we need to have, I think, a welfare system which isn't temporary, which doesn't give with one hand and then take with another, but also recognises that there are all sorts of groups who have a very high risk of poverty who need to be included in any kind of policy that's about poverty reduction.
So perhaps totally agreed. And to give two very practical examples of what this could look like. So one thing that was started during COVID should definitely carry on is lots of areas, including in South London where we work, experimented with how do you broaden the field of social prescribing. So that's when you go see a GP, and instead of being given a pill, you might be told to go for a walk for a dog. I say that it's about the social circumstances you're in. How can you broaden social prescribing to include debt advice? It's a really important step for a health system to understand that actually financial precarity is a bigger impact on people's health than many, many other things. And so actually a GP being able to work with housing associations, debt advice agencies to direct people towards support that will help them through a situation that will stop them from getting into even worse health. That's like a practical thing that has emerged, and we should keep going. At the same time, another practical example is we've seen employers, they need to pay the living wage, but also what else can they do? What else can they do about quality of work? Can they do about shift patterns? And so we've seen some of London's biggest employers start to look at things like that and say, well, actually, what is within our gift? So I totally agree that we need more resources coming into this area. We need to think about how we can get people and employers to pay living wage, but also with what exists currently, I'm just sure we're just not really extracting the full benefit from it because we're not taking a broad enough view, as Kevin says, as what practically drives our health.
You sort of touched on it there, Manny. I wanted to push for a bit more perhaps on what Guy's and St Thomas's and wider NHS partners are perhaps doing, because certainly locally we're looking at taking a sort of community wealth building approach. How do we use our resources as a local anchor institution, working with our public sector partners, but also our big businesses to exactly do just that, make our resources go further, buy smarter, provide those good jobs and those opportunities for our most disadvantaged residents. So I don't know if there's any other examples you'd like to...
I mean, there's a lot that, any large statutory institution, including NHS trusts, can do just when they think about themselves, is this concept of the anchor institution. So it's not just about the services you provide in the world, but who do you buy from, take something like Guy's and St Thomas's Foundation Trust. It employs 25,000 people. It's one of London's bigger employers. So what working conditions are there for Guy's and St Thomas's staff themselves? So there are huge opportunities just in these large organisations to set standards for others to follow. I think, again, they can also set a sense of what's possible as well. And certainly what we've seen in our work is a lot of corporates really do want to take part in making London a healthier city, but often the understanding of what's involved in that is quite low. And so for all of us who work in health or tackling inequalities, as we come out of the pandemic, I think in a way a lot of the ball's in our court to describe ways in which these large actors can do much more to support people's health, including the health inequalities that we're discussing.
Debbie, I wondered if you wanted to add anything to that, particularly thinking about the London Recovery Programme more broadly and the partners that you've brought together to do that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that we have so many anchor institutions, as they are variously described in London, who are actually some of the biggest employers in our city, and also do have the ability to change the way that they procure services in a way that promotes equality and tackles poverty reduction. So we've got so many universities in our city. We have all those NHS trusts. We have some huge faith organisations, and these are just some of the examples of some of the institutions that we've been working with on the London Recovery Board, and we've set up an anchor institutions group who have signed up to a charter, and some of that will be around making clear commitments to using their purchasing power, using their role as key institutions to recruit more fairly, to recognise that as institutions they need to properly represent the communities in which they're situated. We do have a situation in London, and given that London is so diverse, it's not a situation that we should have, but we have a situation where we don't have enough individuals from minority ethnic backgrounds in some of the most senior roles in many of the institutions across our city. And so having anchor institutions be willing to sign up to commitments that will enable them not just to recruit, so not just to bring people into their institutions, but to recognise that you need to give people the opportunity to progress, that you need to have equality at all stages of your institution, is I think some of the most powerful things that we can do, and I actually think that this is real transformative work, and I'm really excited about the work that we're doing.
Could I also just add, so I agree with you, Debbie, about how transformative it is. And if we give 2 examples as well, we've just finished the COP, and our focus on the climate emergency means that all of us and all institutions have to think about their leadership role in this space. And I think the anchor institution concept is about how do you improve health, well-being, and sustainability in place. So what is the agenda now for our anchor institutions to lead on sustainability, to lead on raising awareness about climate change and what individuals can do and what communities can do? And there's some great examples where this is happening now. So the conversation is moving beyond simply health and well-being into thinking about the environment. And then one of the things that really came through in the pandemic is the role that these anchor institutions have in supporting employee health and well-being, and the knock-on impacts that has into wider communities. So if you have an organization that is taking care of their staff, is ensuring things are COVID secure, is promoting the vaccine, then you help to address issues related to hesitancy, poor uptake in those communities represented by staff. So that impact is certainly one that we've seen really well demonstrated throughout the pandemic, the knock-on or wider impacts of the work that anchor institutions can have for their staff and the communities from which those staff come from. Yeah.
Great. I'll now move on to some questions that have been coming in from the floor, because one flows very nicely from that point you made about COP and the sustainability agenda. Hiran Khan Adeogun, I apologise if I've said that wrong, has asked, how can we ensure everyone has a guaranteed minimum right to green space, public space, protected car-free areas, quiet spots and clean air? Sorry for the feedback.
Yeah, so I'll happy to start. That's such a great question. And I think from COP, it is clear that it's about leadership, right? And it's about leadership at every level. So if we want to envision a future in which every Londoner has that right, then it is within our grasp to create it. And it means aligning local authorities, local community organizations, and local anchor institutions into setting those bold ambitions for what we want to achieve. And I know I'm not going to call any boroughs up because I know there are a number of chief execs in the room, but we have amazing examples across the city where local authorities working with the NHS and communities are doing exactly that and envisioning what that healthier, greener future is and empowering citizens' leadership in that as well. So I think those are some of the ingredients that we need, but it does start with us.
I think particularly on that issue as well, particularly around air quality, again, it's about being very clear that ultimately this is an equity issue as well. So those people most disproportionately affected by poor air quality do the very least to contribute to it. It's also worth, I think, give a plug to Centre for London here around a report that they just did around how London's changing around us, and being aware of how those things changing will impact on things like air quality. So freight, I'm probably competing to be Amazon's biggest subscriber, particularly with Christmas running up. But that means that there are umpteen boxes coming to my house each day, and there are 8 million other people doing much the same. That's going to have huge impacts on air quality. So all the benefits that we've started to see from low traffic neighbourhoods, for example, it's kind of, these are the dynamic things that we need to be thinking about. But unless we think about them through an equity lens, and involve community groups in the way that Kevin's describing, we're probably going to end up designing a city that actually exacerbates these health inequalities that we're talking about. So we'll have really good quality, clean air, green leafy spaces for those people probably who've got more money, and not for those who don't. And the health pattern will look much the same as the one that we described pre-pandemic and got so worried about through the pandemic.
I do apologise, I clearly breathe very heavily or something. I get wonderful feedback whenever I take a breath in. So I'll now ask a question from Samantha Creme from LEYF. In London, 1 in 10 children in affluent areas have access to an outstanding nursery, but only 1 in 30 in deprived areas. How can we support all children to thrive? Manny?
I mean, the cost of childcare and the availability of childcare is a key driver of inequality. I don't have any easy answers to this. I mean, part of it is, again, government policy. It's the amount of money they pay to subsidise places in nursery isn't high enough. So the business model becomes a bit less viable according to some of the big providers in some neighbourhoods. There are niche models. We support a family-friendly nursery in Deptford, which is where parents get together and provide some of the sort of support within the nursery to try and reduce the cost and also make it a bit more inclusive. But ultimately, I think when it comes to childcare, there is no innovation. It's just government needs to pay more money for childcare. That's just the bottom line. Yeah.
Another question on the sort of health in all policy point that you raised earlier, Kevin, was from Andre Fries on how can we tackle poor quality and overcrowded housing in order to reduce inequality?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, a great question. And I think just to reflect on the health in all policies, everybody now knows what health inequality is. And many of us, well, all of us now know what public health is, right? Having come through the pandemic. So how do we make the best of it? And one of the things that we can all do is to think about what are the health and well-being dividends in each of our portfolios. So we begin to think about not only what we're trying to achieve, but what is the well-being benefit. And housing is certainly one. And there are fantastic programs which are run across the city at the moment, led by local authorities, supported by the JLA and government, about creating healthier homes, thinking about our planning and regeneration efforts and how we build homes for the future, which are sustainable and healthy with access to green and blue spaces. There's a big agenda now about retrofitting and ensuring that existing housing stock is improved, not just cladding, but looking at making those homes greener and safer. And of course, the environments within which those homes sit. How do you think about the surrounding environments, the green spaces, blue spaces, transportation links, creating more walkable communities? So all of this is not going to take place, as Debbie had said at the beginning, overnight. But what it does require is leadership, the funding that we need to make these changes, and we need to bring communities along with us. Just a quick story, when I was in Southwark working on planning and regeneration, what we learned is you can truly transform communities when you do it in partnership. And you can do that transformation with well-being at the center of it. So not just looking at this housing stock, but actually saying to communities, what legacy of well-being do we want to create as we rebuild and as we change? And I think that's an exciting opportunity for us.
Come in.
Yeah, so alongside that, there's so much that we can do about improving homes and the environments around homes. In a place like London, it's also really important for us to think about housing precarity as well, because that's the other aspect of this, which from a health perspective has huge impacts on our mental health. And those things that impact on our mental health very quickly become to impact on our physical health and on multi-morbidity and all those things that end up costing the NHS lots and lots of money and leading to people not having particularly happy lives with these illnesses. So very kind of practically, one thing that we've been funding and experimenting with is a COVID private renters project. So particularly focusing on precarity in the private rental sector, which is growing hugely in London. And it's a partnership between a social enterprise, a Black-led social enterprise called Canera, Southwark Council, and the Southwark Law Centre. And it's essentially providing legal advice, rental advice to help people who are at risk of eviction. And it's one of those sort of win-win-wins. So it's better for the people who receive that advice, it's better for the local authority, and it's better for the healthcare service as well. And so I think it's these sorts of things that London has the capacity to do, perhaps uniquely compared to some areas. And so that's another aspect of the housing pitch to focus in on.
And just, I think, just to add to that is we do need to call out bad behaviour, frankly. I think we recognise that there is increasing rates of precarity in the private rented sector, and it's also one of the key drivers of poverty risk because of the rents, but also the poor quality that you can find in the PRS. I know that it's something that we've been very strong on. We've got this rogue landlord checker, which does sound a little bit gimmicky, but actually it's incredibly important to actually call out those who are harming those who are often quite vulnerable. You will often find those on the lowest incomes working in the private, living in the private rented sector. Lots of those who are migrants or who don't have recourse to public funds are living in that sector. And we do need to make sure that it's a sector that has better regulation and one in which those who are behaving poorly are called out for that poor behaviour.
One of the things I'd add is around social housing. So that, I mean, the ultimate solution to housing affordability in London is to have more social housing because it takes people out of the private rented sector where they shouldn't really be, and it's hard to regulate. I don't think that question's on the table in a serious way because no one believes anyone's going to invest the money you need or change the way that housing associations have to finance these things to create the level of social housing that London needs. But I am interested in how we, over a very long term, possibly decades, build that case constantly, all institutions talking together to get it. So when the conditions are right, it can happen. Yeah.
So we only have 5 minutes left on this session. So slightly provocative questions come in that's been upvoted by a few and highlighted on my screen. For the health experts, and this is from Josiah Mortimer from My London, what should we do differently? What should we do differently at the start of the pandemic if Omicron proves to be a major threat? Do the new restrictions go far enough?
So shall I jump in? So the new restrictions are proportionate because, as the mayor had said earlier, we're still getting the data on transmissibility, on the ability of the virus, this variant, to cause severe clinical disease. And we still are awaiting data on how the vaccine will be effective in dealing with it. So while we're waiting for that data, I think it's important that all of the steps that are in place now are there. So the mask wearing, the quarantining, the international travel, etc. What is important is, as the data become available, that we're taking communities along with us. So we're sharing this information almost in real time, preparing Londoners, preparing everyone in the country to step up if necessary, or step down if necessary. And we've learned so much over the past couple of years. Now is not the time to sort of shoot from the hip, but let's look at the data and then make the appropriate decisions on the basis of this. And to be honest, it's really good that at this stage we're seeing much more proactive government action, which colleagues may say actually there have been different points of the pandemic where we could have done things slightly differently. Here we're seeing very proactive, very definitive action, which is proportionate.
Thank you, Kevin. So we've got time probably for one more question. So again, picking one that's been highlighted to me on the system from Alex Bax. Key driver of inequality is the unfair distribution of wealth and resources. Would speakers support pay ratios? No one to earn more than 10 times the London living wage.
It's an idea, I just can't see it happening, but it's definitely the kind of idea that would certainly make a difference to income inequality. But again, I'm going to come back to housing because when it comes to economic inequality, obviously it's about income, but it's also about wealth. Yeah. And we can get very fixated on the 1%, but really the wealth question in the city for me is, do you own a house or don't you own a house? That's where the majority of wealth inequality is and is going to be in the very long term. And we're if not, they're already rapidly approaching a scenario where new people coming up, either young people coming into the city, will just not be able to afford to buy a house.
Did anyone else want to come in? in that case, 1 minute 54 seconds on the stopwatch in front of me. We'll keep going. Pek Santan asks, the well-documented sharp increase in hate crime has been recognised. What responses are in place to tackle the root issues of safety? And how does that link through to inequality and health inequality in particular? Debbie, I don't know if you wanted to...
I mean, so yes, I mean, the pandemic has certainly provided us with this very unique situation in which we had several lockdowns in which certain groups of individuals were able to be more radicalized online. And there has been a real rise in hate crime against particular groups of individuals. I know in the first lockdown, and even before the first lockdown was called, there was a huge spike in hate crime attacks, but also just hate crime online to those who were from East and Southeast Asian backgrounds. And we've also seen that during that pandemic, the whole conversation about inequality has become incredibly febrile on social media. And we've had that situation where individuals have been increasingly accessing various websites and various bits of information which have increased their hatred towards other groups. And so, I mean, I know that this is an issue about safety, but I have always argued that we need better regulation of our social media. I think that it is a place in which anonymous individuals are able to issue hateful comments and remarks against any individual who comes from a particular protected characteristic in a way that isn't anywhere near dealt with as seriously as it needs to be dealt with. And I know that there is an online harms bill. I know that there is a discussion about this, but we need to take this opportunity to deal more stringently, I think, with that issue. I'm sorry, I know we've gone over it.
One more question. So residents are able to access the opportunities to improve their lot and improve their health and address inequalities. It slightly tangential, but absolutely key, and something we're really looking to work on in Hounslow. So I just want to say a big thanks to all of the panel for their input today, which has been absolutely fascinating, and to you all for your questions. I'm sorry we couldn't get through them all, and I'll end it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to the panel and an incredibly wide-ranging discussion on all things inequalities and challenges. Just a couple of things before we move on. First of all, exhibitions. Please make sure you look at them both, in the breaks and also online. I believe that they have an online presence as well. Just on our online audience, I hope you continue to engage. Please use the Slido app. Obviously, stretch your legs, get your coffees as well, and you are seen and heard. And on the Slido, it's 830324. Now at these conferences, we like to hear personal stories and reflections. We welcome Rosamund, who's going to give us some of hers in this session. Please make her welcome.
I'm just checking whether I can sort of work. I actually made a mistake, didn't come up here during the, that's what I was looking for, sorry. I'm actually going to keep this bit here quite brief, actually. The actual reason is I've realized every year coming up to Christmas, talking about my daughter is never easy. And next year, so come Christmas Eve will be a month to her birthday. And next year she would have been 18. So I think this is probably going to be one of my worst Christmases or one of the worst anniversaries. I'm always amazed when people say, talk about your daughter like it's the easiest thing you can do, seriously. And the reason why when I walked in and I saw the people in the room, I thought, oh, most people probably know about her and have heard the story before. And yeah, someone's shaking their head already. It's amazing how many times people want me to go over it. And I'm not ducking out of it. It's a bit like, if she was murdered, would they want me to repeat it again and again and again? So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Rosamund, and this is my daughter, Ella Roberta, that everyone knows that I am incredibly proud of. And as Sadiq said to me, hopefully in time, one day, she will save millions of lives. And I think she will actually take that. One of the things to know is that Ella had, sadly, one of the worst cases of asthma ever recorded in this country. So it was no mean feat keeping her going. And my speech is probably going to change from what I was originally when I sent in the slides. I spent yesterday with my son in hospital again, so you can see I might have things to tell the audience. I just wanted to give people a brief, very, very quick thing about the background of the foundation, basically. So as it says, breathing clean air. One of the reasons why I use the word breathing in there is we spent the last, especially 10 months, saying to her, Ella, breathe, breathe constantly. Of course she couldn't breathe. And so we therefore included it in there. Everyone here right now can actually breathe. So breathing is something they take for granted. Let me tell you, if you can't breathe for 2 minutes, you would die. So therefore you knew the battle she had. And we use the word human rights because her lawyer, Jocelyn Coburn, is a human rights lawyer. And that's where the idea became from. And actually, the reason why I said my speech is going to change, on my way here, I just spoke to her lawyer. And the question she asked me that, if you were in the room with the government right now, what would you ask them? What would you demand from the government right now? So maybe someone can tell me that during the lunch break. I put this up again because a lot of people, some people may know we set up a charity in her name. When I say we, it was myself and her consultant, Dr. Colin Wallace, who's an amazing respiratory consultant in Great Ormond Street, by the way. And for someone like me to be heard is very, very important. And if I tell you the battle to get heard, when you look like the likes of me, you would never believe it. Because, you know, people do have misconceptions when you first walk into a place and your child is very ill and you don't really know what's wrong with your child either. And I think to be fair to the people in the health profession, I spend a lot of my time talking to them. It's a bit unusual coming to talk to you guys today. I'm normally talking to doctors, so this is normally a lot easier because they spend a lot of time nodding what I'm saying because they understand me very well. So yeah, I've actually said that. It came from him. And it was hopefully to get to the bottom of why Ella died. And I think you would all agree we've actually achieved that. And it was also to support children like Ella who are struggling with asthma. The battle is far from over. My son's okay. We were just in hospital for a checkup. Someone looked really worried when I said that. He is fine. I think we were there to discuss the COVID vaccine, really, where we stand. We are the allergy family, by the way. So you can see why they were slightly concerned about that. And also, those of you who are from health, I'm not going to name his consultant because that will be a big giveaway. But what he was most concerned about, really, is that asthmatic children, that their asthma is under control. If it's not under control, whether they've been vaccinated or not, it's not going to matter. Because as we know, you can still be vaccinated and still get COVID. So I hope the words are in there. And also, we now know one of the reasons why children's asthma isn't under control is because of the damn air they breathe. That's really why. It's a vicious circle, by the way. I can tell the audience here, how my question is, how does it now feel living the life I lived with my daughter? And when I say that, people always stop for a moment and think, oh, by the way, all the restrictions and all the stuff you guys have been going through over the last 2 years, that was more or less in a roundabout way what Ella's life was like, by the way. And I think, yeah, a few people nodding. That's really what it's like when you have a child who is affected by air pollution. You must remember air pollution is also a global pandemic. And remember, the particles from air pollution, they mix with the virus. The government hate when I start saying this. So the longer the air is dirty, the virus is going to continue. So with the best will in the world, and no, I'm not anti-vax, God, how could I be? With the best will in the world, you can vaccinate, you can do all sorts, but as long as the air is dirty, look at London, look at New York, look at Wuhan, look at Lombardy. What do they all have in common? They all have the highest rates of COVID deaths. Look into it further. What do they have? All of them. Polluted air. It is airborne, and depending what side of the science you are on, what can I say? So that's what we were discussing. So my point is, until the air is clean or cleaner, this virus is going to continue. And where is some of my evidence for this, you may say? Well, last year, between the 23rd of March and the 4th of July, for the first time in this country, no child died from asthma. I think restrictions were taken out on the 4th of July, I think. And the moment they were, within a month, a child in North London died. So I'm not just saying this because I want to say it. Sadly, it is the truth. So we move on. This is her. She was born very healthy, 41 weeks. I get asked this all the time. That's why I actually put it up there. There was nothing wrong with her when she was actually in the top 10% of healthy children. And even in between her attacks, when they would assess her, she was still really, really healthy. So we now know that when the pollution levels were low, Ella was healthy. She was first diagnosed with life-threatening asthma in 2011. And to say, before COVID, asthma was the #1 illness in the UK. Every year still in London, between 8 to 12 children die. 250,000 children in London still have asthma. I'm talking to a London audience, that's why I'm saying that. It's 1.1 million in the country. And yesterday, talking to the consultants, asthma is not going down. It's going the other way. So it's just so that you are aware. This is her. This is her awful mother torturing her. No, I've taken her out of school for yet again more tests because we actually didn't really know what was actually wrong with her. So here we're testing her for epilepsy, and she's in her school uniform. And as you can see, she looks as miserable as hell. She hated it. All the tests we actually ran through her, they were literally for nothing, really, if I'm really honest. And if she was here now, I'll probably say sorry, because it was air pollution all along. And we took her for all these invasive tests, and really there was no need, really. This is the damage, the size of the damage caused to her lungs. So all the young people which they talk about all the time who are breathing in filthy air, once it gets into the body, this is the size of it, 2 eggs. I went to a talk at City Hall, and since then I always have this slide. So this is the size of the damage. So if you imagine 2 eggs, that's all. So for her, things were never going to get any better, really. This is Christina Figueres making a point about Ella, because at a stage before the inquest, I couldn't really say what I can say now, and she actually could. And sadly, as it says up there, after numerous seizures, she finally lost her battle. Why her asthma was so severe, as we all know, it was due to the polluted air. I wanted to get to this slide because this is really, I'm still working on the positivity we got out of the inquest, really. So here, as it said, after a long battle, we managed to get another inquest, and it is barely ever done. Sometimes I still touch myself to believe we managed to quash the original inquest. But I think I do tend to go off. I do tend to go off record. I am a teacher, so it is allowed. And in case people, I'm going to stop here because I've noticed the time. And there are a couple of things I just need to make sure I make the audience understand where I am. So after this long battle, the coroner came up with 3 recommendations. The first one was the PM 2.5. As far as the coroner was concerned, unless we do something about that, more children are going to die. Now, you may know or you may not know, the Environment Bill is now the Environment Act, and the PM 2.5, we didn't manage to get it in there. There was myself, Jemima, loads of other people, Ollie in this room, we battled and battled. There is going to be a consultation next year, and the reason why I'm going off topic is I've realized who's in the room. I would like you to make your voices heard about PM 2.5 when it comes up to consultation. Please, make your voices heard when it comes to the government, because unless we deal with that, children will continue to die. 2021, I live in this great city, I was born and bred here, that I'm so proud of, and every year up to 12 children die. And that hasn't changed, by the way. Despite the expertise of medicine, despite the better drugs, children continue to die. The second recommendation was monitoring and awareness. And I've heard there are executives from councils here, so please, I ask them, more monitoring, please, and also to make people aware of what they are breathing. That makes my job a lot easier for me. People can't see it, it's invisible. I am on Frank Kelly's case and Stephen Holgate. Can you help me make the filthy air more visible? A bit like the whole thing with water, that people can see what they're drinking. Do you see how that changed the government? Because people were suddenly outraged. The air is filthy if you look at the new WHO guidelines. And the third thing, which I work on day in, day out, is working with medics. They have also needed to change about air pollution. And a lot of them had to be brought on board about it because it wasn't part and parcel years ago when they were training. And it is not their fault. I get asked all the time, who do I blame? Well, that's for other people to answer and my lawyers too. That's not for me to answer. But those 3 recommendations are so important. And that is why I changed what I was originally going to talk to you about. Unless we do something about them, children will continue to die. And please remember, even it is people with mild asthma who actually tend to die more. And asthma, if you look at the graph, is going in the wrong direction. And I was coming here for today, and despite all the stuff the mayor has done, the whole place is gridlock. And if it's gridlock, it means cars are idling, and it means more pollution. And the reason why I changed my speech is coming up to Christmas, is we feel terrible, myself and the twins. And why on earth would we want another family to go through what we've gone through? And I even said to the government, oh, by the way, in the UK, 26 children die every year from asthma. So the figure of 12 was just London. I shouldn't be so London-centric, should I? And what I said to Zach Goldsmith is, if you go out to consultation, which it is now going out, we spoke in October, I said to him, what that means is this time next year, 26 other families will be without their children. And he looks at me and he said, I can hear you, you've made the health argument, but he still put it out to consultation. So imagine living with this every day. So it's not just my daughter who has died, by the way. She's the first person that is recognized. But please remember, there are children suffering day in, day out, and the gap in inequality in health is only getting wider. It's not getting narrower. And as I claim to be a trained teacher, and I have 18 seconds left, I think that I would like to say thank you very, very much for having me.
Thank you, Rosamund, for those incredibly moving reflections. And actually that segues us nicely onto our next panel. So as we think about air quality in London, as Rosamund says, we think about our transport system, we think about those stationary cars, we think about how do we decarbonize our transport system and therefore improve the air quality in London. The next panel will discuss this. Can I just again plug our Slido? Please scan the QR code, please download the app, please input 830324, both here and online. Just to say, one of our panelists is actually Sashi, who's joining online, so he'll come up as a blobbing head on screen. But to introduce the rest of the panel, can Tiffany Lamb please come to the stage? Thank you.
With Jamie Haywood, the Regional General Manager for Northern and Eastern Europe for Uber, Shirley Rodriguez, the Deputy Mayor for Environment and Energy at the GLA, and Robin Mortner, the Chief Executive of the London Authority, and Shashi Verma, who is the Director of Strategy and Chief Technology Officer, joining us remotely from TfL. Is this working? How's this? Yeah. Okay. Should I reintroduce the panel? Yes. So I'm very delighted to be joined by Jamie Haywood, the Regional General Manager for Northern and Eastern Europe of Uber, Shirley Rodriguez, the Deputy Mayor of Energy and Environment at the GLA, and Robin Mortimer, the Chief Executive of the Port of London Authority, and Shashi Verma, the Director of Strategy and Chief Technology Officer, joining us remotely from TfL. The first question I have for the panel, and this one I'll direct to Shashi. We've heard from the mayor earlier about the importance of central government support for transport for London, but it'd be great to hear from you, Shashi, about how important you think the long-term sustainable financing for transport for London is to London's recovery and overall success as a global city in 2021.
Thank you, Tiffany. And it's good to see everybody, although remotely. Let me start by saying this: that the overall strategy for what transport is trying to achieve in London, not just TfL, but overall for transport, is actually set out in the mayor's transport strategy. And although the pandemic has brought about some changes, it's not brought about a change to the overall strategy for London. And broadly speaking, the strategy for London is about a higher share of sustainable modes of transport, walking, cycling, and public transport. And that's the only way, really, to tackle all the challenges that London faces, including the challenge of an increasing population, and therefore how to keep expanding the economy without running into the constraints that transport has, the challenges of the environment, including of clean air, and now of decarbonization as well. And critically of health. There's a very big theme in the mayor's transport strategy about healthy living. A lot of it comes by active living. And so that is the core of what transport is trying to achieve over the next 20 years. The targets that are set out in the mayor's transport strategy are incredibly challenging, to go from a 63% mode share for sustainable modes back in 2017 to 80% by 2041. That's a very radical change. It's much bigger than the change that's happened in the last 20 years, which everybody's so familiar with. But it's important to remember that to deliver that sort of change, you need a well-functioning transport system and investment in public transport and walking and cycling, without which that sort of behavior change is just not going to happen. You can keep cleaning up cars as much as you like. You can go from internal combustion to electric vehicles. It'll still be as many vehicles on the road. A clean car is still a car, and therefore it doesn't induce the sort of behavior change that we need. So it's absolutely critical to make sure that we have a well-functioning world-class transport system that can induce the sort of behavior change that we need here. And that is exactly what is at risk right now. So the mayor outlined this in his speech this morning, but it's just worth repeating some of the things that he said. The funding for Transport for London expires in exactly 11 days. There is no certainty of funding beyond that. And a future without the sort of support that we need is one in which we would have to start cutting public transport, including the tube and buses. And you would see a lot of backsliding in the sort of things that I've been talking about. All these challenges will become even more unachievable than they are right now. We should remember that the pandemic has had a huge impact on the way people travel in London. The volume of car traffic is pretty much back to normal, but the volume of public transport is one that's still significantly below normal, although I have to add that it's public transport that is growing right now. Car traffic seems to have stabilized. So funding is absolutely key, and without that, delivering the sort of outcomes that we need is just going to become impossible.
Thanks, Shashi. Public transport certainly plays a key role in achieving the mayor's net zero by 2030 strategy. What else might we have to do differently in order to achieve that? Let's start with Shirley.
Thanks. Well, we're doing quite a lot of that already, as Shashi said, in the mayor's transport strategy. It's very clear that that the focus has to be really on getting people out of cars and more walking, cycling, public transport. So that 80% target is still absolutely uppermost in Sadiq's mind. And when we talk about the green recovery, the fair recovery that we want for London from the pandemic, we look at how we can maximise that mode shift. But recognising that London still needs to be serviced by vehicles, whether it's taxis or our rivers or freight vehicles and so on. And so then the focus is, well, how do we make the public transport, the buses, how do we make those other vehicles cleaner, much cleaner? And you'll have seen, for example, some of the things that we've been using, like the ultra-low emission zone, and then its expansion only a few weeks ago, October the 25th, which is really helping to drive behaviour change, both, more people coming out of their cars. The first central London ULEZ saw 44,000, in excess of 44,000 less cars on the road, so that is driving some behaviour change. And then obviously we want to see everything else electrified as far as possible. And what more can we do? I think using the pandemic has highlighted actually people's desire to change. Obviously you need to, for example, I know that the LTNs are very controversial, but going in, they had to go in for dealing with the pandemic and lockdown and being able to move around the city safely. But people really do like them. There are some that didn't go in very well, and the boroughs have been really clear that they are experimental and that they will undergo consultation. And that's really how we should, approach these things. But a lot of those, I believe, will stay in. Lots of school streets we put in, Will Norman, the Walking and Cycling Commissioner, Heidi Alexander, the Deputy Mayor for Transport, lots of work working with boroughs and TfL, rolling out some of those active transport schemes, which we will see staying. And I think what we want to do is try and use this opportunity to maximise that. And obviously we're not the only city that is doing this. We've been talking to many other cities, from Barcelona through to New York to others, about how do we use the pandemic to really build back better, build back fairer, build back cleaner.
Thanks, Shirley. And Jamie, can you speak to the role of ride-hailing, shared vehicles, and micromobility in decarbonising transport?
Yeah, so I think this Mayor and City Hall have a very bold transportation strategy for London that we're sort of completely aligned with. For us, that means really three things. The first thing is more active transport, and there, with things like micromobility that you can get on the app, Lime scooters, jump bikes, we're working to promote that. The second thing that means for us within Uber, there's a weird deep hum. Can people hear me?
Yeah, I think it's feedback.
Okay. Second thing that means for us is more shared transport. And so, that's why we've integrated public transport onto the app. That's why we've done the deal with Thames Clipper to bring Uber Boat and the river closer into the wider transportation network within London. And also that's why we have Uber Pool, which although it's now closed for COVID reasons, was at its peak generating around 20% of all of the trips in the cities where it operates. And then the third thing that means for us is electrification, which has been a big push that we've been making. So when I first joined Uber in 2019, we made the commitment really on the back of a lot of the prescient policy moves from City Hall with ULEZ and CCZ. We made the commitment to be fully electric in London by 2025, and that's the first city London has made that commitment in. And so since then, we've supported drivers in that transition with the Clean Air Zone, where we've raised over £140 million to help drivers make that transition, and also launching earlier in this year Uber Green, where you can now at the same price for an Uber X travel in a fully EV vehicle. And so we now in London have over 4,000 vehicles driving over 1 million kilometers a week, and that's double in the last 6 months and up from just 100 vehicles when we first made that commitment. So although there's still a long way to go, I think the progress is good. The big thing that is stopping us going faster, though, is really EV charging infrastructure, particularly EV charging infrastructure close to where drivers live, which is not, in the case of our drivers, central London. So we're very supportive of TfL's sort of charging strategy to try and build slow on-street charging in the places, in the more residential areas. And we're leaning in ourselves with £5 million to try and work with boroughs across London to make that happen. So I think good progress, but still a long way to go.
That's really useful. And Robin, if we're to think of alternatives to road transport, how might we use more of the river to transport people and goods in a low carbon way?
Yeah, thanks very much. Does that work or? Yeah. So thanks very much for the question. I mean, we feel the river absolutely has to play a central part in the Mayor's transport strategy. We work very closely with City Hall to achieve that. I think if you look at the map over at our stand over there, I think the thing that absolutely strikes you is that the river is an extremely wide highway through the centre of London. It's around 1 kilometre wide at the estuary end. It's more than a motorway wide all the way through central London, and yet it's massively underexploited as a highway. And the first thing I think we have to do is actually to, as sort of policymakers and public officials, actually understand that and sort of think about the river and sort of remember it's there. The second is I think the river has a particularly growing role to play in relation to freight transport. And this is almost sort of turning the clock back. If you go back to the 60s and sort of before that, there's a sort of glorious past of the Thames full of freight vessels, and it's been sort of seen as a bit of a pipe dream to return to that, but it isn't. And in fact, we've seen in the last 2 years, new services, freight services start for the first time. DHL operating through Thames Clippers, taking packages from Wandsworth Riverside now to Wapping, and a really exciting new service which just won awards going from Dartford, taking, in fact, guys in St Thomas's, I saw the Chief Executive was speaking earlier, supplies up from Dartford through to those hospitals. And these are small services, but they demonstrate the concept. And there's lots and lots of interest now in expanding that and getting goods off the road and reducing congestion and tackling air quality and onto the river. And the third thing is then, of course, you've got to decarbonise the river transport. And it is fair to say this is a real challenge because unlike, although of course there are electric vessels, but the power requirements are significant, and so it's less straightforward than on the road. But there is a lot happening in that space, particularly around the use of various forms of hydrogen. The PLA, my organisation has just won a government competition to build the first hydrogen fuel cell, a maritime hydrogen fuel cell, down at our site in North Kent. So lots is happening, and I think if we can bring all those things together, then the river ought to play a much bigger part in delivering the strategy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very ambitious strategy, and also ambitious is what the Centre for London sets out in its report published today, which has a vision for 2030 where car-based travel is 95% eliminated in the central activity zone, and air pollution is well within World Health Organization limits. But what can we do to achieve this realistically? Shashi, do you have any thoughts on the role of innovation in transport in helping us to achieve this bold and ambitious vision set forward by the Centre for London?
Well, Tiffany, I think the first thing that's, I'll just go back to the point that I was making earlier. I think the first thing we should remember is that the bulk of trips are carried on public transport. And therefore, having a well-functioning public transport system is important. And there's a lot of innovation in the world of public transport itself. Just remember things like contactless and Oyster themselves made the public transport system much easier to use, and they have led to an increase in public transport usage. So there's, the world of innovation has not left public transport aside. There's a lot going on that front itself. Increasing the capacity of the rail network by modern signaling is another piece of innovation that doesn't get talked about, but it's really important because it delivers capacity at a very low cost. The things of that kind are absolutely key for the base of transport to be sustainable. Now, in addition to that, there's all the innovation that's coming in, things like micromobility. It's still quite small, I have to say, but we've created a very permissive environment in which experimentation in fields of that kind can carry on happening. So that's equally important. But I think, tougher action on road traffic, as the mayor has done with the ultra-low emission zone and its expansion just last month, is the sort of policy action that's needed to not just encourage people to move, but actually have some real strong incentives for movement as well. So there's a lot that's needed here. I mean, I think it's fair to say, and any dispassionate observer would recognize that the sort of policy action that's needed to induce the behavior change that we need for the sort of 2030 or 2040 targets that have been set out are bigger than what have happened so far.
Thanks, Shashi. Jamie, it would be good to hear your thoughts on what the role of cars should be in London in the future, or what's the future for cars?
Yeah. So, I mean, we're very supportive of the idea that actually the private car is something we absolutely need to be getting rid of in city centres. They are empty 95% of the, or unused 95% of the time. They take up 15% of the city road space. They weigh a ton, and yet they are just used most of the time to transport one individual of 100 kilograms. So that's not a very sensible way of building a transport infrastructure. So for us, the way of replacing private car usage is really by making sure that citizens have as wide a choice of convenient, affordable, safe, active or electric modes of transport, and that they can work those together into multimodal trips and seamless journeys, which of course, as Shashi has said, most of the time will involve public transport, tubes or buses, but also acknowledge the fact that there's a complementarity and that many people will use multimodal sort of trips such as bikes or Ubers to get to and from public transport hubs. So I think it needs to therefore be driven by choice, but at the same time, as Shashi said, it's not that choice needs to, I think, be nudged by the appropriate policy framework. So not all trips are equal. It is always better that someone walks or takes a bike than gets in a private car, and therefore I do think there's an important role for policy to play in making sure that individuals are nudged in directions that encourage trips that are better for the city and more sustainable for the city. And I think that, particularly in light of the kind of 2030 phase out of ICE vehicles and the kind of impending tax cliff that imposes, creates quite a lot of opportunities to really rethink what taxation and what policy, what role they play in in answering that question.
That's a good segue. Shirley, what are some policies that would be useful in helping to achieve that?
Well, some of those policies the mayor and TfL are already implementing. So emissions-based charging is putting a price on that trip, and we've set a charge for the ultra-low emission zone, which balances people's ability to take the odd trip in, but disincentivizing it for people who want to frequently drive in polluting vehicles. Boroughs are using parking policy. We have our planning policy, which prioritises or for example, safeguarding wharves for river transportation and river uses, so that we don't lose the ability to support our city, whether it's commuters or our businesses here, in being able to service them here, rather than just making it a very denuded area in the centre. So those policies are here, but I'm sure you're thinking road user charging, all of those sorts of things. Some of those things have government have to grasp the nettle, as Jamie said. We know that as the ICE ban kicks in, and we're already seeing the impacts of that, and it's something that the mayor has been calling for a long time. That tax revenue to the Treasury, it's a countrywide issue. This isn't just a London issue. And certainly on when we talked about bringing in the ultra low emission zone, we knew that other cities were going to have to implement clean air zones. We were calling for something that many operators were saying is a sort of consistent approach across the country, because to make it easier for operators and others to drive into the centre. Or to use their vehicles. So certainly on taxation, I think we need a sort of national approach, really, about understanding this is coming. It's not going to just be coming here in the UK, but it's going to be an international issue as well. But in the meantime, we do what we can do, and going back to what Shashi said, and obviously Sadiq said this morning, we need a properly funded transportation system to enable this city to work and to enable it to contribute to the economy of the country. And without that, without even having parity within the New Yorks or Parises, it'd be great if we had a sort of greater support from government, like Singapore has. And they rely only 20% of their on fares, whereas we're near enough to 70%. So that's not a way to be able to develop that integrated transport system that allows public transport to sit aside alongside river transport, alongside active transportation, and really help people make the change that we want to see. You've seen the polling recently about people wanting to take action on climate change, wanting cleaner air. We just heard that the terrible impacts air pollution has in the city from Rosamund, Adoo-Kissi, Debrah. These are all things that are very live to the mayor and to TfL and to City Hall, and that we're trying to integrate those actions, but we really can't do that alone. 50% of the emissions, the levers of carbon emissions and even air pollution emissions lie with the government. So we really need them to step up, both on funding and on powers.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, that's very helpful to hear. And Robin, if we are to think about more integrated transport, what do you think is needed to ensure that river transport is a more viable and widespread mode of transport for Londoners, both for personal use and to transport goods and do deliveries?
Yeah, I think we're probably all on a fairly similar page here. I mean, we need a sort of coherent policy framework, and which includes coherent funding and fiscal measures. I mean, if I just take two examples in relation to river transport. One of the main barriers to getting more goods on the river is infrastructure, small-scale infrastructure. So repurposing the pier network, which is currently mostly used for passenger transport, actually doesn't take a huge amount of investment. But it's no secret, and particularly with colleague Sashi here from TfL, the TfL is incredibly strapped for cash. So actually we need to have some sort of model which gets some finance into the pier network as a way of actually unlocking the potential for the river to be used for freight. So that's one very practical thing. A second is the sort of unlevel playing field between the road and other transport modes. So there is a government, there's a government sort of funding stream around modal shift. It doesn't really work for river transport. It's mainly aimed at rail transport because of the way the formula works. So we're trying to pull together a whole package to go to DfT on that to reform that. So there's some quite specific things, not huge things, which could make quite a big difference to what I was saying about the potential of the river for freight in particular. I think on the passenger side, I do think the decarbonisation agenda is really, really important. I mean, listening to the previous speaker, to Rosamund, the impact of diesel emissions, not just on carbon but also on air quality, is shocking in London, and we need to take action on that. And it's an area where, at the moment, from the river transport side, we're at the sort of learning phase. So there's quite a lot of interesting projects going on, funded in some cases by government money. So Thames Clippers has just won for 3 projects looking at methanol, compressed hydrogen and liquid hydrogen as alternative fuels, and so on. But at the moment, you can't really go to the market and say, I'd like a high-speed catamaran that's fueled by hydrogen, and the infrastructure is not there. So we have got quite a way to go to develop that, but we're on it because it's very important.
Mm-hmm. Can I just say, I think the importance, I think we're all saying it, is we really need policy signals, really long and loud ones. The IC ban is one that was long overdue and is absolutely critical, I think, to get us to that 2030 target, but also to meeting the WHO targets for air pollution. But whilst we're waiting for government, I think cities are taking action. So the mayor has set the policy framework. We're able to progress through the transport strategy, environment strategy, London plan, and try to push those boundaries. And I think working with many of us in this room, I think it's going further and faster than we're allowed to, I guess, or in theory allowed to, but not asking permission really and just getting on with it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. That brings me to my next question, which is, since we're all thinking and talking about policy frameworks that are enabling or less enabling, what needs to change about how we manage transport in London in terms of governance structures and just creating more enabling policy environments? Shashi, do you want to begin?
Well, that's an interesting question, Tiffany. I think it's worth saying, and I'm slightly repeating what Sadiq said this morning. It's worth saying that the rest of the world looks to London to figure out how to run transport. Transport for London has become the exemplar for an integrated, well-functioning transport organization around the world. And in fact, even earlier this morning, I've got a request from a delegation from overseas that wants to come and see us for exactly that reason. So we should not forget that there's something very substantive that has been achieved over the last 20 years and how to run transport and how to govern transport. And the level of integration that's available in London is unprecedented around the world. So you have to start by asking the question, what are we trying to fix that's not broken here? The only thing that's a challenge right now is the funding. And the funding is a challenge for 2 reasons. It's because government started withdrawing support back in 2015 and reduced the grant support for TfL very sharply. As the mayor said, and I'm repeating him again, we were well on the way to achieving self-sufficiency despite that revenue cut. But the pandemic has got in the way. And the impact of the pandemic is very real. If you see fewer people on the tube and on the buses, that means less income for Transport for London. And meanwhile, we carry on running all the services to make sure that people can still travel in comfort and have some ability to socially distance themselves as long as that was needed. So that's where the challenge comes from. I don't think, and I just want to be very clear about this, I don't think this is an issue of governance. It is an issue of funding. Now, to the extent that you want to draw the funding question into governance as well, then it's absolutely the case that this is the most centralized economy in the world as far as taxation is concerned. There's very limited devolution of taxation powers, and the mayor enjoys much less of it compared to his counterparts in other cities around the world. So if you were looking for a change in governance, it would be about the devolution of methods of funding that would give the mayor a freer hand to be able to run transport in the way it should be run for a world-leading city like London.
Thanks, Shashi. Shirley, do you have any thoughts on governance and funding or anything to add?
I think Shashi's right. What are we trying to fix? We could spend a lot of time trying to fix, if you wanted to start with a blank page, the sort of governance structure we have in London is a very odd one, you know, whether it's transportation to waste disposal to lots of things. But it's a function of the fact that we have 33 local authorities, we have various other sort of statutory bodies and the GLA, obviously. So I think that the focus really is been about how to make that work better. One example is, something that has arisen because of the pandemic and has gone faster, but the London Recovery Board, where the Mayor is working with a number of stakeholders, co-chairing that with Councillor Georgia Gould from London Councils, the leader of Camden. But on that recovery board, a number of organisations, key to London, and together, they've come around, remarkably, and agreed, coalesced around agreement to 9 missions, and to, whether it's the Green New Deal one, which I'm leading on, through to High Streets for All, to ones that Debbie, who you heard from earlier, are working on about sort of safety nets for Londoners. That's a remarkable degree of collaboration and coordination in a very short amount of time. And sparked out from that has been a number of initiatives that we're taking forward, whether it's the Green New Deal Fund. We have a conference coming up on anchor institutions and the sort of pledges that we and they are going to make to improve London. So I think the focus is really about how do you collaborate better, and we're seeing a lot better collaboration. Obviously, we need to do much more, but I think that's the focus really. And as Shashi said, making sure that London can access the funding that is available to other cities. The thing that really gets me is the fact that we're not able to access the clean air funding or the scrappage funding that other cities have been able to, despite the fact that London has put in £500 million a year of VET and don't get that back. We're quite happy to contribute to the rest of the country, but I think it is just enabling London to have that fair share of funding, but the right powers to enable us and local authorities and others to improve the London that we love.
Mm-hmm. So on the governance theme, we know that the legislation on e-scooters is evolving, and micromobility seems to be a rapidly growing space. And I'm wondering, Jamie, if you could speak to what your thoughts are on creating a more enabling environment for micromobility so that it can be part of our strategy to decarbonize transport.
So I think TfL is doing many of the right things already. I mean, I think it's very important that it's introduced in a way that is safe and managed. I think other cities have probably let it sort of run free and run wild for a bit longer. I think that the way it's being managed in London is very impressive. I think the second thing, though, is it's a useful mode within an integrated system of transport. So I do think the other thing to really bring scooters and e-bikes to the fore is to encourage ways where it can be built into a wider multimodal journey, so that it is easier to use it to get to the tube or get to the bus stop or the other things you want to do, as opposed to seeing it as a single leg solution to get people from A to B. Because for many people in London, London's just too big to get, fully east-west or north-south on a jump bike, no matter how full the battery is when you start.
Mm-hmm. Micromobility can certainly play a role in first last mile journeys to and from tube stations. And we know that tube levels or tube usage is still at less than 50% of pre-pandemic levels. And Shashi, it'd be great to hear your thoughts on how do we get more people back on the tube, or do you think that tube usage will recover anytime soon? And if so, how?
So Tiffany, let me give you the good news first. So tube travel is more like 66% of normal traffic, not 50. And what we've seen steadily over the last several months is pretty much a straight line growth in tube traffic. Ever since step 4 of the release from lockdown happened in July, we've been seeing a steady increase in tube and bus traffic, but mainly tube traffic. So if you think about, and by the way, it's higher on weekends. So on weekends, we achieve roughly about 75% of normal traffic. So if you think about where the so-called lost traffic on the tube is, it's fundamentally coming from two sources. One is that there are fewer visitors to London. I mean, if you go to the museums, which are very dependent upon international tourism, they're empty. And that's a very visible sign of the fact that international tourism is struggling. And there's a lot of effort going on to try and revive international tourism. But that's, of course, affected by so many other factors that are not within our control. But the other side of why tube traffic has not recovered back to normal is the return to office. And I think it's fair to say that most organizations have struggled to find a really comprehensive way of bringing people back into the office. It's still 2 days or 3 days a week for most people. Hybrid working has become the norm. But increasingly, people are coming back to the office, and that's very visible in our data as well. But drawing this forward, what needs to be done to get traffic back to normal? So some things are within our control in Transport for London. Some things are within the control of the city, and some things, we are just takers of what's happening in the broader economy. The thing that's within our control is to carry on running a good service, carrying on providing a safe and clean transport system. And we are doing that, and we have carried on doing that throughout the pandemic, even in the absolute depths of the pandemic last year. So, if you think about the depth of the pandemic last year, on Easter Sunday, we carried 64,000 trips on the tube, which is the lowest number since the 19th century. But we carried on running as many trains as we could, and we never dropped really below 85%. We're back to nearly 100% of normal service. That's the best service that we can perform for London, and the best way of getting traffic back onto the tube. We also do very intensive surveys with Imperial College, where they're going around testing for traces of COVID on our transport network. And despite doing lots of swabs across the entire network, they've not found COVID on the transport network either. So the idea that the transport network is inherently unsafe or dangerous to use because of the pandemic is also not true. So that's the thing that's within our control. And this is why I go back to the point that the recovery from the pandemic requires a well-invested transport system running to the best of its capacity to enable the city to get back on its feet. Now, other things that are within the control of London as a city, or within the control of the national government, is the comfort messages that can come, providing comfort to people, providing confidence that it is safe to come back to work or safe to come back to leisure activities, encouraging tourism to start again. Those are all things that can be done, and to an extent they are being done. But to an extent, we have to be a bit humble here. The whole world has been humbled by this little virus, and it will take some time to recover. And what we should not do is penalize those people who are trying to help the recovery, because the recovery is important to UK PLC and to the national economy. So we should not penalize those people who are trying to help it back to its feet. And especially because none of us want to look at an economy that is 30% smaller than what we had back in 2019.
Thanks, Shashi. It's time to move on to questions. So Shirley, there are lots of questions coming in about road user charging as a way to address the climate emergency. Is that going to happen anytime soon?
The Mayor's made it really clear that, we'll keep this under review, but the focus is really on trying to help our city recover from the pandemic. So the focus, I think, at the moment is trying to get a secure and stable funding settlement from Transport for London. And obviously we'll keep things under review. I mean, the road user charging in the way that the people want to see is probably needed, emissions-based, time-based, and so on. It's going to need a massive change and investment in technology. That doesn't exist around the world. So it needs research. And, we're not the only ones in, whether it's London or New York or others that will need to be looking at this, let alone within the country.
Mm-hmm. And on a similar note, there are lots of questions coming in around Silvertown Tunnel and why or how can we still go ahead with that given the need to decarbonize transport and lower air pollution to a healthier limit. Shirley, I think you're probably best placed for this.
Yeah, I gathered. Again, it's absolutely clear that anybody who's ever been caught up in a traffic jam caused by a delay at Blackwall Tunnel will know that immense amount of gridlock that occurs in that area of South London that leads to air pollution, from idling, So the approach that we've agreed on, having improved the original plans for Silvertown Tunnel, so it's much more public transport going through that, zero emission buses. We've got 2 charges now, both that will be imposed on the Blackwall Tunnel and the Silvertown Tunnel. Both tunnels are within the expanded ultra-low emission zone. So all of those things will mean that we're not forecast to see an increase in traffic, which will mean that the carbon emissions aren't going to increase, and the air pollution emissions will be, we've modelled won't be there because of, again, because of the ultra-low emission zone. The immense amount of compliance that we've seen from the low emission zone standards, which were tightened earlier this year. 95% of heavy goods vehicles are already compliant, and the rest are, will increasingly be driven down that road. And similarly, on the ultra low emission zone, at launch on the 25th of October, we saw compliance levels of around, I think it was about 87%, which was up from about 40-ish% from when we first talked about or confirmed its implementation and started with the toxicity charge. That's a massive change and cleaning up in London's air. So central London has already seen in the order of 50% reduction in roadside nitrogen dioxide. So, and we'll expect, and we're hoping to see sort of, the levels that we're forecasting for the expanded zone of around 30%. It's too soon to say what that's going to be because it's going to take at least a year before we really know what the air pollution levels are. But we'll be producing a 1-month-on report in a few weeks' time. So hopefully that will give you an indication of compliance levels and so on. So it's the right thing to do. And especially now, when with the funding settlement and the implications of the managed decline scenario, where you're looking at sort of impacts on many of the sort of crossings that we're seeing in London, it makes it all the more necessary, I think, for that tunnel to proceed.
Could I just add, I can't resist the opportunity to talk about river crossings more generally, and I'm not going to get into the politics of Silvertown. I'm going to leave that to Shirley. But there was a very good Centre of London study about 5 or 6 years ago now, looking at the way in which the river often acts as a barrier in London as opposed to a conduit, and we desperately need a number of additional river crossings in the east of London in the way that the west of London enjoys. And I have to say here that there's an obvious solution, which is to use the river. And the study which was done to look at the electric passenger cycle ferry at Rotherhithe suggests it's about 10 times cheaper than bridges and tunnels. So I think if we're looking to the future, let's not forget the old-fashioned way of getting across the river as opposed to tunneling under it or bridging over it and take a boat across it.
Thanks, Robin. It would be great to hear you talk more about how the river can support more pro-nature approaches, as there are questions about how do we ensure that people use more of London's green spaces and just enjoy nature more as a part of their day-to-day lives. And the river can certainly be complementary to that.
Yeah, no, sure. I mean, the Thames estuary is an internationally important habitat, amongst other things, and we do quite a lot of work with the RSPB and others to support some of the iconic sites. But I think one of the issues is sort of public perception around that. There's still we did a survey recently with Mori, which the single word, the first word that majority of people used about the River Thames was polluted. Now it's interesting that, and whether that's because they think of it from the past or they're thinking about the sewage overflows. The fact is that people generally perceive the river to be much dirtier than it generally is. In fact, we have 125 fish species in the Thames at the last count, and people are always surprised by that. So I think that, I suppose my sort of conclusion on that is that we need to use the finishing of the Tideway Tunnel project to really get across to residents and visitors that the Thames is a thriving habitat, and it's good for recreation, it's good for well-being, it's a great open space in the middle of London. It's not this sort of polluted thing which people somehow think it is. So I think that's a great opportunity, because until the Tideway Tunnel is finished, of course, then we still do have a lot of sewage overflows, which means that at times they're right. It's not the most pleasant place to be. So, but in 2024, that problem will be almost solved, and I think we really need to connect people with that in London.
Thanks, Robin. Jamie, here is a question for you. Many people use taxis and private hire vehicles for convenience, not really necessity. So how do we change that in order to reduce congestion and air pollution?
I mean, we need to make sure that people, that there are many convenient modes for people to get from where they are to where they want to be. I mean, I think there's a truth now, as the weather gets colder, sometimes it's just easier to get a private car, or it's easier to order an Uber, where that may not be the best solution for the city. One of the ways we try and get around that is to make sure that everyone is taking a fully informed choice. So when you go on the app, you're told the relative cost and your arrival time of public transit versus getting a jump bike versus getting a ride-hailing vehicle. So we're trying to help customers make as informed choices as possible, which I don't think, as I've said previously, is the end of it, but I think it is the start of it. The end of it then is having policy frameworks that then sort of nudge and coax them to take decisions that are in not just their best interest, but in the best interest of the city as well.
Thanks, Jamie. Another question is, cities like Barcelona are offering citizens a year of free travel on public transport if they give up their car. How can incentives like this be used to nudge behavior change and support the mayor's strategy and decarbonize transport? Shashi, do you have any thoughts on that?
Look, different cities are following different strategies, and part of the reason why that's the case is what the starting point is. So if you've got low public transport usage and high car usage, strategies of that kind actually make sense. But if you try doing that in London, you have to look at the fairness of something of that kind. To offer somebody free transport to switch from car to public transport sends a very misleading message to all those who are already on public transport or walking and cycling. Why is it, what did they do not to deserve the free travel that's being offered to car users? So, we have to keep that into account. I think this is where the whole question, the broad question of charging and pricing comes in. And what London has done in that regard is we're leading. The congestion charge was the first time that anything of that kind had been done in the Western world. We should not forget that Singapore was doing that already. And the emissions charges that have come in London are truly world leading. And I think that's the direction that we need, rather than offering incentives that will come across as being very unfair to those people who are already doing the right thing.
Thanks, Shashi. We are running out of time. So our last question is for Shirley. How do we overcome opposition to LTNs, the low traffic neighborhoods, which have been controversial but have worked relatively well?
I think I was saying earlier, these were brought in largely because of COVID, so they are still experimental. Some of them have gone in needing to be redesigned and retweaked. Others have gone in without any problem at all. And I think that, just remember that I think there is something around 100, maybe more, have gone in. You only ever really hear about a few of them. A lot of them have gone in quite well. People like them. And, they have an opportunity, through the consultation to make their views known. Nothing is perfect the first time round. So I think it's give it a chance. And I think just to remind people that actually LTNs have existed a long time ago. Where I live, there's just a very simple road closure under a bridge, which has just created a sort of an LTN. These have been around for a long time. And I think it's just because people, some may have not been as well designed as they could have been, but there's an opportunity to change that. So I think hold your nerves is what I would say. The other thing would be to demonstrate the impact that has. So again, there are a lot of myths about this impedes the local economy, stops people accessing local shops and so on. But actually people do, look at the evidence, it actually encourages people to get out of their car, to stop in local shops, to use local facilities, to actually understand what their neighbourhood has to offer in the first place. And then that's not even to mention the sort of air pollution impacts that it has as well. And again, going back to the conversation that Rosamund talked about earlier.
Thanks, Shirley. We have one more minute, so I'm going to squeeze in one more question. This one is for Robin. The importance of green infrastructure has so far been ignored in this session, though I'd say you have touched on it. So what should be the priorities for London's green and blue spaces in the future? Quick
Wow,
answer.
in 20 seconds. Investment in the piers, without a doubt, that's the way to get stuff on and off the river. Investment in technology. So if we haven't talked about safety in passenger systems today, but actually, technology is giving us new ways in which to manage safety. And I would say investment in river crossings, because I've got the last word then, and we think that's really what
Well, maybe I could just have the last word. I just want to say, because I came here today from planting one of 2 new woodlands up in the green belt in Enfield. So actually, we're doing a lot of work with around improving London's green infrastructure, not only for health and access to the environment, but also for London's resilience, tackling climate change, and so on. But one of the things, linking it back to the transport question, is about how to make these more known to people and more accessible. So there's a very good link, through public transport, and really it's just getting people to understand that these things exist, whether they're along the river or just generally across London. So yeah, lots it is happening. Yeah.
That's a very great note to end on. So thank you to the lovely panel, and now let's break for lunch.
Couldn't let you have the last word.
No, you're absolutely right.
Especially because
just a really quick note from me. Lunch is 40 minutes, so I think by my watch that's 1:35. You can come back here and we can carry on with the afternoon. Thank you. analogies. This train is about to leave, as per the announcement. So let's get the show on the road. Hope you're all well fed and coffeed up. It's more than halfway through, so we've done well so far. The next panel is a critical topic, the safety of women and girls in the city. Everybody deserves the right to feel safe traveling and working and going out in our city. Unfortunately, not everybody does have this privilege. By the way, please continue to send your questions in on Slido. Helpfully, the details are on there, so I don't have to keep saying the numbers. And please tweet using our hashtag. As I said, for this next session, there's a panel discussing the safety of ladies, girls and women in the city, and it will be co-chaired by Kalia Curlew and our own Claire Harding. So please, without further ado, invite them to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to stand for just a second because I know there were people still coming in. Really nice to see you back again for people who were here this morning, and to have you joining us for people who've joined us later for today or are seeing us online. We're here today to talk about women's safety in London. I'm sure I don't need to tell you what an utterly vital and important topic that is. Before we get to that, just a few changes to our panel today, life being life and life being complicated. So Belle Ribeiro, Addy MP, will be here as soon as she can. We gather that the division bell has just rung in Parliament, so she'll be here after that. And Sally Benatar is unfortunately unable to make it today because of a family emergency, but we're really pleased to have not one but two great replacements for her. So thank you very much to Amy LeMay and Tara McGovern, who are going to speak to women's safety in London and to policing in London. Finally, Farah unfortunately isn't able to join us in person today, but she is here online and you can see her on the screen. Hello, Farah. Really great to have you all here today. I'm going to hand over now to my co-chair, Kalia from London Youth, who's going to say a little bit about her interest in this topic. And then we're going to hand over to our brilliant panelists for some questions. And then we're going to have questions from you in the audience as well. If you're here in the room, you can ask for questions on Slido. That would be great. If you're watching us online, you can also ask questions on Slido. The information on how to do that is on the screen here or in your delegate packs. We'd really, really love to have lots of questions for this session from men and from women. So whoever you are, if you're watching us, please have a think about questions you'd like to ask or think about questions. But other people have asked that you'd like to upvote to ask of our brilliant panel today. Thank you.
Hi everyone. As Claire said, my name is Kalia Curlew. I am representing London Youth today. As a woman, it is inevitable that I am interested in the topic of harassment because, of course, I have been harassed by men. And yeah, I just want to share my views, and I want to hear all of these lovely ladies' views and how they've helped harassment and what policymakers are supposed to do to help women with harassment. Amy, what have you been doing to help women?
Well, firstly, thank you so much for inviting me to be here at the last minute. It's a real honor, and it's something that I feel so passionately about. And, you know, as feminists in City Hall, the Mayor of London and I are both really dedicated to tackling this issue and ensuring that London can be as safe for women and girls as it possibly can be. When I was first appointed Night Czar in November 2015, we did some polling with Londoners to ask them what their top concerns were around the nighttime. And that polling came back, and it won't be a surprise to anyone here today that the number one concern was around safety for women at night. And actually, it's interesting to see the findings in the Centre for London report that's published today that says personal safety is still top of the that list for even people responding to surveys today. So that is still a concern. And so I knew also, as a woman who has always worked at night my entire life, I knew only too well the challenges that women face when going out and about at night, whether you're working, whether you're out enjoying yourself, whether you're picking your kids up, whether you're studying, visiting family, whatever it is. And so we had to take a long, hard look at the gap between the fact that London is safe and the fact that women were still perceiving that it was unsafe. And how do we bridge that gap? It's a very difficult thing to do. And so this has been a long piece of work that we've started, and it's ongoing. The mayor has just committed 60 million more pounds to ending violence against women and girls in this city. Specifically, the things that I was able to do was to launch the Women's Night Safety Charter. Now, this was launched by the mayor in 2016. It's a set of principles that we encourage businesses and organizations to sign up to. If you operate between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. and you either employ women or you have women as customers, effectively anything, if you operate at all between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m., we encourage you to sign up. So that includes places like bars, pubs, and clubs, but also we have signatories that include NHS hospitals, local authorities, the Association of Corner Shops, for example. And so once you start kind of piecing things together, you can see how collectively we're able to change not just how women feel, but also the culture of our society. And let's face it, I mean, we have to address that when we're here, that is why we're here, because this is about the fundamental culture shift and culture change that absolutely must happen in order for this situation to get better. Because we can have women's night safety charters, we can invest the money in ending violence against women and girls, we can keep talking about our experiences on the streets and in our homes, but until men change their behavior, none of this is going to stop.
Thanks so much, Amy. Tara, maybe your views next, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tara McGovern, and I'm a Detective Chief Superintendent with the Met Police. I am here replacing Sally Benatar, who can't be with us today, unfortunately. She's very disappointed. And the reason that she asked me to cover her is because I am the chair of the Network of Women in the Met Police, and I'm also the lead for SIGNA, which is our program to tackle internal sexism, sexual harassment and misogyny within the organisation. I'm very passionate about the subject. Whilst I am here representing the Met Police, I also, in my role as the Network of Women chair, hold the organisation to account internally about how women are treated internally. So this is something that's incredibly important to me. And the work, one of the things that I would say, and I know our other panel members just joined us. So I would just say about SIGNA, internally, after the horrific murder of Sarah Everard, I got women from across the Met together and I wanted to talk to them. I wanted to give them an opportunity to speak about how they felt about the murder and the impact that it was having on them. And also I wanted to talk to them about how we would work as women within the organisation to drive the agenda about violence against women and girls across London. And whilst I got them together, and you can imagine brilliant ideas that they came up with that is part of the Met's VORG strategy now, what also surfaced was a feeling of internal misogyny and sexual harassment and behaviours that were well below the standard that we would want anywhere. Now, we've already said, women have already said this goes on all the time, and it goes on inside the Met Police, and we want it to stop. So that's the SIGNA programme that I run now internally, with a view that hopefully once we've landed it, we will look to go external, but I'm happy to go through that in a bit. But we've got other guests, so I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm so sorry I was running behind. I'm not sure if this is working. Maybe I forgot to. There it is. Hi, my name is Belle Ribiradi. I am the Member of Parliament for Streatham. I'm also a member of the Women and Equalities Select Committee. And sadly, one of my constituents who was just mentioned, Sarah Everard, was murdered earlier this year. And the murder also took place in the constituency, which caused a lot of issues, I think, for women thinking about how safe they were in the area. It brought up a lot of women, let's say, complaining, putting forward complaints about things that happened to them in the past, reporting things that they hadn't done for a number of months because they thought that nobody would take it seriously. It really did create a situation where people started, I think, to speak more about violence against women and girls, and in a way that they hadn't done for a very, very long time. I am very concerned that women continue to feel unsafe, and that despite the conversations that have been sparked since Sarah's tragic murder, not enough has been done in terms of policy change, not enough has been done in terms of resources put into violence against women and girls, and not enough is generally being done, as was touched on earlier, to change the culture. There's a lot of talking about, and sometimes there's a lot of victim blaming when it comes to women. Women should have done this, they should have done that. I know it was certainly the case for Sarah, people talking about the way in which she was walking and whether or not she should be walking at that time of night, and things that women should be doing to keep themselves safe. And I think it's really important that we shift the focus onto what men should be doing to stop harming women, and what the changes that should take place in society overall to change people's attitudes when violence is committed against women. But not just that, it starts from as basic as some of the language that is used, some of the things that are seen as acceptable in schools. It goes right down to the very simplest of things that young people are taught and have become just prevalent and excusable within our society. So it really does have to start there.
Thanks, Bella. Thank you for waiting in to join us. I'm just being handed a microphone, and I will now be passing the microphone to my panelists. Thanks for your patience with that quite slight tech change. I'd like to bring Farah in now, and I'm so sorry you couldn't join us in person. Maybe you could say a little bit about the work that you've been doing, because it's such a privilege doing this session, because we've got to bring together so many brilliant women. It would be lovely to hear about some of the work that you've been doing about tackling abuse and harassment of women on the streets. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And again, my apologies that I wasn't able to make it today, but I'm glad I was able to do it digitally. So I'm Farah Bennis. I run Catcalls of London and also FFA Security Group. For those of you that don't know, Catcalls of London is a social media-based campaign I've been running since 2016. We take stories of public sexual harassment, and we take those stories to the streets and chalk them where they happened. Alongside this, I run workshops in schools with young people, educating on harassment, its effects, interventions. And that's something that I really do believe will help create change. I also do run a London-based security company, and I'm involved in London's nighttime economy, so I have a pretty clear understanding of women's safety concerns in those spaces. Amy, we are signed up to the Women's Safety Night Charter. And I also run training with venues and other security companies to ensure that security response to women's safety is appropriate. Like everyone here, I believe that not enough is being done to change the culture surrounding women's safety. Going back to my work with Catcalls of London, since 2018, I've received more than 18,000 stories of public sexual harassment from women and girls. And something I really want to underline is that 60% of those were under the age of 16. 97% of the time, the perpetrator was an adult or multiple adult men. So when we talk about this culture of misogyny, patriarchy, and all of the rest of it, I really just want to push forward. I am so concerned over these numbers and the fact that we have children in our streets being sexualized, being harassed, being assaulted, and the fact that it is basically adult men who are responsible for it. So yes, I believe there's very much work that still needs to be done, which I'm sure we're going to touch on later in this panel.
Just to say thank you also to those who have been asking questions on Slido. Please keep them coming. If you could put your job title or your organisation, one or both of those things on, that's really helpful because it just gives us a little bit of context to your questions. But if you haven't, that's great, and thank you anyway. I'm going to hand back to Kalia to ask some more questions of our panellists in just a second, but I just wanted to say in response to what Farah's just said, at risk of making this a little bit over personal, I realised as I was preparing for this session that I've been sexually harassed on London streets for 20 years. I'm 34, so it started pretty young. And I'm so grateful now that, I don't think I talked about it. Maybe I'm not the only person in the room who just thought this was like my fault and maybe slightly shaming. And maybe also if I told something about it to anyone about it, the response would be, well, don't walk back from school at night after dark. So yeah, thank you for everything you're doing to make this public. It feels so cathartic just to have this stuff out in the open and talking about it. We're going to do an experiment now of handing around the microphones. Sam's going to bring us another one. So I'm going to ask Kalia to ask a question of the panelists. And then please, if you would like to answer it, please take a microphone and answer it. And Farah, if you'd like to come in, please wave.
Hi, again. I just want to echo what Claire said. Yes, it is very cathartic to be able to talk about this in a hopefully non-judgmental environment. Yeah, and definitely being 14, even younger than 14, like being harassed on the streets, not even just on the streets, at home, like men at home, like uncles, even dads and stuff. It's just very, for me, it's weird, like my own personal experience. Like, why are you, as an older man, my family member at that, asking me, oh, Claire, you've grown so much. Look at your figure, look at your bum and all that stuff. Why are you, as a grown man, asking me that? My uncle, not even just my uncle, other women, I know that other black women, other people of color, even not even just people of color, white women, all the communities. I feel like a lot of young children have experienced sexualization from their uncles. Why are you asking me to sit on your lap? Why are you bouncing your leg while I'm sitting on your lap? It just doesn't make sense as a child. But yes, enough about that. I just wanted to ask, do you think that harassment differs in terms of like area, in not even just in London, but all over the world, and in terms of age, race, and gender and stuff? Or not gender, but like, yeah.
I don't think it differs in terms of the intensity of it. I think, as has already been said, from quite a young age, young women are sexualized, and that what might differ and what might differ in different areas at the moment is perhaps how we're taught to respond to it. There's definitely a general sense that, when you're, and I know this from when I was younger, you go out somewhere, or even somebody calling you on the street or saying something, that's all meant to be normal. That's just what happens. Boys will be boys, men will be men, and you're taught from a very young age that that's something that's happens, and you just have to deal with it. And it's not really an issue, and it's not necessarily something that you should complain about. But what I'm finding more and more in certain areas, people are calling this out more. And whereas in some countries, I don't believe it is being called out more. And I think that's all about where it's being discussed, and where, I suppose, in some senses, sexual harassment is taken more seriously. But I do definitely think that overall, just general behaviour, we're taught everywhere, right, universally, that's just what life is.
I completely agree, and I just want to take it a stage further. I look at the detection or the outcomes with rape cases in this country, and that it's appalling. And if we get a charge and if we get a case to court, the chances of conviction are pretty low. And I think it reflects back to the fact, at what stage is no mean no, as in with a jury? Somebody's had a few glasses of wine, they're judged, it's the victim blaming. Somebody may have had a kiss and a cuddle. At what stage is them saying no to sex, not no to sex? And I think sort of we start with that sexual harassment, and you know, boys will be boys, and then we move on to that kind of, it's a kind of societal position, and I really think we need to shift it.
Thanks. Can I bring Farah in and then Amy?
Sorry, the unmute is getting to me. So just to add to this, so Catcalls of London is actually part of an international organisation called Chalk Back. And there are over 450 catcalls accounts on every single continent around the world, and we're represented in over 30 countries. So talking about harassment and all of these issues, yes, it's a London problem, of course, but it definitely is a global problem as well. And one thing I've learned is that, as Belle said, the way it's approached is different. And I think how we hold people accountable in different places is different. But ultimately, we still have more to do and work towards here in that space. But yes, very much a global issue, not just something that we see in different spaces and different postcodes, etc.
Yeah, I would totally echo that. I mean, we are living in a patriarchy, and that is the fact. And so that means that this is everywhere. And just to touch on a couple of the points that were made earlier around escalation and what you were saying, Belle, about that kind of the low level, oh, this is just what you've got to expect. You know, I remember being, you know, really teased by some boys when I was young, and, you know, they were particularly cruel. And my mother saying, well, that means they like you. You know, and that teaches you that, you know, men, if they like you, are mean to you, you know, and then you sort of extrapolate that, and that the boys are allowed to get away with that behavior. And then all of a sudden, you know, you have grown men and grown women in extremely dysfunctional relationships. And so by tackling the lower level sort of violence and behavior is really also how we're going to tackle the bigger stuff. Now, there's the bigger stuff that's going on as well. And one of the things that, you know, that the Mayor of London and I have been calling for is to make misogyny a hate crime. Because if misogyny is made a hate crime, it means that those crimes will be recorded. Because at the moment, these crimes are being reported, but they're not being recorded as hate crimes. Misogyny is not a hate crime. And I think the biggest shift that we could make would be to have misogyny as a hate crime. We could start measuring these crimes. I think women are really sick of talking about this all the time and trying to convince men that it's something that they should be paying attention to. All we know is that we have a very low conviction rate, but we don't actually know the full scale of the problem. And so if we had misogyny as a hate crime, we'd be able to track this. We'd have the data, and then maybe we could try and find some real solutions to solving this endemic problem.
Thank you so much for that question and those really interesting responses. I'm going to move to some questions from the audience now. So thank you very much to all of you here or online who are asking questions. The first one's from Shona Manson. I do hope I pronounced that right. And I guess the first is an observation that it's interesting there are no men on this panel, and that's something that we thought about a lot, and we talked about it a lot as an organisation and a team putting this panel together. And the decision we came to for this event was that we wanted to create a space to centre the voices of the people who are most affected by this. And we know that we can't possibly represent the views of all London women on one panel, but we wanted to have as many female voices as possible. But I do know that, but that's a complicated decision. It's a controversial decision. And it takes us to Shona's question, which is, I'm going to pick up the iPad so I can read it properly. The writing on this thing is tiny. What tools today exist to help us train our boys not to penalise girls to make change on women's safety? Interested to hear from all our panellists on this and from Kalia as well. Amy, you've got the mic. Would you like to start?
I'll just start by saying I think men are our greatest allies in this fight, and we need you. We need you to stand up. We need you to speak out when you see or hear your friends, your family members, your work colleagues, passersby. And we really need you to challenge this behavior. So that's my message, really, is to all men, that we need you in this fight. We really do. So please step up.
I definitely agree. Is the mic on? Oh yeah, it's yeah, I feel like definitely on social media, I see a lot of stories, women coming out about being harassed or whatever's happened to them. And it's always like, oh, men are like, oh, it's not all men, it's not all men. But yeah, we know that. But how many men are standing there and watching women get harassed? I mean, it really does make it all men. I put that in quotes because we know it's not all men and, going to get a bit antsy about it. Men will literally stand there and watch their brethren, their friends, harass a woman, even take part in it, or even rape a woman, and then it's like, oh well, it wasn't me, so I can't say anything. But you can though. You're a part of you're meant to be representing us. You're meant to be with us. Solidarity, and it just hurts to see all these men are getting defensive about it. But when really, if you're the problem, then at least try and change and see what you and your people are doing wrong and stand with women.
Thanks. Thanks so much. I want Tara and then Farah, if I could ask you about your work with how your work is being viewed and how you're working with male Met officers.
So I completely agree that men are massively important in this agenda. So, and I'm a big supporter of the he for she agenda, which we have within the Met, and we have allies. So the Signa program is aimed at our men internally, and it's mostly being delivered. It's been driven by the network of women, but it's being delivered by our he for she allies, so men to men. And what it is saying is, you are the solution. There is a small minority of men, I would suggest, that are carrying out behaviours internally in the Met which fall well below the standard we want. We do not want to create an environment where they are comfortable, and we need people to stand up and call it out. So we give them tools how to do that in part of the Signa programme. It's about moral courage to stand up and say, when they hear something, that's just messed up, I don't want to hear that. You don't talk about your female colleagues like that, and address the low-level stuff. So we give them a lot of tools, but they are the solution to this. And we are working very hard to take them with us. There is this defensiveness that we are starting to get, that, some men feel that we are, pointing the finger and it's all men. The thing is, banter or turning a blind eye or not standing up and calling it out, well, you may as well just do it yourself. So that's the message we're trying to get across.
Thanks. Can I come to Farah online and then Belle, please?
I completely agree with all of you. Men are going to be our biggest allies in this. Working with young people, I'm always stricken at how many don't actually understand what harassment is. I can ask a room full of 30 young people, have you ever been harassed? And maybe one might put their hand up. And after I start giving them definitions and examples of what harassment can encompass, every single room in that hand will go up when I ask the question again. So I think education is so important in making people understand that, it's not just these bigger things, for example, sexual assault and so forth. There are many small actions that are undertaken by people that, lead to the same, that lead to people.
Can you hear us? We seem to have temporarily lost Farah's audio feed, the joys of working online. So, Belle, if I could ask you to come in and we'll see if we can get Farah's audio back.
And just carrying on from what Farah said in terms of tools, that's a tool that we don't have. We don't have enough education in schools. And if you want to change something, that's probably the best place to start, with education. I think it's really worrying that because misogyny isn't looked at as much as an issue as perhaps other forms of discrimination. Well, actually not all other forms of discrimination. It's not something that's widely educated on. You don't see many lessons a week trying to teach young people, trying to learn some of the discriminatory practices that they may see in the media, or that they may just become accustomed to because that's what we do. And unfortunately, I also think when we're looking at wider things, there's actually something which I saw as part of London many years ago. So many years ago, there was a program called, I think it was called Capital Woman. I can't remember exactly, but it was run. It was run by came out of the city, and it was very much targeted at reducing male violence against women. I remember where violence against women, or specifically domestic violence, went up in all areas, other areas of the country, it went down in London. And it went down in London because there were specific campaigns targeted at wider society, talking about what the issues were with domestic violence. I'd like to see more of that. Those are the tools that we don't have. Not enough of an educational agenda, and not enough of a wider kind of media campaign aimed at making people look at their behaviours and reducing things such as domestic violence.
Thanks so much. I'm going to ask Farah now to see if you can talk again and see if we can hear you.
No, I'm back, but actually I think, sorry about that. But actually I think Belle kind of just summarized. I'm not quite sure where I cut off, but she picked up what I was saying very nicely, and carried on with it, and I fully agree.
Thank you. We've had quite a number of questions that are related to this one, related to the role of men. I hope that the other answers of those questions won't be too offended if instead I move us on to a slightly different topic. And I'm going to combine two questions from audience members here. So we've got one from Sana Ikram about why there was a difference between the coverage of the cases of Sarah Everard and Sabina Nessa, and how we manage the intensifying factors that BAME women face. And then a linked one from Kat Miller, so I'm going to ask both at once. Violence against women and girls disproportionately affects working class women and those from BAME backgrounds. So it's both a race and a class issue, and how can the city's response reflect this? Does any of our lovely panellists like to volunteer to answer that one first?
I mean, I think we have to start by being very aware that racism and classism exist in our society. Unfortunately, often in attempts by various institutions to make themselves seem better, particularly in light of the Black Lives Matter protests and a lot of awareness around that. Everybody seems to be centering themselves around proving that they're not racist, or proving that they don't have issues in terms of class. And so they're really trying to prove that. And that goes as far as our government, it goes as far as our police forces. And I think in order to set about changing institutional racism, you have to actually accept that it exists. If you don't accept that it exists, then you're not going to be taking the steps to properly combat it. And if you're not taking the steps to properly combat it, how on earth are you going to address those issues when it does come to violence against women and girls, when you're approaching different women, when you're trying to raise awareness in that way, when you're trying to actually encourage people to report? If the police are seen as a negative in the Black community, why on earth would Black women want to come forward to the police, who are seen as aggressors often, to report incidences that have happened to them as of aggression? I think so. We do have to address those issues widely, and we have to accept that where we're failing, and nobody seems to want to do that because it sounds bad.
Well, I agree. I agree with that, and you know, the trust and confidence. I mean, let's get the elephant in the room out there. You know, the trust and confidence challenge that the Met Police has right now, with so many different parts of our communities, is huge. We have so much work to do. There are people. We are a group of people who are absolutely, the vast majority of us, so committed to providing a service to this city. And we love what we do. And we are absolutely appalled and find it horrendous when we look at, you know, we drop our heads in our hands when we look at some of the things that some of our so-called colleagues have done and some of the behaviours. And we've got a long way to go, I think. I think with the Black community, I think with women in London, I think with other minority groups who may look at us with suspicion. We're doing a lot of work in that space, I know that. My current role is head of recruitment in the Met, so we're really trying to be far more reflective of the London that we serve. But, you know, I'll be honest with you, you know, we need to sort our house out so that we become an attractive place for people to work, so that they want to apply and join us. And we are acutely aware of all of that, and we are working incredibly hard. We're looking at all sorts of different strategies and looking to deliver. It's not quick enough. It's going to take time. But I absolutely promise you that the will of the vast majority of my colleagues is there, and we are going to be working incredibly hard to do that.
Thank you, Tara. Amy or Kalia, would you like to come in?
Just to pick up, you know, what Tara has said, you know, I work really closely with the police as Night Czar, and we've been doing a fantastic campaign around welfare and vulnerability engagement, and the Ask for Angela campaign, which is aimed at licensed premises, so working really closely with the Met. And so I just wanted to say that, you know, in order to tackle this, partnership really is the best way forward. And even though we all have our own individual identities and experiences, we're united in wanting to change things. And the only way of doing that is together.
I definitely agree with what the panelists have said. In terms of the difference between BAME communities and white women, I feel like in terms of being a Black woman myself and Black men as well, like in terms of like them going to court and stuff, like and being harassed by police, I'm talking about men, they have to prove themselves innocent instead of the policeman or woman proving themselves guilty, is it? I hope you get what I'm trying to say. And it's the same thing with Black women. Instead of us going to court to prove the perpetrator guilty, we would have to, it's worse for us to try and prove ourselves innocent. And we see that with white women as well. They have to prove themselves innocent in terms of like, what were they wearing? But Black people are particularly targeted, and we are automatically seen as guilty no matter the situation. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Farah, would you like to come in before we move to another audience question?
Yeah, just to say that I 100% agree with every single one of you, and that while we talk about structural misogyny, we also cannot omit to talk about structural racism and what that means for victims of assault or harassment and so forth. So yeah, it's really important that we do look at things in an intersectional way and address it that way.
Thank you. I find myself in the peculiar position that the most upvoted question that remains is the one from my boss. So Nick, this is not because you're my boss, it's because it's the one that's been the most upvoted. But Nick Bowes of Centre for London asks, and I think it's a really good one for us to end on, what single public policy change would you make that would have the biggest impact on the safety of women and girls? So who's going to be brave and take that one first?
Well, I kind of already said it, but I think making misogyny a hate crime would be a really good start.
So where we are with that, there's about 10 forces across the country that are trialling. Nottinghamshire is one of them. Really interesting results coming out of there. The Law Society's, the Home Office is looking at that at the moment. And the Met is waiting for the results of that before it makes its decision. Really interesting about how it's flushing out and giving women the confidence to come forward and complain about things like stalking and other harassment. So yes, I'm really interested to see what happens with that. From my perspective, yes, I totally agree. Misogyny.
Just so I'm saying something different, obviously that's absolutely important as well. But again, I'd have to go back to education. Nothing's going to change, and that would take education of young people, absolutely, but obviously re-education of all of us as to what's acceptable in society. And we focused a lot on what men need to do, and I think that's absolutely right. But even as women, we need to understand that some of the things that people say and do to us are not acceptable. And we need to unlearn all of those so-called social norms where harassment and different types of language used against us is seen as something that's okay. So yeah, education.
Great, thank you. Farah, a public policy change?
I'm going to have to echo both of you because that was my first one and my backup one to address. And I have fully supported the Make Misogyny a Hate Crime Bill. I've campaigned for it. I'm all for it. I do believe that it is going to help us in. I think data is so important, just to sort of circle a little bit, and we need data to help us address these problems. So having this bill in place is going to allow for crimes to be recorded, which is then going to allow for more data and helping us actually address and come up with solutions. And education, I am always for education. I wax lyrical every day pushing for it because it is just so important that, as Belle said, it's not just men and young men, but it's women, and we have to unlearn what we've been taught and also learn new ways of thinking and new ways forward. So fully with you.
Thank you. Sam's just told me that we have 5 minutes left, which is very exciting because I thought we had to wrap up right now. So I've asked a good closing question, and now I'm just going to ask another opening things up again question again. So thank you, panel, for your patience. This one is from Safar Asmani, and again, I hope I pronounced that right. Apologies if I haven't. And it's for people working in the nighttime economy. So I guess particularly Amy, maybe Farah, maybe Tara. What's being done for the safety of trans women and folks? Because some of the conversations and solutions that are talked about can be binary.
Yes. Well, I'm glad that question has come up because, you know, we've touched on misogyny and those intersections with racism and class, but we can't ignore those intersections of sexual identity and other gender identities. And, you know, the rise in hate crime within the LGBTQ plus community has been exponential. It's quite frightening. And, you know, trans women are women. So when we're talking about safety of women, we should always keep trans women in mind. In particular, the kinds of things that we've been doing. I mean, I mentioned the refresh of the Ask for Angela campaign, which I think previously had been for those of you who don't know the Ask for Angela campaign, it's for licensed premises, so for bars, pubs, and clubs. If you are in a premises that has signed up and say you're, you know, in a situation that's making you feel uncomfortable, you can go up to a member of the bar staff or, you know, door staff, whatever, and discreetly ask for Angela. This is a code word, code phrase, that means that that person who is trained to respond to you asking for Angela will then take you to a safe place. That might result in them, you know, reconnecting you with your friends or phoning you a taxi or indeed phoning the police or whatever is appropriate at that moment. And so it's a really valuable tool that we have for licensed premises here in London. And the reason why we refreshed it was because previously it had been very gender binary. You know, it had really just kind of, you know, a picture of cookie cutter woman, you know, and cookie cutter man. And actually things are much more complicated and real than that. And so we wanted to make it appeal to everyone of all genders, of all sexualities, of all identities. So we removed a lot of that imagery and made it much more inclusive, so that even, you know, men who may find themselves in difficult situations can go up and ask for Angela. So it's a code phrase for everyone now, and that includes our trans sisters, our LGBTQ plus communities, all of our communities that make London, quite frankly, the best place to go out in the world at night. I know I'm biased, but.
I think if you're biased, you probably all are. Farah, would you like to come in on that one?
I'm actually really glad you brought up the Ask for Angela thing, and I would actually love to discuss this with you separately at a time. I'm not sure if you've seen that Metro are doing a Make Angela Safer campaign, which kind of addresses some of the issues that are faced currently. And I'm not sure what it looks like in its current form. I've kind of just been up with it up until the last couple of weeks. But there has been an issue of how the implementation has worked, how the fact that there's no actual register of venues that are participating in it, and a few other just small issues surrounding the campaign. And I think that something that's really important is we talk about campaigns, we talk about education, but actually there really needs to be partnerships with people who are on the ground implementing any of these sort of programs, because it's all fair and well to shout about things in the press and talk about them, but if they're not actually working on the ground, we have a problem. I've tried to access the Safer Sounds training and was unable to. I've tried 14 times now as an experiment and have been unable to do so. And I'm not slating it in any way. I'm a full supporter of it. You'll see I've spoken very publicly about it. But I do think it's really, really important that when we talk about all of these things, that we do actually, we're not just talking about campaigns, we are looking properly at how we're going to have tangible actions that can be implemented and that work, and that there's accountability for it. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to turn that into a slating the campaign, but because I do support it, but I just thought it was really important to mention that.
No, I hear what you're saying, and we should definitely carry on the conversation. I will say that if I didn't think Ask for Angela worked, we wouldn't be behind it. And actually, we have the proof that it does work. There's a number of venues in London, which will remain nameless, where we've been able to put Ask for Angela into practice. Someone made themselves known to the staff. That resulted in the arrest of the perpetrator. And so we have proof that it is working. A lot of these places and spaces have been closed for a long time because of the pandemic. We've rolled it out the end of August. So there's still a lot more training to do. You know, I'm not saying that this is a done thing. Sorry. Yeah.
We could let this conversation go on all day, and I really wish we could, but unfortunately we have another panel coming up. So all that remains is to thank my brilliant panelists and my fantastic co-chair, Kalia, particularly for dealing with these very rapidly changing and complex circumstances we have today. Thank you to everyone in the audience. I'm sorry we didn't get to all the questions, but I think that all that shows is this is a conversation that needs to continue today and beyond. So thank you, and looking forward to continuing to talk about this.
Thanks all, and thanks for a really powerful and moving discussion. Super, super important. For the next session, we'll move on to politics, which I personally find utterly fascinating for all kinds of reasons. The last 5 years has been tumultuous is a strong word, but certainly eventful politically across the country and also for London, including two very heated kind of elections for the city. Following a presentation by Jenna Goldberg from London Communications Agency, we'll kick off a panel to discuss what's coming next for London politically and how the outcomes of the pandemic might affect the coming elections over the next 18 months. So without further ado, Jenna.
Thank you, and so nice to see you all. Before I get started, a little bit of housekeeping. Do remember to put your questions on Slido, because after I speak, we've got an illustrious panel joining me on the stage for discussion about politics, so sure to be interesting and controversial. I'll try my best. When you put your questions in, though, please do put your name and your organisation, as it helps to, as we said before, provide a little bit of context. But as I say, thank you very much for having me. Last time I was standing in front of the audience at the London conference. It was November 2019, 2 years ago. And I stood in front of a presentation like this entitled, "What's Next?" ? Which at the time didn't sound ominous, but now looking back, sounds a little bit threatening. So given that it was 2 years ago now, I thought we'd just spend a few minutes setting the scene and reminding ourselves what London's political landscape looks like at the moment, sort of how we got here, and then looking ahead to the future, and particularly to the next 6 months to May 2022, but also a little bit beyond that, setting the context for what will be a very interesting discussion in just a moment. So where are we now? Well, this is pretty simple, straightforward stuff. This is London's operating context, our Who Runs London graphic that some of you will see over there in the corner. We've produced this for many years now, working with Tony Travers of the LSC, who's going to join us up on stage in a minute. Don't worry, I'm not going to take you through this right now. In fact, my colleagues, Stephanos and Emily, the LCA research team, the brains behind this operation, are going to stand over it at our next break and take you through all the things that have changed on the organogram of London over the last 2 years, and points to anybody who spots anything we got wrong. It's highly possible. It's pretty complicated. But just to point out a couple of things, which is that, as you all know, we have a Conservative government at national level. We have a Labour mayor in City Hall, a Labour administration, and then we have this constellation. Sorry, those are the changes that they're going to take you through in a minute. And then we have this constellation of boroughs, 33 local authorities. And that's going to be our focus for today, because on the 5th of May next year, 1,800 plus councillors, so every single London councillor, will have to fight for their seat again. And that includes the City of London Corporation, though they won't be up in May, they'll be up in March, because they like to do things a little bit differently. But every single London councillor will have to fight for their seat next May. And so that's what we're going to focus on today. And why is that important? Well, I'm sure you all know this, but it's been certainly brought home to me during the pandemic that London's local authorities are very much our front line of government. They are the people who are responsible for the most vulnerable within our communities, and that's never been clearer than over the last 18 months. But as many of you in this room will attest to, they also are in charge of planning, housing, adult social care, child services, and much, much else besides. And that's after 10 plus years of austerity with budgets cut and resources very tight indeed. So it's important because of all the things they do, but it's also important because of what it means politically, of course. So a local election can be a real comment on what we all think of the current national government at any time. And this is a graphic that Tony has shared with us and allowed us to use. And it's a little bit complicated at first sight, but actually those vertical lines are general elections, and those horizontal lines show the party share of councillors. So as we approach New Labour in 1997, you can see that Tory line goes down. As we approach the coalition government in 2010, the Labour line goes down. The anomaly being the last few years where that hasn't happened. And that would be really interesting for us to see what kind of comment our votes next May makes on the current national government. But then to focus locally in London, that's why we're all here today. What does London's political map look like, and how did we get to this point? So these are London's political maps over the last 15 years. And I'm not going to go into these in detail, but I'll just turn your attention to the kind of colour changes that you can see in each of these three maps, and particularly that rising red tide. So we have Labour in 2014 holding 20 boroughs. That's that southwest corner of London where the Liberal Democrats sort of hold steady-ish one way or another, and then this sort of Tory ring of outer London in some way, shape or form, which brings us up to the last local election. So this was 2018, so 3.5 years ago now. And you can see again, Labour with 21 boroughs under its control, a high watermark very much so for the Labour Party. The Lib Dems back at 3 boroughs, Richmond, Kingston and Sutton, holding on in that southwest corner. And and some Tory holdouts, particularly those central London boroughs. Remember that in a minute when I take you through what we're expecting in May. And just a slightly more nuanced picture on the map on the right, which shows you the size of the circle is sort of proportionate to the number of councillors held in each borough. So you can see quite clearly some big red circles where Labour has a sort of one-party state or thereabouts, where might be a few opposition councillors, but it's a mostly Labour borough. Quite a few of those, particularly in central London or sort of east inner London. What we haven't talked about yet, though, is these sort of green and yellow circles appearing again in central London in particular, Camden, Islington, Haringey, where the Liberal Democrats say 10 years ago were a presence, and again in 2018 started to show some green and yellow shoots, and we'll come back to that in a moment. But a lot has happened in the last 4 years, and I'll list things quickly. We've left the European Union, we've had a pandemic, we've had a general election, we've had a mayoral election postponed, and you may recall we also had this strange European election in 2019. And I put this up really just as a curiosity. This was the leading party by vote share in the, as we've entitled it, Freak 2019 European elections, where on this issue of Europe, the Lib Dems polled in first place through this stripe of London. And then we had the 2019 general election. It feels like quite a long time ago now, really. It was a sort of a different world, if you like. And obviously on the night nationally, a huge amount of change. The Prime Minister won himself a very handsome majority. But in London, the red wall stood. And there were only a few changes to the seat numbers, to the seats, including one of the members of my panel in a minute who re-won her seat in Richmond, having lost it to the Conservatives 2 years earlier. So not much change in London in 2019, despite what happened in the rest of the country. And then we had the postponed mayoral election. So it was supposed to be in May 2020. It took place in May 2021. A fairly predictable result. Most of us in the room, I think, probably would have assumed that Sadiq was going to win again. He probably didn't win with as wide a margin as perhaps some might have expected. And there was also some interesting voting trends, and we've just pulled them out on this map on the right here. That's the left, isn't it? Oh, I don't know. My left. In northwest London, where the Conservative candidate, Sean Bailey, actually polled ahead of Sadiq Khan in first preference votes, despite it having been a kind of Labour win in first preference votes 4 years earlier. So some interesting things going on, and we can read into some of those trends when we're thinking about what might happen next May and beyond that as well. And I won't spend too long on this because this is a complicated slide, but this is the big picture. This is every election that has taken place in London since 2009. And we've tried to sort of draw these lines to chart what's going on. But actually, it's not as complicated as it may at first look, because if you discount the Boris bounce, which you can see in 2012, and if you discount, I see the colours of, is there another clip? No. If you discount the Boris bounce in 2012, and if you discount the strange 2019 election, actually you can see that the Tories, and sorry, that yellow line should be red, should be blue, that actually the sort of gap between the Labour and Tory vote in London has been quite stable over the last 5 years. So again, just thinking ahead to what that might mean for May, and in fact whether are Labour at a sort of high watermark, can they do any better, or actually might those lines get a bit closer together. The other thing I like to point out on this slide is the sort of changing places of the green and the yellow line, so that the Green Party and the Liberal Democrats kind of duking it out for third and fourth position in the capital, and this sort of changes places almost every election. So again, that's something we'll be watching really carefully this coming May. So looking ahead. So with all of that in mind and thinking about all those trends that we've just been talking about and the different voting patterns in the capital, particularly versus the rest of the country, We at LCA Towers, and some of you who know us know we're sort of inveterate election watchers. We can't help ourselves. We obsess over this stuff. We've sort of picked a number of boroughs that we're watching with interest. And they broadly fall into 4 categories. And this is all up for discussion, which I look forward to you collaring me during the break or on the panel to talk about any of this, but broadly 4 categories. The first is Labour targets, quite straightforward. Those blue boroughs in the middle that you can see there, all presumably pretty high up on Labour's target list. They think that with some fierce campaigning and events being on their side and some resources targeted in the right way, that they may have a chance at any of those 3 boroughs. I'm not saying whether I agree with that or not, certainly not on the record. Tory targets, those 2 at the bottom, certainly I would have thought on some Tory target lists. Sutton there's been some interesting voting patterns in Sutton over the last few years, particularly around the issue of Brexit, which despite it being a Lib Dem borough, it actually voted for Brexit. Work that one out. And also Croydon, which has historically been a bit of a swing borough and is also going to be voting this time around for the first time for a directly elected mayor, as will, of course, Tower Hamlets. And in both of those places, I think we find ourselves with a quite feasible situation where we could have a directly elected mayor of one party and an administration of another. And I have no idea how that will work in practice, but I think it is a possibility in both of those places for different reasons and with different parties in play. And then there's a sort of smattering of boroughs, which we just call simply boroughs of interest. They're Labour administrations largely, because most in London are. They're unlikely to switch political affiliation, but for whatever reason, interesting sort of local factional politics within the ruling Labour Party, other local issues, sensitive issues, low traffic neighbourhoods or major development schemes. There's some febrile politicking going on and certainly will be over the next 6 months. And again, anyone who wants to talk to me about that can come up and find me or my colleagues in the break. So those are the ones we're keeping an eye on for sort of political reasons. But then there's sort of I would say, known unknowns of it all, which of course in politics is crucial. One of those known unknowns is the boundary reviews, which in 25 boroughs, there are new ward boundaries in place for this next election, which means on a very local level, if there's a particular ward seat that you're interested in, it's quite hard to tell what shifting demographics and shifting boundaries will mean in that particular seat. And that's the case in 25 of the 33 boroughs. So actually quite a kind of live issue and a complex one for us to get our heads around. And then, as I've mentioned, there's the sort of local factors, which, everywhere that you live, you might be more aware of than me, but, every borough has its kind of controversial, sensitive political issues for reasons good and bad. We don't have time to go into that today, but those issues can make a real difference. And, it's fairly sort of accepted London political law that in 2014, Hammersmith and Fulham went from Tory to Labour, and that was largely, if not completely, because there were A&E and maternity service and hospital closures mooted in that borough that the Labour politicians successfully campaigned against and won the borough. Again, something for a debate, but these issues can really make a serious difference at the ballot box. And then just a few sort of parting thoughts that I wanted to leave you with before we get to our discussion. And these are really sort of more macro points that are really important for London as a whole. And as we say, local government being so important to the running and operation of the city, actually the people who lead our local authorities are vital to the future of the capital. And there's a huge amount of churn that we've seen, particularly over the last few years, for reasons we can all imagine, the pandemic presumably being first amongst them for that. But it's a really live issue that I know many within the organisations in this room are grappling with. So this is the list of London borough leaders, and it's listed in order of how long they've served in their post. And really the takeaway from this is that from about halfway down from that red line that's Greenwich's Danny Thorpe down, none of those leaders have fought a local election as leader before. They've all been in their post less than 4 years. And Kaya, who's joining me on the panel in a moment, might be able to speak to that, what that feels like in a moment. But I think that's really important as we, for all of us who work in the capital, to bear in mind. There's a lot of new hands to this. And equally, at officer level, these are at the most senior civil servants really working in the capital, and there's a huge amount of churn at officer level as well for, again, similar reasons, I think. But these senior civil servants are the ones ideally navigating, above the sort of politically choppy waters that the politicians dwell in, and seeing these organisations of 2,000-3,000 people through, and again, a huge amount of churn. Quite a few vacancies to fill, and I know from speaking to colleagues, particularly at London councils, that that's quite daunting. That's a big skills and knowledge gap that the capital really needs to take it through this critical period in its history. And finally, I just wanted to set a little bit of the macro context and many of these issues we've talked about today. But of course, May 2022 is just one moment in an extremely political calendar. So we've talked a lot today about levelling up, and we expect the levelling up paper from the government in any minute now, I think. We've got the TfL settlement we've talked a lot about today. That's absolutely vital. It links, of course, to the levelling up agenda and our relationship with the government. But those 2 points are happening, ideally, hopefully before Christmas. Then we head into campaign season, and then we have the elections. And then we might have a period of relative political calm, famous last words. But it is then 18 months potentially until the next election in London, which is May 2024, unless, of course, we have a general election before that, which is possible. And of course, campaigning starts 6 months away ahead of that, at least anyway. So maybe there's a year in which we can get things done without this kind of overtly political context, but perhaps that's slightly optimistic. And with that, I'll leave that thought with us and ask the panel to join me on stage to discuss all of this and more, I'm sure. Thank you. Thank you. I'm really glad to be joined here today by Councillor Kaya Comer-Schwartz, who's the leader of Islington Council, actually the Labour leader of Islington Council. She was appointed leader in May 2021, so not too long ago, but was previously deputy leader and has been a councillor in London since 2013. Next to her, I have Sarah Olney, who, as I mentioned earlier, is the Liberal Democrat MP for Richmond Park. Sarah was elected as the MP for the second time in that December 2019 general election, but also served as the MP there from December 2016 to May 2017. Sarah is also the Liberal Democrat spokesperson on transport, which I'm sure will be interesting to hear about when we get to the discussion. And of course, on my far right, we have Professor Tony Travers, the director of LSE London and general London expert and co-author of Who Runs London and much else besides. Thank you all so much for joining me. I'll start with a question for the two politicians on the panel, I think, which is, I sort of set out the macro context there, and clearly the last 18 months through the pandemic has been, I'm sorry to use this word, unprecedented. What has it meant? What has it meant in political terms? How has it changed the politics of your parties and your constituencies? Kaya.
It's a very good question. I think, for us, it has been quite a big shift in what we're seeing as a borough. I think in local government, I think the thing that is different to national government is you live where you serve mostly. So every day I have taken my child to lockdown school because my husband works in the NHS, or I have joined my local mutual aid group, and whilst delivering food, got casework. So it has really, I don't think you could have been closer to a pandemic from the things that the guidance that we were being handed down to national government. As councillors, as leaders on the ground, we were directly seeing how that was affecting people, you know, whether it be local businesses getting in touch and saying, what am I going to do? I now have no income and a huge amount of rent to pay. Help, you know. So it really feels like we have had to serve during a crisis in a very different and fast-moving way. And I think it's been good in a lot of ways because it has really driven our need for partnership in a way that we have never kind of, you know, we all talk in local government about de-siloization and partnership working. I tell you, if you need to get a football pitch to be a mass vaccination site in a number of days, partnership working gets done, you know. So I think those are the big changes for us.
I think as far as party politics is concerned, the answer is probably not much. And I think actually that's been a really good thing, that some of the responses to COVID haven't been politicised. And we can see the difference here in the UK compared with places like the States, for example, or even Germany, where attitudes to vaccination have been really characterised by political outlook. And we see that, as I say, most particularly in the States, where a lot of Trump supporters are anti-vaxxers, and to a lesser extent, I think we've seen it in Germany. But in this country, it hasn't been like that, and which has, I think, been a really good thing, and part of the reason why we've had mass vaccination uptake and we've got quite good vaccination results is because it hasn't been politicised in quite the same way. So I think that's been a really good thing. There hasn't always been a kind of a consistent political approach to the best way to tackle coronavirus, but it hasn't become, you know, once the vaccinations emerged, it was kind of, everyone was like, this is the way forward. There's been minor disagreements about the level of support required, particularly around things like sick pay. But generally speaking, it's not been a party political issue. And I think, as I say, overall, that's a good thing. What I do think has happened is with the public at large, I think it's really amplified some of the issues that were kind of bubbling under, but it's really brought new things to the fore. I think climate change, for example, everyone's realised, you know, what an impact it has when we all stop driving for a bit, for example. And so I think people are now more open to consider a life with fewer car journeys. And people are thinking more about resilience and who bears the risk in society when these things happen. It feels like, and certainly my observation as a constituency MP, is that risk gets passed all the way down the chain and it's the people at the bottom who have to bear it. And I think more and more people are seeing that that's an unsustainable way of operating society. So I think a new understanding of some of these issues is emerging amongst the public, and I think that may well have an impact on how people vote.
And how will it change the way that you campaign ahead of next May? Has that been affected greatly by the pandemic, or will it be back to the way that you campaigned in 2018? Because after all, that was successful.
No, I mean, for me personally, I think the additional things we're seeing in our borough, the complexity, the understanding of how health inequalities, how income inequalities, how things like the climate emergency are affecting my borough, and residents being a lot more aware of those issues because of the pandemic. It's really given us a feeling that our manifesto has to be, we can't just say we're going to pick up the bins and is that good enough? We have to be much more radical. We have to be much more, open about the challenges and what we want to do as a borough to tackle those inequalities with local people.
What about you, Sarah?
I
realise you're not campaigning yourself.
I will certainly be supporting our local teams in Kingston and Richmond with their re-election campaigns. We will be talking a lot about the environment. I think our focus is going to be really on young people as well, because they're the ones who have been impacted most out of the pandemic. The days missed off school, the impact on mental health, and employment opportunities. And so it will be about highlighting, now that we've all been through this crisis together as a community, we know who needs more support, what we need to be doing to put in place to kind of ensure future resilience. So I think that will have an element. But I feel in terms of, again, party politics, I'm not sure that responses to coronavirus will necessarily feature heavily. Although obviously we would like to highlight the fact that both of our councils worked extremely hard on behalf of residents during the lockdown and the pandemic.
Tony, I wonder whether you might sort of situate sort of this particular moment for London within the sort of broader sweep of history. So, I highlighted at the end of my presentation the sort of churn and change that we've seen in people terms, for example, in local authorities. But how does sort of this moment in London's political history sort of compare across kind of other sort of eras of, I suppose, crisis?
Well, I think it's pretty unusual. I mean, the pandemic is the third of three once in a lifetime events that have occurred, political events, really, or they become political events. So we had the 2008-9 banking crisis, which you'd expect to happen very infrequently. Let's hope. Then Brexit, what everyone's view is about Brexit. It's a major political event for the United Kingdom and for London, obviously. And now the pandemic, which has been particularly, the effects of it, particularly in central London, have been profound. Obviously, some parts of outer London actually benefited from increased footfall and so on. But so these are three once in a lifetime events within 13 years. And I think that this final one, and we've already heard a bit about this earlier on today, will, I think, affect the way people feel about their jobs, about places they live in, about their future, actually. And so I think this is going to produce a kind of an impact 5 or 10 years from now. I'm not sure what it will be, but it will be an impact on the way we think about politics, the way we think about work, the way we think about home, and so on. So I think the 2022 election, and then again the general election that will follow it, and actually the mayoral elections, we've got quite a lot of elections coming up, is going to take place against this remarkable backdrop.
Do you think, therefore, that we might see, you used the word radical earlier, and I'm going to pounce on that. Do you think, therefore, we might see some radical ideas? And if so, sort of in what areas? What are the key issues that Londoners are kind of clamouring for change on? Kai, I don't know. Sorry you used the word radical, so I'm going to pounce on you.
Well, and I bet everyone back on the ranch will be like, she said what? No, well, I think definitely climate change. I think our understanding for the need to be having better public spaces, health being a major driver of people wanting to be outside, being, cleaner air, greener spaces, definitely. I also think housing, we are one of the most densely populated boroughs in the whole country, and we are in a housing crisis like I have never seen before. I've been a councillor for 11 years, and throughout all that time, we have said, we're in a housing crisis. Now, my God, are we in a housing crisis? And that is really shaping a lot of the social dynamics in our borough, especially post-pandemic. A lot of people who have changed priorities in terms of, being able to work from home have moved out. But actually, increasingly, people who have to work from home in our borough are now cheek by jowl 24/7, and that's creating tension. So I do think we need to think even more, how do we build a lot more social housing, good space in a kind of climate aware manner. So those are the kind of areas that we need to push further on.
I'm struck by the top question that's come up here, because I think it's linked to this point, which is, it's actually dropped to the second most popular question, but it's about, from Sam Krem from the LEYF, I don't know what that is, but I'm sure I'll find out, about how do we affect long-term change rather than just kind of looking for quick fix, short-term policies. So I think, climate change and the housing crisis are two areas where, it's not going to be solved in even one political term. It's going to take a lot longer than 4 or 5 years. So how do we advocate for longer term change within the capital? Any of you?
I think, just to slightly come back to the previous question, but then I will answer that one. I think what we're going to see, at future elections or the elections kind of immediately after, the pandemic and the lockdown, if there is an after, I don't know quite when we get there. It feels like we're going backwards a little bit. But May 2022 and future elections after that, I think there is going to be a tension between those who want to use this event, to use Tony's terminology, as a catalyst for change, as opposed to those who want to go back to how it was, get back to normal. And I feel that sort of tension quite a lot in my constituency. And it comes to Kaya's point there about housing. She was talking, obviously Islington have, your particular, borough, and as you say, very densely populated, and I imagine quite a lot of inequality. It plays out differently in Richmond because we've got different demographic, but nonetheless, that still, you can see in planning decisions, for example, you can really see that tension playing out. We have huge demand for housing in Richmond as well, but we've also got people who are really anxious to preserve the environment, and they're making very legitimate environmental points about, overdevelopment and so on and so forth. So that's where we really see that tension playing out. And I think those are going to be really those are going to be the sort of tricky political issues. I don't think just in Richmond, but certainly we're seeing them there. But if we can grasp the mettle of what's the change we need to make and use the opportunity represented by the pandemic. And I said in my earlier response that, climate change has really come up the agenda now. And I don't necessarily want to characterize it as two halves of the debate, but, those two distinct groups of the back to normals and, catalyst for radical change, there is actually a very broad agreement about what we need to do to tackle climate change. People are keen to see a switch to electric vehicles or investment in alternative forms of transport. People are keen to see policies that support biodiversity in the local environment. So I think the opportunity for radical change and sustained change, which I think is what your question was asking about, is finding those policies where we can bring both sides, and I'm still slightly reluctant to categorize it as such, but both sides together in agreement as to what we need to do next.
And Tony, do you think London's kind of shifting demographics, but also, I guess, the wider context of the national political picture would support that, or does it present challenges to that sort of radical change?
Well, London is a relatively young city, and young people are generally more likely to want to, and we know this from polling and from the past, going to agitate for progressive change. So I think that's in a sense an advantage, a big advantage to London. The demography of London is something we'll find out more about from the census, which will tell us a great deal about population size, how it's changed since 2011, and so on. But I do think that, big cities are curious. London is an interesting mixture. It's in some ways a very progressive place, but it's in some ways quite socially conservative if you look at the polling on the subject. And that's in part because of migration, which has changed the population makeup. And you can see you have quite a large number of religious people in London, a larger proportion than many other parts of the country, for example. So, or people who say they are religious. So I think that the demography of London will always create pressure, partly because it is so densely populated, for change to the way the city works, on the environment in terms of fairness of various kinds. And an event like this today, without being over self-referential, allows a large number of people to come together to think and to meet and to discuss issues, which is in its way a remarkable thing. And it's, that the city can do this and have a way of having these discussions is very important for the kind of political and social progress that I'm suspecting everybody here wants.
And on that note, the current most popular question is from Debrah. Heyman Nakoma, who says, is a change in voting system needed to support longer term change that lasts past each election? And I'll just add to that, actually, we have a change in voting system coming for the next mayoral election, actually, where the current sort of first and second preference system is being dumped. So actually, that's there is a change coming, but perhaps not the one you're getting at. I mean, Tony, I think that's one possibly for you. Sort of, you know, actually, is there a case to be made for changing the way that London is represented?
Well, it's interesting. We do have, as you, different voting systems across the UK, and indeed Scotland. They've moved over to a form of proportional representation for local elections, courtesy of the Scottish government, Parliament. I think, I'm generally small c conservative on changes to structures and voting systems, to be honest, but I do think that having boroughs where there's only one party represented is not great. And it's not, I'm not having a go at the party in the boroughs concerned. It's just, I think that not having the voice of the opposition on the council is problematic. I think it doesn't score well in terms of, measure of democracy across the world. So for that reason, I'm a bit more tempted by voting reform than I otherwise would have been.
Well,
I'm sorry for leaders who have large majorities. I know I'm not doing you any favours here.
Kaya to comment, because remind me of the composition of Islington, but you've got one opposition councillor or two opposition councillors?
We have two opposition and one independent one.
There we go. So, I mean, how do you ensure as leader of a council with that kind of majority that you are actually accountable to your constituents, some of whom may not have voted for you, but many of whom, of course, have?
Well, I would say, although we don't have an opposition in the chamber, we very much do have one of the most oppositional governments to what we're trying to do in Islington. So we don't, we feel like we're constantly battling against, some pretty things that don't represent what our borough feels are important, and that really is very difficult, especially what we've seen during the pandemic in terms of the change to universal credit recently, pushing even thousands more people in my borough into poverty. So we feel like we very much are working in an oppositional phase, but I suppose locally as well, accountability is exceptionally important. And I think actually local government is probably one of the most accountable systems that there is, because we are, very accountable to our residents. I go to the GP surgery and I'm talked to by my residents about things that concern them. And also I think in London, given what you were saying, Tony, about how a city can organise, in any full council meeting, I'm likely to have people from XR, anti-LTN protesters. They find very many ways to keep us accountable. Don't worry about that.
You're kept on your toes.
Yeah.
And a linked question here from an anonymous participant who says, what is the future of the Conservatives in London? Is there a route back in the boroughs they've lost over the last 10 years? And I thought, Sarah, this might be an interesting one for you to field first, only because you have recently taken your seat from a Conservative MP. So perhaps you have views on this. But I think it's an important question, and it links to that point about opposition, because actually if the Conservative Party doesn't feel that London is all to play for them, that's not necessarily a good thing for the city. So Sarah, perhaps you'll start us off now.
So I think that's where, and again, just to slightly answer the question before as well, but the thing about voting reform is where you've got that all or nothing, first past the post, unless we've got a chance of winning, there's no point in competing kind of voting system. You will get these, and obviously Liberal Democrats as a smaller party, we are quite picky about where we put our time and our money and our effort, because, we will always aim to stand a candidate everywhere, in every election, every council by-election if we can manage it, but certainly every parliamentary seat. But realistically, there's only a few that we think we can win. And and so therefore the trouble with that is that, you know, then it then becomes just a kind of an all or nothing between two, and then I think the voters are not properly represented in what they would really like, and things. And what I thought was quite interesting about your showing how the map had changed, how, you know, we've got hardly any no overall control councils now, and I think that's a real indication of how polarized politics has become. Undoubtedly a bit of a feature of Brexit, but it really does show that you're either Conservative or Labour, unless you live in Southwest London, in which case you're allowed to be Liberal Democrat. And it really, and for, you know, millions even in London are therefore not properly represented, and we get these very polarised politics. But just in terms of the way back for the Conservatives, I'm not here to give them advice. I'm happy to.
I should say Paul Scully, the MP for Sutton and Cheam, was due to join us today, but got called away on some parliamentary business. I don't know, Tony, perhaps you can can you represent the Tory voice?
Of course.
I've done a very poor job, I think.
I'd say three words here: Chesham and Amersham. Chesham and Amersham voters, by voting against what was thought to be the undefeatable party there, have got a change to national planning before it was even implemented. An extraordinary piece of evidence for how, if you use your vote to send a signal, the signal will be heard. Interesting. Anybody, as they say in events, anybody here from Bexley? By-election coming up. It'll be interesting to see whether people in Bexley on Thursday think like this, because if you live in an area, be it a constituency or a part of the country which is rock solid unlosable by one party, then all the other parties won't try very hard either. And London has that problem increasingly because you know, a quarter of the parliamentary Labour Party are London MPs, more actually. So at some level, the Conservatives, it looks to me, often look as if they think they can't win here anymore, and they're just going to go into continuous decline. Labour doesn't have to try very hard. That's unkind. I'm sorry, everybody. You know what I mean. So as a result of that, it's easy for the levelling up policy to become, however accidentally, or risk becoming, a sort of anti-London policy. Because if you know, both parties were really worried that they could win 20 or 30 seats in London, levelling up would be happening in Islington and in Kingston as much as it is in Harrogate and Richmondshire. So I do think you know, that this issue is most important, because if you want to get noticed, so for the Conservative Party, I think they need to come up with a really, really good candidate for the next mayoral election, with a real chance, as Boris Johnson showed, of winning. And then I think as a party, they probably need to set up a separate London Conservative Party and campaign on issues that work in London. That has been discussed in the past. I think that they need, as the Scottish Conservatives did, to think about how they can win in London and then come up with policies that will allow them to do that. It worked in Scotland. No reason why it shouldn't work for them in London.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, and it links to this question, which I really like, from Sana Ikram via Slido, who says, do voters still align to one political party, or are they more concerned with the issues being addressed by politicians, young people in particular? And I like that for a number of reasons, but it also allows us to address the other sort of political gap on the panel, which is, of course, the Green Party, who are not sort of represented here today. But actually, I think that's a sort of a relevant point where particularly young people might vote on sort of, you know, as you said, Sarah, you know, climate change being a sort of crucial key issue for the capital. So I think, you know, I'll start with you, Kaya. Do you see that particularly the young people in your borough are a bit more sort of issues driven rather than buying into this, as you've highlighted, this very polarized party political system that we have?
Well, what I would say is I am constantly amazed at how politically aware and astute and informed young people are now. I mean, I suppose that's part of the wonder of everyone having a computer in their hands constantly. They are informed in a way that, you know, you don't get so much of that, you know, I'm voting Labour because my grandfather before me. But I think in a way that's really politically exciting for us. I think it makes us really look at our policies, makes us really think further about what people and young people want and need. It's really interesting. I met with my youth council. We have a youth council in Islington, and their top issues were mental health, body image, and community safety. And that is really important to them, and really goes to the heart of the things that they're experiencing, what they're seeing, what they have experienced over the pandemic. And so would I say to them, vote Labour, your granddad probably did? No, I wouldn't dare. I have to come back with really thought through political ideas about how we're going to reduce CAMS waiting times, or what more we need to do about early intervention services around criminal justice. And I think that's really healthy.
Yeah, it's healthy, quite exciting for the future, I think. We've got a few questions here, all linked together, about sort of voter engagement, and Mia Johnson here saying electoral fatigue was talked about a lot in 2019, but are people more interested now? Similar from Geraldine Blake, who said London has low voter registration affecting young people, private renters, people of colour and migrants. How can London increase democratic engagement? And then a similar one from Sana Ikram, who says, is there a real risk of more people choosing not to vote in the next election? And what would be the impact? So Kyra, it sounds to me like you're saying, actually, no, you think young people in particular have become more engaged, I presume, through this crisis. I wonder, Sarah, whether your experience in your constituency bears that out as well.
Yes and no. I think one of the things I'm anxious about is that there's increasingly a kind of drive towards supporting issues-based activism, and we see this particularly around climate change, but there's a number of other sort of strands to that as well. And then it's all about kind of like only sort of being interested in that particular issue. And it's a bit of a rejection of kind of party politics or more traditional politics, because obviously it's kind of like, yes, we really care about that issue, but this is important as well. And we also need to put some attention on that. And so really it's about balancing priorities, but these things still have to be paid for. We can't go as far as some climate change groups would like on, I don't know, banning fossil fuels is something I was talking about this morning, because there's lots of industries that still rely on fossil fuels, which are creating, lots of jobs, but also critical parts of our infrastructure. So, you have to kind of like, if you're a political party, you're looking across the whole range of your policies and you're thinking about all of the different impacts. And it's kind of like, yes, we want to spend money there, but that means spending less money over here. And so, if people are increasingly, thinking about looking at politics just through the lens of specific issues, it sets a real test for party politics. And then if people are like, well, party politics is not delivering what I personally want to see, then that becomes a real challenge. And again, I think some of that is contributing to some of the polarization that we're seeing. Whereas what I'm really concerned with is building communities where everybody feels that they've got a stake, and it's not this kind of, constant battle. So that's the bit that sort of worries me a little bit. But I would totally agree with what Kaya is saying, that young people are increasingly engaged, but around specific issues rather than, which I wouldn't expect, teenagers to be thinking about economic policy in the round necessarily. But, where the activism is kind of, towards one particular part of the whole sort of policy portfolio, if you like, it almost increases disengagement rather than enhances it.
I mean, the excellent book written by other academics, sadly, called The British General Election of 2019 was published last week. And the political scientists who do that, who do all sorts of analysis, show beyond argument that there are stronger political identifiers than Conservative, Labour, Liberal, Democrat, and they include Leave and Remain. So Leave and Remain are still stronger than party identifiers. That's how far party identity has declined as a driver of voting, to take my grandfather kind of point, which is absolutely right. So I do think this leaves political parties having to represent an incredible array of only single issues, but there's quite a lot of single issues that people feel incredibly strongly about. So the environment is definitely one, but a whole range of others that have been touched on earlier today. And so parties are having to accommodate all of that single issue voting whilst trying to keep a sort of broad philosophy recognizable to their activists. And that is very, very complicated. And, you know, one thing I think we're going to see is, you know, going back to the previous question, as the Labour Party's dominance of London grows, and it's still growing, then other centre-left parties are going to nibble away at that vote. So the Greens are going to start doing better and better. And I certainly think they will next May, particularly in boroughs where Labour's very, very strong. So I think that the question of how mainstream parties, which are going to remain, reflect all of these new drivers of politics is, you know, for party managers and those trying to write manifestos at the local or citywide or national level, you know, biggest job that they've got these days.
Lawrence Mohammed asks here about business and saying that as business and tech assumes far more power than before, how can we improve transparency in funding and lobbying to mitigate corruption? And it strikes me that that question actually speaks to your point, Sarah. And you said, you know, you don't necessarily expect teenagers to be engaged in sort of economic policy, but actually, you know, I think what we can expect, given everything we've just said, is that young people are interested in how business behaves and what they stand for. And this sort of purpose-driven or sort of social, you know, expecting organisations to have a social purpose and to stand for something. And I wonder whether that's something that, you know, Tony in particular, in your sort of view across, you know, politics across the capital, whether you are seeing that organisations, particularly private sector organisations, are behaving differently when it comes to that sort of that issues-driven agenda.
Well, I think, I mean, this has been big news at the national level recently. I do think the way we fund political parties in Britain, which is no state funding, inevitably requires then a big membership base, and the major parties have generally much smaller, certainly the Conservatives and Labour, much smaller membership bases today than they did in, say, the 1950s. So if you're not getting money from your party members, you're going to have to raise the money somehow from somewhere else. And even though British elections are relatively cheap by international standards, you know, individual candidates in a presidential election spend more than the entire cost of a British general election and some. So I think British politics is relatively clean, but so long as politics has to rely on particularly very rich people or large organizations, I think it's more rich people than companies, to be fair, funding them, then this question about, you know, did they get into the House of Lords on merit? Are the policies being influenced by all this money that's being given? Will inevitably be asked. But, you know, in fairness to the political parties, if they can't raise money any other way, how do they exist? You know, and we try to restrict the amount that's spent in election time, but that's about as far as we've got.
I'm going to go quick fire through some of the questions as we've got 5 minutes left, and I don't want anyone to feel left out. This one's from Monica Jane for Tony about the 2021 census. She says, well, since it was done in such a time of flux and people moved or got stuck in other countries, how confident can we be in the data?
Oh, I think the Office for National Statistics will work very, very hard on making it as good as it can be, and they have ways of sort of, you know, I noticed this time, others will notice, they were coming round and ringing on doorbells and checking up, and it was all, you know, they really, really did try very, very hard. Interestingly, in New York City, where they had a census during the pandemic, they discovered the population was higher than it was previously thought to be. It's going to be interesting. They were worried that so many people had left the city, the population would be lower even than the 8.3 million it was before. It turned out to be 8.8 million. So I'll be interested to see if something like that here. I don't think as many people left London in the pandemic as has sometimes popularly been discussed. The electoral registers don't show it, GP registration doesn't show it. I know not everybody registers and deregisters on time, but aiming off for that. So I think that the census, and it's not just the totals, we're going to find a lot about who lives here, where they were born, which parts of the world, and all of those issues, which, you know, for those of us who love the richness and the glorious mosaic part of London, we'll find a lot more about that soon.
And thank you, because that's a wonderful segue to the next question, which is about the diversity of London's political representation. So, Kai, I might just turn to you on this one. How do we improve London's political representation, the diversity of London's political representation, not just generally?
Well, I'm really struck by the fact that I'm the first person of colour to ever be a leader of Islington Council. I've heard that I'm the 8th ever to exist across the country. So that tells you that we have a way to go, I think. We are seeing, as you said in your graphic, that there is quite a lot of churn. And what we've seen is quite strongly that quite a lot of the new leaders of boroughs are women, younger women, women with children, quite young children, you know. So I do think, and that might be an interesting academic study on the back of the pandemic, what people wanted different, maybe. But I think, and you know, previous to maybe like 2019, there was one black man on my council, and we put in masses of effort in terms of mentoring, in terms of, you know, a whole program to increase it. And we have increased it. We've increased it now. I think we're up to 4. It's not enough. We need still to do a lot more. But I'm also really aware, the old adage, if you can't see it, it's very hard to be it. And so I'm really, you know, I'm very aware that the responsibility on me to be, you know, visible, to talk to young people about the importance of politics, about the importance of diverse politics, about the importance of having policies shaped by a range of people, to not reinforce the status quo, being exceptionally important in my work.
And again, a nice segue to a final question from Centre for London Chief Executive Nick Bose, makes another appearance in the Q&A. But I think, you know, we'd all like to imagine a really compelling and diverse lineup of candidates for the next mayoral election in 2024, for all the reasons we've just talked about. Hopefully a candidate list full of radical ideas and representing all of London's communities. And so Nick has asked whether the panel would like to make a prediction for any candidates across any of the parties for the next mayoral election. Tony, I'm going to pounce on you first.
Thank you, Jenna. I mean, it's a bit early, as they say, a bit early to be making predictions. And by the way, in my own case, my predictions are so useless generally that I will doom anybody I talked about. So, so I'm going to give a general answer, I'm afraid. I'm not going to come up with names. Partly because we don't know if the incumbent mayor will stand again. We don't know how the Conservatives are going to go about finding a candidate. But what I'm heartened by is that the turnout in both the last 2 mayoral elections was 45 or 46%. There's a lot of interest in it. And I do think that the parties need to think about strengthening the citywide democratic roles in London, because they have had quite a difficult time in the last 2 years. So I'd just say that to the major parties, choose your best possible candidates. It matters to the party, and it also matters to London. Sorry, Nick.
A brilliant answer to end on, and Sarah and Kai, you've been saved by the clock there. So you don't have to give your, you don't have to be put on the spot. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you very much for having me as well. And please do join my colleagues over at the Who Runs London graphic, if you like, over the coffee break.
Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you very much to the panel. As Jenna alluded to, there is going to be a coffee break. I encourage everybody to get some coffee. I know I desperately need some. There's some pastries, I think some biscuits and cake out there. Please get some. And I think we'll be here at 3:45 for the final set of events, which I think starts, as I say, at 3:45. So see you soon. Thank you. beginning of the end. There's a book that's gone missing, entirely illegible writing, but it's here if anybody wants it. If you can grab me after I come off the podium, I can give it back to you. Nobody's just, aha, okay. We have a taker. Yes, we're about to come to a close. We've got two more relatively short sessions. Just to remind everybody that there will be networking drinks afterwards, almost as a well done for staying the course. And I'm told that there'll be a pub trip after that as well, if you're feeling that way inclined for a Tuesday evening. Sticking with politics, apart from towards the end, we've done well without mentioning the B word of Brexit, but not to put too fine a point on it, I think there's a question of how London finds its place in a post-Brexit world internationally and looking outward. We have Catherine McGuinness here, who's going to help discuss those things. So she's policy chair at the City of London Corporation. And as part of that, she is, part of her role is helping to promote London internationally, including its sort of financial services. So Catherine, please come and tell us how on earth we do this. Appreciate it.
Great, that's a long way around. Very long way around. Thank you very much, Simon. You said it was a short contribution, so I thought it was 40 minutes you wanted me to speak for? No, don't worry, don't worry. Listen, thank you very much for inviting me today. It's great to see you all. It's great to be here with Centre for London, and I think you do some fantastic work. And I'm really pleased to be able to speak to you, both those of you still in the room and those online, on London's role as a global city and how to keep the engine running. So as policy chair of the Square Mile, the area where our world-leading financial and professional services sector was largely born, I'm going to be speaking particularly from the perspective of that sector, and particularly from that business lens, but hopefully the comments that I make will have some resonance beyond. And I think we all know that London has long been a real global city, a centre for culture, creativity, tourism and retail, and of course, a great centre for global trade, investment, and financial and professional and advisory services. A place which few other cities around the world can match. But we are at an inflection point. We are at a moment of challenge and change. And as the UK finds its new place in the world post-Brexit, and as we emerge, hopefully emerge, from the pandemic, I have to say, I don't think we are indisputably the world's number one in the way that we perhaps once were. Following our departure from the EU, the pattern of business has changed as firms seeking to serve EU customers or carry out EU business adjust to serving their customers from elsewhere. Both the numbers of jobs that have actually moved may be at the lower end of what we predicted when we originally looked at this, and the volume which has shifted, the volume of business which has shifted is relatively small in relation to the volume of global business carried out here. That all adds to the cost for global firms of doing business from London across borders, and it unravels a little the great ecosystem which has seen us do so well until now. And the pandemic has, of course, set in motion and massively accelerated trends towards remote working or different working patterns, and in some quarters, it's thrown into question the need for business to be carried out in one place at all. I'll come on to that again in a minute. And at the same time, we see trends across the world towards more protectionism and localization, trends which are inimical to the global trade, which has helped us to prosper. And that's not to mention the global challenges posed by the economic damage caused by COVID or the great challenge of climate change. So we're living in interesting and even perplexing times. Multiple changes circle around us, and there's work to be done. As the custodians of the Square Mile, we in the City of London Corporation, we know well the importance of adapting to change. We've seen it many times. We've seen the need for change many times during the city's long history. Indeed, the very fabric of the city bears testament to that. The Wren churches side by side with tall glass towers, with cranes angling over London Wall, old London Wall as new buildings are put up. And we even see that in the intangible. Our unique ecosystem of financial and professional services has come in part from the city's ability to adapt, survive, and prosper. I've been told, for example, that our insurance sector started after the Great Fire, when people looked at how to share the risk of buildings burning down. But I know it also developed as people looked at how to share the risk of ships sinking. But some of those challenges that I've just mentioned have exercised us like no other in living memory. Perhaps in particular the challenge of COVID, which saw our streets and buildings empty for months on end. I mean, really empty. We even saw weed blowing down city streets, until that is we shut down the cannabis plant from which they came. But quite seriously, the streets were empty. We're seeing life returning now, but it was a sobering moment, and unlike any other area, because although we do have 9,000 residents, the bulk of the city footfall comes from the 550,000 people who come into work every day, and they just weren't there. So you can imagine the question how the city should adapt to remain a world-leading global city has been at the forefront of our minds. Research which we carried out during the first phase of the pandemic has helped to shape our thinking, reaffirming the continued strength of London's existing, of what makes London special, the City of London special, something which other research has also confirmed for us. You know, our existing strengths are really as basic as our rule of law. We might want to discuss that a little further later, actually, but our rule of law, our time zone, the ecosystem that we've developed, and all those other factors, those strengths absolutely still hold, alongside people wanting actually to be in London, and that being one of the other great strengths that we have. But all the findings of our research indicates that London's future success will depend on collaboration across stakeholders such as businesses, academia and government, on innovation and ensuring that we remain at the forefront as developments move business on, and on sustainability. The recommendations of that initial research covered 5 themes, suggesting that for recovery, we should make sure that we were curating innovative ecosystems, enabling businesses of all sizes to flourish, opening London's opportunities for all, investing in sustainable infrastructure, and ensuring an inclusive and outward-looking city for the UK and the world. Building on that, we based our own recovery plan for the square mile for the next 5 years, which sees us focus on 3 core dimensions. First, how do we support an innovative business ecosystem which provides thriving, innovative businesses with ample growth opportunities? That's seen us take a number of steps already, transforming our business library into a resource for small businesses and enterprises, engaging more with our SMEs. It's also underpinned our work supporting the fintech and related sector, both in London and across the UK. But innovation, of course, isn't only the province of SMEs, so we also work with our larger and established businesses as they develop new areas of work. And none more significant, I'd suggest at the moment, than the whole question of green finance and sustainability, the whole ESG space, both as an imperative because we have to meet that climate challenge, but also as an opportunity. And London has seen significant developments over years, which has seen it at the forefront of the green finance revolution, I suppose one might call it. Secondly, we're very focused on providing a vibrant offer. And this is, I think, where our work cuts across to other areas very clearly. Seeking to continually engage workers and visitors and indeed residents, and giving them a stimulating environment to enjoy, encouraging them to come back into our spaces and to want to be there, making it better than sitting at their screens at home with the fridge just next door. So that's seen us support the, I think, excellent Let's Do London campaign. It's seen us mount our own programme of events within the city, and also provide the canvas for others. And I must say, I'm so looking forward to Borealis coming to Guildhall Yard next week, I think. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to Sadiq and his team. And we really are focused there, I think, on working with partners across London on what we can do to make sure people do want to come back to the central activity zone. Thirdly, we're very focused on providing outstanding environments, supporting people and businesses with sustainable buildings, high quality streets and public spaces. That's partly a question of our planning rules and guidance and our transport strategy, and also a question of what we do with the public realm. And on the question of buildings, this is where I really would like to address the question of whether the office has a future. Well, I think it emphatically has, for all sorts of reasons. And we've seen that as people both return and tell us they want to stay in their office, even as they hear of new challenges from variants. But I think expectations of the office and how buildings will be used may well change. We don't yet know what the pattern of use will be, whether people will want to come back 5 days a week or whether they'll want to come back less, how far they'll want to follow hybrid methods of working and work from home. Personally, I very much hope we do build on some of the positives that we've learnt over this period and enable a wider variety of people to be drawn into the workplace or to be drawn into work, not the workplace, and ensure that people can enjoy a better work-life balance. But for us, it is very important that the core office community should be there for the sake of the area more generally. That's a message we get from people, actually. And I think probably the reason we get it is perhaps where I should have started on this section. In a sense, the most important key to London's success is its people. Londoners of all types, from the long-term residents to those who come for shorter or longer periods, and firm after firm that we spoke to during the pandemic, said that the most important factor to them when considering their office base and their continued commitment to London as a global base was access to people. So ensuring that we remain a city where people with potential want to be is, I think, absolutely essential. So what policies are needed to strengthen our international links and maintain our soft power? Just a few thoughts from me, particularly as I see the time rapidly ticking down. And these are just non-exhaustive thoughts, and they are particularly from my business perspective. And let me start with international travel. And it's a bad time to be saying this today, I realise that. But let's get that international footfall here again, whether it's for business or whether it's for tourism. And let's make sure that we welcome overseas travellers. And from the business perspective, that means particularly those who want to work. Having an immigration system and indeed immigration processes, which mean that London can continue to draw on the brightest and best from around the world, as well as developing local skills, is absolutely key, because a global city needs a global workforce. And a global workforce wants to work. They don't want to be spending their time going through difficult processes to get their visas. So we've had various suggestions, which actually have been quite positively received, but how the processes can be improved. And as the UK finds its new feet in the world as an independent state, as it's now having left the EU, we do have a huge opportunity to liberalise trade around the world by taking a global and holistic approach to services and goods trade. That's not just through the trade agreements which the government is busy negotiating, and indeed which we and the stakeholders in the financial and professional services sector that we work with are helping to inform. Because there are other ways to interact and cooperate in order to deepen trading links, ways such as regulatory dialogues and cooperation between our world-leading regulators, just as one instance. And that sort of cooperation helps shape a coherent international policy agenda which enables the UK to reap the wholesale benefits of global free trade. And by the way, while we're at it and while we're talking about trading and other relationships, let's make sure that we forge a positive and pragmatic relationship with our neighbours and close trading partners in the EU, collectively and individually. The political noise has not been helpful on that front, but we have so many shared challenges. They are our closest neighbours and biggest trading partners. Let's work on making sure that that relationship works as well as all the other ones. Then I'd like to suggest that we build on COP, actually. We've just seen the end of that climate conference in Glasgow, where the necessity of focusing on transition to net zero was really underscored. And that's a global challenge which needs global solutions. And amongst those solutions is the mobilisation across borders of finance and advisory services for mitigation and adaptation. And on that, I'd suggest London has a leading role to play as one of the world's centres of green finance. And that's why the City of London Corporation worked with the Green Finance Institute and other partners in Glasgow to ensure that finance was at the heart of discussions. And the UK, and London in particular, was promoted as a natural place to research and provide financial solutions to the climate challenge. Now that COP26 has finished and the hoardings and all the rest of it in Glasgow have presumably been removed, it's easy to forget that the UK actually retains the presidency for the rest of the year alongside Italy. So let's make sure we maintain momentum. Let's make sure that we see delivery on some of those promises. But as we carry that agenda forward, let's put London right at the centre of the offer of what can be done. And moving on to more place-based issues, I really just have 3 points I want to make. And the first is the absolute imperative of funding our transport system properly for the benefit of residents, commuters, and visitors. TfL carries our lifeblood, and it's absolutely essential that we keep it up to scratch and dependable and properly funded. I think it's completely vital if we want to remain a truly global city. Let's support our fantastic cultural sector. That's important for the city as much as it is the rest of the central activity zone. We depend on the existence of a lively cultural and arts scene, which we promote as one of the defining characteristics that makes London such a great place to be, and it's clearly something where we have a common interest across London. And finally, let's promote and not knock London. Let's remember that for all the challenges that this period has brought, for all the problems which many Londoners face, we still live in one of the greatest cities in the world. Let's keep promoting its strengths. The engine may have faltered, but it hasn't stalled. And with proper care, it's going to be, sustainably, I hope, roaring again. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Short way around this time. Really good. Thank you so much for that really insightful sort of commentary on how we can shape up for the world as we move through and past the pandemic and Brexit. Final session, bringing it more locally. First of all, before we progress on the final panel, please do send in Slido requests. This is our final kind of your chance in the sun, as it were. As people have said, if you say your name and your organization, you may even get a shout out, or not if you don't want to. But as I say, bringing it home, I think there's a critical question that we've been wrestling with throughout, which is, how do we basically have a better PR exercise between London and the rest of the country? Sometimes the levelling up agenda appears to mean levelling down within London, and which means sometimes the most deprived areas of London go unmet. The question is, how do we kind of get around that, and what role can Londoners play, particularly our leaders and our institutions, in helping to kind of support this narrative? To do this, there's a final panel, like I said, chaired by Joe Fox. So without further ado, please take to the stage, dear panel.
Well, thank you very much. I'm the chair here, Joe Fox. Well, as we've just heard, levelling up, certainly at the centre of political debates at the moment, but what does that mean, and how should it be implemented? And where does London sit in all of this? Is levelling up just an empty political slogan? Should London be worried, or should it engage, and if so, on what terms? So joining me to debate these issues, I'm really pleased to welcome Afra Siab Anwar, who's the leader of Burnley Borough Council, Nick Bowes, Chief Executive at the Centre for London, Sarah Longlands, Chief Executive of the Centre for Local Economic Strategy, and unfortunately Elizabeth Campbell can't be with us here, so we're incredibly grateful for Catherine for standing in for her today with this important debate. So, Nick, if I could start with you. London, it has an image problem at the moment, does it? And how do we reset the narrative on why London's success matters to the UK's economy and public life?
That's a nice, soft opening question there for me. So, I mean, I think London does have a problem. I feel that when I go back to visit my friends and family in the north, and I feel that it has got worse over the last 5 years or so. There is a growing resentment towards the city, and people talk about London in much more negative tones than they did before. I mean, some of that I think is related to some of the divisions there were around the Brexit vote. Some of it is resentment towards some of the institutions in London, because when you scratch a bit below, it's not London or Londoners that often the resentment is towards. It's things that are in London. Sometimes that's politicians in Westminster. Sometimes it's the banks in the city. There's still some of that resentment. Sometimes it's the BBC. And it's institutions that just happen to be in London. So it's actually quite complicated, and I think language matters in this actually, because there's 9 million people in this city, and to kind of lump them all in together and into this, I think is kind of oversimplifying it. In terms of how we try and kind of deal with some of that, well, I think the other thing is when you do scratch below, people still do like coming to London. They like coming to London, they like the bright lights of the West End, they want to come and see the Christmas lights, they like the theatre, the tourist sites. You know, they do like coming, but I think they also quite like leaving as well. You know, it's a kind of like, you know, whistle-stop long weekend, etc. I know my mum takes that attitude. She likes coming down, but she likes to leave as well. But, you know, I think that there is still lots of positives there. People do like the fact that we've got this amazing city with all these great things to do and see. But I think we need to do more to kind of, I think, try and reconnect some of the pride in the city across the country. And because I don't think we can win this argument by throwing statistics at the rest of the country alone. I think some of it is about how people feel, it's about emotion, and which is much harder for public policy makers to deal with. We prefer to deal with like data and facts and winning arguments that way. But I don't think that's going to work necessarily on this. I think we've got to find ways of trying to make those emotional connections and reinstilling some of that pride in having this fantastic capital city.
Sarah, there are economic dimensions to this issue as well, aren't there?
Yeah, and I think actually some of that resentment that Nick was talking about isn't necessarily directed at London or Londoners, but at an economic and political system which seems to work against the interests of people and places, both in London and out with. And I think that's what, you know, all of us have in common, whether you live in London or Cumbria or Belfast. You're dealing with a political and an economic system which doesn't seem to work in your interests. And I think there's you know, as we know, there's a real sort of, it's an emotional thing, as Nick says, you know, as Brexit was. It's not necessarily something that you can apply, what, you know, as Nick says, what we would say, your facts and figures out. That's not necessarily going to cut it. You've got to make people feel as if they are better off as a result of the work that you're doing. And I think for London going forward, you know, I think, you know, for me, speaking as an organisation based in Manchester and as someone who comes from Northern Ireland originally, you know, to me, London belongs to all of us. And there's something about conveying that message that this isn't, this idea that you've got London's economy or productivity versus the rest of the country, it's a phony war. And it's, you know, it's being constructed in a way which is deliberately divisive. And I think trying to reclaim the idea that London belongs to all of us and should work in the interests of all of us, I think is really important. And I think there's also a really important point about London learning from other parts of the country too. You know, sometimes I think there's a sort of sense that London has all the answers, or London feels under pressure to provide the answers or provide the solutions. And I think actually there's a lot that London can also learn from what's happening in other parts of the country, particularly when you look at the devolved authorities in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. So I think, you know, trying to change the debate, not getting embroiled or caught up in that phony war, changing the language, as Nick says, and also looking at how we can build that sense of solidarity with the rest of the country, and that sense of a collective ownership in that the interests of London are all of our shared interests. And then my final point is just on the economic point. We are living in one of the most regionally unequal countries in Western Europe. The UK is by any metric one of the most unequal. And it doesn't do anybody, that inequality doesn't serve London well, and it doesn't serve the north of England well, and it doesn't serve the West Midlands or any other part of the UK. So tackling that inequality together as a country is in everybody's interests, and it should not be presented as an either-or debate on finance or on the capturing of political language.
It's a good moment to turn to you, Priscilla. How do we build that solidarity? How is it perceived, say, from Burnley, from the perspective of Burnley?
I think the first thing to say is that, and just to comment on what I've heard, just heard the comment that was made around levelling down of London. I think just the fact that places like Burnley are being successful and investment is going into places like Burnley, that should not be seen as a threat. And that investment shouldn't be something that is levelling down places like London. But what it comes down to, and as a northerner, I don't think there's any resentment towards Londoners or towards London as a place. I love London as much as was just touched on there. But I think it's more about the disconnect between London as a capital and the rest of the country, and sometimes those stereotypes or perceptions that anything north of the M25 or Watford, and they don't have an understanding. And I think to give an example of that is when we as a borough were successful with our levelling up bid, the Chancellor stood in Bury Market and said how proud he was to be stood in the world famous Burnley Market. So it's just the fact that there's that disconnect and not appreciation of the different places, the different towns that exist up in the north. And I think if there's something that we need to do around the relationship, that's what needs to be done. And it's about connecting again, but also of going out there and seeing and celebrating the richness of the whole of our country, I think.
Catherine, if I could come to you, how do we bridge that disconnect then? How might
I
the
mean,
city do
it's
that?
a tremendous challenge. And Nick, I do think you're right. It is very similar to the antipathy we see towards the banks and the financial institutions, and just telling the story about what they do for people's everyday life doesn't quite cut it, or the amount of tax that they generate or whatever. It's very difficult getting through. I think there is a question here about, yes, capturing hearts and minds, and looking at what we actually do working in partnership, and maybe we can explore that a little bit further. The thing that I wonder is whether we would see the same if we looked at other countries. I don't necessarily sense pride in capital cities when I speak to people from other countries, so maybe it's an inevitable that there is some antipathy to the capital. But it's definitely something which, as we look at this levelling up agenda, we need to tackle head on, so that we're, as said to me, we're leaving the tall poppies standing and trying to raise things up rather than cutting them down.
So there's obviously a desire to move beyond these highly charged political debates, to bridge those connections. But Sarah, what can leaders and institutions do to help in that work? It strikes me that there's a particular role that they can play here.
Yeah, definitely. I think one thing that I think the leaders can do in this space is to start to try and ask the questions about what does success look like in a place like London. I mean, London is, speaking as someone who lives in Manchester, London is always presented as the ideal economic model. This is where the engine house of the UK's economy. But then when you start to look at that successful model and you sort of peel back the layers, you can see that just like many other parts of the country, London has its fair share of real and difficult economic and social challenges. And so there's a question there, but what does success look like? So I think leaders have an obligation to really dig beneath the surface and ask who is really benefiting from this economic model, and how can we make sure that if we're going to have, if we're going to have a success, if this is an economy we think is successful, well, how do we make sure the benefits of that success are fairly shared? And how do we give people the opportunity to participate in that economy. Because what is the point of having a really successful economy if you've still got the highest levels of child poverty in the country? So I think there's some real important questions there about economic accountability and leaders thinking about what they can do in their own role as a public sector organisation or as a business to really take their responsibility and put their money where their mouth is and really commit to dealing with some of those challenges head on. And I think the other thing that leaders can do is to work together. And I think at the moment, there's a tendency to over-politicise the debate. And ultimately, I think what we want in a city like London, like every other part of the country, we want a better life for people. So how can leaders work together towards a common aim and try to overcome some of the, the political debates, if you like, or the kind of disagreements in search of the ultimate goal of improving lives for people. And I think there's much solidarity that can be gained by leaders working in London with other parts of the country too. We've now got 10 mayoral combined authorities across the country. How can those mayors work together? And we're seeing actually in many of those mayoral combined authorities really new thinking in terms of how we can challenge the status quo and start to use different approaches to dealing with the economic and social challenges that we've got. And I think trying to build that level of solidarity and build that shared learning in a more coherent way, I think is definitely part of the solution for leaders.
I foresee that a lot of that will resonate with the North too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that we've got to do is sometimes that, I always say in our localities, sometimes we've got to save the politics for April and May, and what we've got to do is look at trying to get through the business and trying to make sure that we fight for what's best for our local areas. And collaboration, partnership working is it's vital. It's so important for us, especially with the political landscape that we have locally, which is that we don't have a majority, which means we've got to work in partnership, but we also have a Labour leader of the authority, but we have a Tory MP. So in order for us to secure our levelling up bid, we have to work in partnership because it has to be signed off. Now, that is something, if we don't play ball, what will happen is the money won't come into Burnley. So we have to work together to ensure that investment comes in. So I think partnership and collaboration is absolutely vital, especially for places like Burnley and for Lancashire. And I just heard there, we've got the London model, and then we've got what's going on in the metro mayors or the mayors that we've got across. So, for example, Liverpool, Manchester, West Yorkshire. So they've got that devolved power. They've got more than us, and then us as a Lancashire authority, we're even further down. So that there has to be more for areas like ours, particularly around when we look at it in terms of the whole picture for Lancashire.
And one of the criticisms around levelling up is that it's insufficiently nuanced. It doesn't take into account the inequality and deprivation in parts of London. Nick, how do we actually deal with some of those issues, those grand generalisations that operate in this political debate?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's a very oversimplified debate. I don't think anybody disagrees with the kind of overall objective of trying to raise the standard of living and quality of life across the whole country to that others experience. But I think it needs to be an honest debate about what the problem is we're trying to solve. But also that it's a really complicated problem. It isn't a new problem. I'm a geographer as well as a northerner. I'm a geographer by background, and I'm an economic geographer actually. And I was grappling with these types of issues 25 years ago, and people were grappling with them 25 years before that. Actually, we've not solved them for a century or more, and many of them are very long-standing and entrenched. But I think we need to be, so levelling up is a little bit kind of old wine in new bottles. It's a new name for quite an old problem. But I think we need to be more honest, I think, with the public too, that we're not also going to solve it in 2 or 3 years. It's going to be a national mission that's going to take decades. And there are very few other industrialized countries that you can point to where they have successfully narrowed massive gaps between different parts of the country. And the one that some people do point to is the example of West Germany absorbing East Germany. And even that, they haven't closed the gap, and they've had to spend €1 trillion. You know, when you look at some of the agenda around levelling up, it seems quite kind of short-term focused, £4.5 billion on the levelling up fund over a couple of years. But it's not, you know, we need to be honest with the public and say, look, this is going to take a long time. We're starting this process. We're going to have to build some consensus, actually, probably across political parties too, because, you know, we live in a pluralist democracy. So at some point there'll be a change of government, but we don't want to lose the objective that I think we probably all agree in. In terms of London, I mean, we know the data about the levelling up challenges in London, but it comes back to the same point before, and that actually people, they're either not persuaded by it or they just don't believe it. There was this really good piece of data that the ONS published, and they listed the most income-deprived local authorities in order. I think it was about a year ago. I'm from Rotherham originally, and I live in Lewisham. They're both broadly in the same place on the list. I think one was 46, one was 52nd. And I mentioned it to people in Rotherham, and they just didn't believe it. They said, there's no way that Lewisham's as inverted commas, poor as Rotherham. There's nowhere in London is poor. So they don't actually believe the data. So we've got the same challenge again in that trying to use data to make the argument is very, very hard. And I think what we've got to try and do is just tell the story. It's about story and feeling and emotion. That's the way that I think we're going to kind of bring the rest of the country with us. For the government, if the government is going to set objectives and have actual metrics about how it wants to deal with levelling up, the quantum of the scale of the problem in London is such that at a national level, then they're going to struggle to make inroads if they don't make inroads in London. So I think we've got to find ways of trying to help the government solve the problem and show them that if they don't help London to solve these problems, they're going to struggle to solve them at a national level too.
Jo, can I come back to this question of partnership and collaboration? Incidentally, I agree with everything that Nick has just said. But on the question of partnership and collaboration, I think certainly the mayors are a good force to link up. But there are other good examples as well. And there's the UK Cities Climate Investment Commission, for example, which has just published a report, which is a collection of core cities and London working to leverage the combined scale of cities to try to mobilise finance into some of the climate challenges that we're all going to have to face, retrofitting of buildings, some of the place-based solutions that we're going to have to find to the climate challenge on the road to net zero. Georgia Gould from London Councils and Phil Glanville, they were up in Glasgow at COP. The three of us were on a panel with Bristol Mayor Marvin Rees talking about that. I think that's another good partnership to watch, an initiative to watch and take forward, both because it's important in itself, but I think it's a good way of just developing strong links and working together on common challenges. We ourselves have a number of initiatives with our business links. I spent the week, earlier in the week, I was promoting FinTech Scotland and FinTech Wales, actually, to an overseas partner in a room, in a round table. We do quite a lot of work with Northern Ireland, looking at some of the great clusters there. Actually, it strengthens our argument that London is a global city, that it has this wonderful country attached to it, that has real pockets of expertise and opportunity elsewhere. So you don't have to come to the big city if you want to lead the way with an innovative business. You can go somewhere else. You don't have to base your one of your big bank offices here. You can go to the Titanic Quarter in Belfast and find some fantastic opportunities there. So I think really for us, a genuine partnership where we're looking at working together at what we can do that enhances both our position but also supports other parts of the country that we're working with is something that's we're quite focused on.
I mean, I'm going to start pulling in some of the questions that we're getting here. Some really interesting conversations going on. And we're talking about collaboration across the UK in making that case and finding common cause. But there's a lot here about what are London's leaders, London's MPs, London's councillors doing to put that case? Should they be making a much better case? I mean, this comes back to your hearts and minds. It comes back to your storytelling, Nick. Are they telling the right story? And are they telling the right story to the right people?
Well, I'll just start, perhaps, and then others can come up with a better answer. But I mean, first of all, I think we're in a better place than perhaps we have been before, because I think one positive that has come through from the COVID pandemic is the way that Team London is pulling together much more. And I don't know if that's come through from any of the other sessions today, but the way we see the different layers of London government working together on common challenges. It paid off in our response to the pandemic. It paid off in our response to the Afghan arrivals that some others have been coping with. So I think that is a voice that we should be looking at using, and it's in a better place. It's in a better place now to speak up for us collectively and cross-party. I think, though, that our MPs need to be brought in more to the discussion. Actually, I think the Minister I think Paul does a pretty good job speaking up for London, but it would be great to see the London MPs work with us on making the case for London and advocating for us with their colleagues. One would hope that with the Prime Minister, who had been Mayor of London, would have an ally there as well.
I mean, I agree with Catherine totally on that. I think the crisis that we've gone through this last 18 months, 2 years, has forced London's leaders to work together a lot better in a way that perhaps they should have done 20 years ago. And sometimes it takes a crisis to kind of lead to that. I think that the MPs, the London MPs have never been a really strong group. I don't know if we've got the MPs left in the room, so be careful what I say. But I think a lot of them would admit this. They don't work together as a group as well as other regional groups of MPs do. And we've seen some quite powerful blocks of MPs be formed in Parliament, sometimes within one political party, but sometimes across the political party. And I think London's got to respond to that, because there's 73 MPs in London. That's a good chunk of Parliament, and they don't work together perhaps as collectively as they could do. And hopefully they're going to slightly wake from their slumber a bit and step up to the plate. Because I think it's really important that they are a strong voice within Parliament. The slight times we are in this weird political landscape where the current government have got a very healthy majority, in spite of London, actually. And there's a battleground of seats that are called the Red Wall in some quarters, that are also going to be the key battleground seats for the Labour Party at the next general election, if they want to take back control of Westminster. And the Labour Party almost kind of takes for granted its MPs at national level, takes for granted its MPs in London. So London almost becomes a bit irrelevant in the parliamentary arithmetic. We're in this kind of weird position where London's MPs don't matter for the current parliamentary arithmetic of how to form a majority or how to win a majority. Maybe the next general election it'll all kind of be sorted out in the kind of jumble, who knows? Maybe this is just a temporary thing. But we are in a weird position, in spite of the fact that the leaders of the three main parties are all MPs in London, which normally you'd think would be an advantage. But I think at the moment they probably kind of go a little bit too far the other way to compensate for that because they're London MPs. So we're in this really weird situation in Parliament where London just doesn't seem to kind of register.
I think there's also a kind of from an external point of view, I think there's an odd dynamic in that I think people outside of London look at the government, i.e. Westminster, and think, oh yeah, they speak for London, because I know it sounds crazy, but because they're in London, so it's there's a generalization made about Westminster, kind of being against the rest of the country, which I know isn't fair, but I think there's a real challenge for you, I think, in London, having also the seat of government here, main seat of government. So yeah, I think that's. I mean, the other thing about leaders I would mention is that I think we obviously look into political leaders, MPs, and to business leaders, but I think it's worth considering leaders in other parts of the public sector as well. The NHS, social care, some of universities, some of the big anchor institutions across London that play a really important role, and how can you mobilise the combined strength of those organisations to really help to shine a light on the real issues, and also how they can use their power and their resources and influence to sort of deal with some of that, as well as working in the broader question of hearts and minds and providing a sort of sense of direction politically in the longer term. So.
Just on that point, I just wanted to come in and just say that the focus is on the MPs, but also about the other leaders that we've got. I think they do need to pull together and work together and advise government as well, because the government are coming up with these policies, and it's a bidding bingo of there's this fund available today, apply by tomorrow, announcement by, and that's all it is, people. But it's just a lottery in terms of who's going to get access to that funding. We're talking here about, and I can say this because I've got a letter in my hand, or metaphorically speaking, saying that we've secured that funding for levelling up for Burnley. But in reality, is it levelling up? I don't think it is. It's capital investment on short-term projects, and that neglect, that in terms of the way that lack of investment for decades for areas in the north, in areas in East Lancashire, places like Burnley, we've been neglected, and it doesn't even scratch the surface of actually dealing with those issues around infrastructure, around health, around social care, all those things that really matter are going to make a real difference. It doesn't even scratch the surface. So I think where leaders need to come in, and that's all leaders from all sectors, but particularly MPs, they need to start advising government on actually coming up with policies that are going to have a lasting impact as opposed to short-term fixes. I think it's vital that we do that.
So does levelling up mean something to you then, Afrasiab, given what you've just said?
Well, levelling up to me, it's just it's a bit like under the Cameron government where we had big society. It came, it was a buzzword, everybody used it. In terms of substance, what does it mean? For us, yes, it's money coming into our borough. It will be investment in capital projects that were part of our town centre master plan, and it will improve our borough and bring jobs and investment. But will it tackle inequality in education? No, it won't. Will it actually tackle the issues that we've got with infrastructure? I was saying before that if I leave my house, it's actually quicker for me to get from Preston to London on the train than it is for me to go to Liverpool from Burnley. And we're talking about infrastructure and connectivity. And that's why there's a disconnect with London, because these decisions are made, as you say, in Westminster, in London, that have an adverse effect, an adverse impact for us who live up in the north. And that's something that needs, and that's why, and then there's obviously a disconnect as well. You mentioned about the red wall. We're one of those red wall seats, but that's why it's also at the same time that we don't politicise. We work in partnership with everybody that's there to get the best for our areas.
There's obviously a sensitive issue that's come up in some of the questions, and that is talking about the funding. You know, in allocating funding more to the north, it does actually mean less for London. So the question is, what is London's fair share in that dynamic?
Well, so I think there's different ways of thinking about that question. I think there's a basic point. One of the big sort of touch points at the minute is around the transport question. Which we know is really serious in London, and we know it's really serious in other parts of the country. And I think there's a sort of let's pitch, North versus London in this battle. And actually, whilst we fight it out, the government can kind of quietly get on with it. So I think there's something there about the fact that this isn't, the basic problem here is that the UK government historically has not valued the role of strategic infrastructure and has not necessarily put the investment into strategic investment for years. I mean, if you look at any statistics, the UK is an outlier in the low level of investment it puts into strategic infrastructure as a percentage of GDP. And we consistently fail to meet OECD targets in terms of the amount of our GDP spent on infrastructure. So I think not only does that reduce the overall capacity of our transport system across the country, but it also then has knock-on effects, like the fact that we don't have enough skilled engineers and we don't have enough skilled transport planners and modelers and all the rest of it. So I think there's a fundamental issue here about this country and our attitude to long-term investment in capital infrastructure, as well as some of those other long-term structural issues such as health and education, where we know the stats are pretty eye-watering, both within London and between London and the rest of the country. So I think something about that long-term investment in some of those basic building blocks of a decent economy are really what's at stake here, and that requires all of us, no matter where we live in this country, to take the argument to Westminster.
And one of the issues that is coming up in the question is who is engaged in the debate about levelling up, and this is a powerful point here about those in outer London feeling absent from debates about levelling up. What can we do about that? Nick?
Well, I think that's a reflection of London's very complex geography. I mean, there's the kind of inner outer London divide is the one that's obviously talked about quite a lot, but I think that's become a bit more complicated over recent years because there's been so much churn in inner London with the population that and the rising value of house prices, which has pushed so many people out into the suburbs. It's not as easy to kind of sometimes make those divisions anymore. And, you know, the London boundary is only a political boundary. The Greater London boundary is only a political boundary. It's not an economic boundary. I mean, if you really were to draw an economic boundary for Greater London, you could probably stretch it right down to Southampton and, you know, up to Norwich and across to Swindon. You know, it's a huge kind of hinterland and many people that commute in. So, you know, this kind of, you know, what is London and what does levelling up mean to the kind of wider area? But I think it does just kind of make this point that the wider southeast, it's not just Greater London, the wider southeast has got very many pockets of deprivation, coastal towns along the south coast and in Kent, places out in Essex that are equivalent to anything seen anywhere else in the country, but are sometimes ignored, sometimes lost in the data because it just gets overwhelmed by the averages in the wider southeast. You know, if you average everything up at a regional level, you do lose that real kind of complex geography. And we, you know, to come back to geography, I'm really pleased that suddenly place matters again in public policy. It's great that, you know, we are a very rich and diverse country in terms of our geography. And we've got to stop trying to come up with solutions from the centre that are imposed from above that are one size fits all for a country that is very complicated. They don't often work for London, but they don't work for many places actually. And, you know, going back to the previous question, and I agreed with what Sarah said, but one of the other structural problems is the money's collected to the centre and the centre decides how to spend it and how to allocate it. I mean, it's a pretty crazy model, and not many other countries are so centralised in that way. It should be for local areas, for local authorities, for mayors, for regions, for the other nations of this country to be able to collect and levy much more of their own income and decide how best to spend that. That isn't always about putting up taxes to generate more money. It's sometimes about how you use tax to incentivise investment better in a local area. Taxes can be used for all sorts of things, like congestion charge in London is a kind of mechanism for dealing with road congestion. So, but at the moment, we just have so little space to be able to do that innovativeness because the Treasury and Whitehall have got such a stranglehold.
And I think at that point, I think it's particularly pertinent when they don't necessarily know where they're putting the money into, and sometimes get the geography wrong when they're allocating the money as well, which is, you know, even more ridiculous. And I think I absolutely agree with what you've said, Nick. And I think there's also something about local government finance, which is, you know, local government finance has been under the cosh really for the last 10 years, and that, you know, has, I think, really chipped away at a lot of those real sort of structural challenges that we face if you don't have some of that basic funding in place to keep places going, particularly even more so if those places are attracting large amounts of private finance. You still need a public service to help service and support and underpin that economy. And I think we have a very centralised system of local government finance and a very kind of unresilient remnants, if you like, of public finance in this country. We've been waiting for, you know, fair funding review for, you know, at least the last 5-6 years with no real resolution in sight. And I think if we could simply start to get to grips with local government finance, bring an end to ongoing austerity, I think that would do actually quite a lot to sort of stabilise the situation at a local level.
That must resonate.
Absolutely, and I'm just going to put it out there. For us as a council, we've seen a reduction of 65% in terms of what we get from central government, and that's just in the last 10 years. So you can imagine the impact that has on services, on what we can deliver. But we're very fortunate. We have officers, but also our elected members who are outward thinking. We recognise we're not big enough to compete with that and deliver on our own. So we're outward looking, and we're business friendly, we attract investment, we work with others. And we also recognise the impact of places like Manchester for us as a borough. But with this whole levelling up agenda, I think what we're doing is we're looking at it wrong in the sense of this shouldn't be about levelling up London. It shouldn't be about levelling up the north, which is what is often discussed. I think what it needs to focus on is that look at it holistically, right across the country, whether that's London, whether it's the north, Lancashire, Yorkshire, wherever it might be, there are pockets or areas where there are issues, and it comes down to deprivation. And we only need to look at how the pandemic behaved, how the virus behaved. And when we look at it, the hardest to hit areas were those with the highest levels of deprivation right across the country. So, and because areas like East Lancashire or areas in the north have been neglected for so long, they were hardest hit. And that's why it's important that we look at it holistically rather than just looking at it from a London point of view or a northern point of view.
And of course, you saw exactly the same phenomenon in London during the pandemic. The poorest areas really being worst hit. And actually on that inner-outer divide and balance, that of course has actually changed a bit during the pandemic, because the central activity zone, which everybody always thought was impregnable and incredibly wealthy, has really struggled, as Elizabeth would say if she'd been able to be here. And some of the assets which have struggled, some of the the cultural institutions or whatever, they drive opportunity elsewhere, not just for London but beyond. So the story has got more complicated over this period.
I was on quite an interesting discussion a couple of weeks ago on Levelling Up, where there was a really good person talking about, from another think tank actually, talking about how one of the solutions for levelling up was to incentivize local authorities to focus on growth so that they could reap the financial benefits back to them. And there was somebody there who was much more of an expert on local government finance than I was, and also than this person that said this, because they pointed out that actually the benefits flow straight to the Treasury, and actually the financial benefits in the way local government is funded are not there. So there is very little incentive, and the Treasury just sucks in all the financial gain. So, we've got to do some quite radical things to the way that we fund local government, and the Treasury's got to be much more open to not always just hoovering up the massive financial uplifts and benefits that come from things. We have the same discussion often in London about how do we fund public transport investment? Can we have some form of land value capture that that captures the uplift that comes from the tube? And I do remember a Treasury official saying, well, why would we ever entertain that? Because we just get the Treasury just reaps all the kind of financial benefits. Why would we want to give up that? And that's, there is that kind of attitude, and we've got to kind of break that down, because it means there's very little incentive on local areas to really focus on things that can make a difference.
We're nearing the end of time, and I want to end on a more positive point. And we've all identified that this is going to be a long-standing issue. So the question is about the future. How do we, and young people and their role in all of this? Well, how do we engage young people in resetting the narrative on London, or getting them involved in promoting Burnley and getting investment into Burnley? What's the role of young people? That's the future of these debates?
From my point of view, I think one of the things that we do have to do is young people will switch off if they see some of the arguments or the fallings out that we have as adults between, just because we come from a different place in politics. And I think what we've got to do is we've got to change the narrative on that, and also the way that we communicate with each other as well. And we've seen what damage that can do. And I think what we need to do is get them, and that's the only way we're going to get young people to engage, is to have positive politics, but also positive engagement of them as well. And we've seen the power. We only need to have a look at see what Greta Thunberg has done in terms of engaging young people. Why? Because it's positive change as opposed to falling out all the time.
It's a long time since I was a young person, so it's difficult to comment. But I agree with that comment. I think actually, as was discussed in the earlier session, there's a affinity with party politics. Maybe is not as strong as it once was, but there's a younger generation who are very political in a small p way, often issues driven, and we can weave those types of things into this agenda. Obviously the kind of net zero. Green agenda is absolutely critical to this. That really should be front and center of the kind of levelling up agenda.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that the green agenda and arming people with the skills and the opportunities to help themselves to tackle it. I think it's an even longer time since I was a young person, but certainly the messages I get from the people I speak to are that they're very concerned about the future of the planet and want to play their part in saving it. So I think inspiring them on that front is a way to connect, perhaps.
I agree with the points on environmental crisis. I think that's definitely something that young people are rightly worried about, because and they're going to have to pick up a lot of the pieces. I think there's also something about the political system. So there's a debate about the way in which our democracy operates through representative democracy. Question about the age at which young people can vote. I think that's quite a live debate at the minute. It was certainly when we were. Had a conference last week in the north which involved a lot of young people, and that was a big issue that came up in the conversation. And then the other thing, just on that point about democracy, we've got a sort of a fairly standard approach to representative democracy, but very underdeveloped when it comes to more participative forms of democracy in this country, I would suggest. So I think something about, how could London be at the cutting edge of thinking about what a more participative form of democracy looks like, and how can that relate to a young population, which often can be quite transient in London. You've got a lot of young people renting, and a lot of people having to move around jobs and homes in order to actually pay the bills. So I think trying to relate both in terms of the system, but also in terms of trying to understand the perspective of young people from where they're at the minute in terms of the challenges that they face is kind of going to be critical.
So positive politics. Collaboration, not competition. I think on that note, we'll end and thank all of our panelists for a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got to go and do some closing remarks now. Well, I think all that falls to me to say is to say thank you to everybody that is still with us at the end of the day here in person, and for those of you who are watching online, thank you for all of you for coming. Thank you to all of our supporters who've helped make today a really great success. I hope that you've really enjoyed being back in person, for those of you who are in the room. I hope that we will see you at future Centre for London events in person or online. I hope that we will see you at next year's London conference, wherever that will be. And I just want to say again, finally, an enormous thanks to all of the Centre for London team who've worked so hard to make today work. It's not easy in the current circumstances. There's been a lot of ducks' legs paddling below the surface to make this duck slide gracefully along on the water. I think if we could show our appreciation to their hard work, that would be great. And please don't feel you need to rush off, because there are now drinks outside, and you're all most welcome to stay and do some more mingling. Thank you, everybody.